Chapter 1 Who are you, handsome? At night, only the windows shine with bright light, mingling with the streetlights along the road. This place is completely different from the noisy, bustling streets. At night it becomes somewhat quiet, with only the occasional passing car bringing a bit of sound to the silent darkness. The quiet here isn't because it's remote or deserted, on the contrary, this is a villa district in the city center, and the cars that pass by are often luxury vehicles secretly photographed by people. At this moment the sky had just darkened. The servants of a certain villa were quietly tidying the rooms. The villa was brightly lit, except for a room on the second floor that was pitch black. When servants occasionally glanced at it as they passed, they didn't dare linger. If you watched closely, you'd notice that when servants passed this room's door they deliberately lightened their footsteps, as if afraid of disturbing whoever was inside. What they didn't know was that the person in the room was already awake. He had his feet covered with the blanket, his hands gripping its edge tightly, and now and then he kicked nervously, as if unwilling to accept reality. He covered his face, his hair hung limply on the bed, swaying with the occupant's movements. If you look closely you'll notice the other person has a head of chestnut little curls that bounce now and then, looking somewhat cute. However, the owner of that hair wasn't in the mood to admire it. He even reached out with a pair of pale hands and rubbed his little curls hard. Then he hid under the quilt and made a woo 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 sound. Soon he calmed down again, as if preparing himself for something, then forcefully pulled the quilt down. His long eyelashes trembled slightly as he carefully opened a slit. By the dim light seeping in from outside, Qin Yan made out the room's situation: posters covering the walls, the people on them wearing smoky eye makeup and leather jackets and pants, studded all over, so trendy Qin Yan felt like he might catch rheumatism. That wasn't all. Looking up, the rotating disco ball that looked like it had been hauled in from a KTV made Qin Yan momentarily feel as if he were lying in a karaoke room. He stared blankly at the disco ball, his curly hair limply hanging, and slowly closed his eyes. Let me die. Why did I end up in this place? That's right, Qin Yan had transmigrated. As luck would have it, he did so right after winning the lottery but before he could cash it in. Thinking about the grand prize he never got to claim and the life without having to socialize, Qin Yan cried in pain. What hurt him more was that, of all things, he transmigrated into a cannon fodder character from a novel he had read before, the adopted son of the Chu family. His mother had been Mrs. Chu's close friend. She bore a child out of wedlock and died in childbirth. On her deathbed she never revealed the father's identity, only entrusting the child to her close friend, Mrs. Chu, with her last breath. Madame Chu did indeed remember her friend's request and raised the child well. Although over the years the original person consistently called the Chu couple uncle and aunt so she would remember her mother, the couple treated Qin Yan as their own youngest son. When the child was little he was quite well behaved, but later, after some unknown shock, his temperament suddenly changed and he started getting into all kinds of trouble and risking his life. Madame Chu had 2 sons and a daughter. Because the cannon fodder kept recklessly courting disaster, they grew increasingly disgusted with him, and in the end, the cannon fodder was even swayed by others to help the Chu family's enemies against them. In the end the Chu family got through that crisis, but Madame Chu, having learned the truth, was utterly disappointed in the cannon fodder and severed ties with him. Without the protection of the Chu family, and with a bad personality to begin with, the cannon fodder was soon ruined by others. Thinking of the way the cannon fodder died, Qin Yan couldn't help but tremble, feeling even more despairing. This was also why he refused to accept reality. He had been living a loafing life on his lottery winnings, merely getting by and waiting to die, when suddenly such a thunderbolt struck. Who could accept that? Moreover, Qin Yan was socially anxious. He remembered that after the Chu family grew to loathe this cannon fodder, various groups belittled and bullied him. In other words, he had to face so many people. Just thinking about it made Qi Shaoxi completely despair. He had been clinging to a last bit of hope, thinking this was a dream. If he slept and woke up he would be back home. But no matter how many times he opened his eyes, he found himself still in this room. So, he really couldn't go back. A few traces of bewilderment appeared on Qin Yan's face. There was no one else in the room. He sighed and sang out loudly, "Feels like dying." What he didn't know was that a servant happened to be passing by the door, heard that sentence, instantly covered her mouth and widened her eyes, then hurried down the stairs. Although she didn't like this young master, if he really died she wouldn't be able to keep this job, so for the sake of her position the servant still went to find Madame Chu. Madame Chu was now almost 50, still well maintained, her hair was slightly pinned up, her brows and eyes remained pretty, with a gentle air that made her seem warm and approachable. Only now there was a trace of worry between her brows. she didn't need to fret over the family's 3 children, so naturally her concern wasn't about them. Madame Chu still has affection for Qin Yan. Whenever she sees the child she always thinks of her close friend. Seeing how Qin Yan's character has become, she feels mostly guilty and helpless. She believes her way of raising children was fine, look how excellent the other 3 are, but with Qin Yan, something went wrong. Because of her late friend's memory, Madame Chu was even more doting toward Qin Yan. As a child he used to be spoiled and a bit clumsy, completely different from the other clever ones, so Madame Chu naturally paid him a little more attention. However, while it was alright when he was young, for some unknown reason Qin Yan's personality changed drastically later on. Even Madame Chu, who dotes on him, inevitably grew mentally and physically exhausted. Not long ago, Qin Yan caused trouble again. Madame Chu had barely finished dealing with it and was exhausted, resting. Seeing a servant hurry over, Madame Chu knew something was wrong and hurriedly forgot her headache, asking, "What did Nian Yan do this time?" That, this time, alone showed how good Qin Yan was at stirring up trouble. The servant hesitated for a moment, then said, "I just passed by the young master's room and heard him." He said. Madame Chu frowned. What did he say? Although Madame Chu had a good disposition, she was not without temper. Seeing her frown, the servant hurriedly said, "Young master said he wants to die." If it were someone else, the servant wouldn't have been so shocked, perhaps it was just idle talk, but with that particular young master, it wasn't certain at all, since he was capable of anything. What? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Madame Chu became anxious and immediately stood up. "I'll go see Nian Yan." Madame Chu couldn't bother being angry with her son anymore, she hurriedly put on her slippers and went upstairs, so hurried that she almost lost one slipper but didn't even care. Qin Yan still didn't know that a word he had carelessly spoken had already been reported to Madame Chu by a servant. He closed his eyes and decided to try one last time. If it didn't work, he'd accept reality. After all, he was a coward and didn't dare truly die. Thinking about it another way, at least he was still alive. However, he had just closed his eyes when urgent knock sounded at the door, followed by several anxious yet still gentle female voices. "Nian Nian? How are you? Don't do anything foolish, I was just angry before, I won't abandon you." "Nian Nian, open the door." Qin Yan opened his eyes in a daze. Hearing the woman's anxious voice, he felt oddly panicked. He hurried out of bed and was about to open the door, but the woman outside couldn't wait and had someone use the spare key to open it for her. As soon as the door opened, Madame Chu hurried in and happened to see Qin Yan standing by the bed. Seeing that Qin Yan was all right, Madame Chu breathed a sigh of relief. Her gaze swept the dark room and she said softly, "Why haven't you turned on the light?" The servant behind him, upon hearing this, groped for the light switch. These people were strangers to Qin Yan, he had been holding back for a long time and didn't dare speak, so he could only watch helplessly as the servant turned on the lights. Immediately, the ceiling light began to spin rapidly, erupting into brilliant, multicolored beams. That was not all, as the dazzling lights came to life, some speaker began blasting wild heavy metal music. In an instant, the dark room turned into a KTV. As the colorful lights flashed, Qin Yan made out the woman's face, a gentle, pretty face, but at the moment it was very stiff, as if plastered over, unable to form any other expression. Madame Chu was very careful about the children's privacy, so she had never entered their rooms. If she hadn't been in such a hurry just now, she wouldn't have barged in without thinking. So she didn't know that the youngest son had turned his room into a nightclub. If it had been someone else, Madame Chu probably wouldn't have been very pleased, but facing Qin Yan just now she could still manage a smile. "Nian Yan, I haven't heard this music before, it's quite interesting." Unfortunately, heavy metal's impact was too strong. Qin Yan only saw Madame Chu's lips move, but he also noticed the forced smile on her face, and his feelings were a little complicated. I couldn't help but marvel at how tolerant Madame Chu was of Qin Yan. "This light being on is worse than off," the servant muttered, mustering courage to flip the switch. Seeing Qin Yan didn't explode, he breathed a sigh of relief. A dark room was hardly a place for conversation. Qin Yan silently followed Madame Chu out of the chamber. Suddenly seeing the light outside, Qin Yan squinted in slight discomfort, and a few instinctive tears welled up and fell. He wiped his tears with his hand. Just after lowering it, he met Madame Chu's worried gaze. Madame Chu felt heartache. "Why are you crying again?" "Nian Nian, what I said before was just in anger, don't be upset." Qin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Madame Chu was still essentially a stranger to him. He held it in for a long time, his face flushed, and managed to squeeze out only, "I didn't cry." Madame Chu thought he was shy and found the little son adorable. She really was cute. She had rarely seen Qin Yan wearing a simple white t-shirt like that, and there was none of that messy makeup on his face. His little curls drooped obediently, unconsciously reminding her of Qin Yan when he was a child. She used to feel Qin Yan was becoming less and less like her close friend, but now that he wasn't doing all that mess, Madame Chu realized he still resembled him a lot. Qin Yan looked very much like his mother. Only those fawn-like eyes weren't quite the same. Qin Yan's mother wouldn't show that kind of look. That look, however, was like the one Qin Yan used to have as a child. Lady Chu, thinking of her, thought of her close friend and couldn't help feeling a little sad. She used the motion of lowering her head to secretly wipe away a tear. When she looked up again, she was once more the gentle Lady Chu. She liked Qin Yan's current appearance more and more. It was as if Qin Yan had become that obedient child from her childhood. Lady Chu couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Nian Yan still looks best like this." After she spoke, she realized that every time she told Qin Yan not to dress the way she used to, the other would get angry. Because Qin Yan now looked perfectly normal, she had forgotten for a moment and just said it without thinking. After speaking, Madame Chu realized she had said the wrong thing. Her expression stiffened for a moment and she hurriedly added, "Of course, Auntie isn't controlling your choice of clothes. The way you used to dress was very nice too, as long as you're happy." Qin Yan didn't know what Madame Chu was thinking. First, after being complimented, he felt a little shy and hadn't come to his senses yet. Then he heard Madame Chu rush out that many words. Qin Yan looked at her nervously, not knowing how to respond. As for imitating the old Qin Yan, he simply couldn't do it. Social anxiety seemed like an illness that made him unable to speak. He didn't have the courage to say anything. Madame Chu saw that Qin Yan didn't look angry and breathed a sigh of relief, but then she looked at him with concern. "Nian Nian." From the moment it started, she seemed not to have heard Qin Yan speak. Qin Yan's nerves immediately tightened. He gave a dazed Madame Chu saw him stunned and a little cute, and couldn't help but smile. "What's this? Not awake yet?" Qin Yan shook his head and whispered, "No." Madame Chu nodded, hesitated for a moment, tentatively took Qin Yan's hand, and seeing that he didn't struggle, she said softly, "Nian Nian, Auntie knows you're not a bad child. That Li family fellow is no good. You hitting him with a stool wasn't your fault." Qin Yan. This boundless indulgence made Qin Yan suddenly feel that the original owner being so lawless wasn't so surprising after all. Just then, feeling a hand ruffle his hair, Qin Yan, like a small animal, cautiously looked at Madame Chu, and saw her smiling at him. "Qin Yan, ? Why does he feel like someone touched his head? Must be imagining it, right?" Madame Chu had just been looking at Qin Yan's cute little curls and couldn't resist. Her hand itched, so she reached out to give them a pat. Remembering that Qin Yan disliked people touching his head, she quickly withdrew her hand. But that fuzzy texture was indeed pleasant to touch, and combined with Qin Yan's recently animal-like expression, Madame Chu found him even more adorable. When Qin Yan was little he was always this well-behaved. Later, if only he could always stay like this. Madame Chu continued, "Anyway, it's not your fault. Don't take those things Auntie said to heart. You will always be Auntie's treasure." Qin Yan turned red at Madame Chu's words, while an uncontrollable warmth spread through him. He had no parents growing up and was raised in an orphanage. What he envied most was other children being able to act spoiled with their parents without restraint. He was like a little mouse, peering at other people's happiness, yet knowing that that happiness was not something he would ever have. He was born without parents. Although he was only fostered by the Chu family now, Madame Chu truly treated him like her own son. Qin Yan's eyes stung slightly. He blinked. Madame Chu was exactly the mother he had imagined, and now that the fantasy had become reality, he couldn't suppress the flutter in his heart. He wanted to reach out a small tentacle and gently touch everything that had once been out of his reach. He looked at Madame Chu, his heart racing. He pressed his lips together for a long time before timidly saying in a very small voice, "Auntie." Madame Chu responded happily. To her, this meant her youngest son had reconciled with her. "Are you hungry? The nanny should have the meal ready. Your uncle will be back soon, we'll eat right away." Qin Yan's recently relaxed mood tightened again. This meant he was about to meet another stranger. But this feeling of being cherished was really nice, and Qin Yan obediently nodded. When Chu Jin returned, he spotted at a glance a little child with curly hair sitting obediently on his sofa, holding a cup of water and taking small sips. The little look made him seem impossibly well-behaved. Chu Zhenxin said, "When did my family ever have such a well-behaved child? I don't even know whose child this is, looks about the same age as his youngest son." Thinking of his youngest son made Chu Zhen's head throb. If that child were as obedient as this one, he could wake up laughing even in his dreams. While thinking, Chu Zhen handed his coat to the housekeeper, and seeing Madame Chu, he called out loudly, "Xiaoman. Whose child is this?" Qi Nian heard the commotion and tentatively lifted his eyes to look at Chu Zhen. Hearing Chu Zhen's words, Qi Nian's eyes showed a few moments of bewilderment. Judging by the other's manner, it seemed like he should be Mr. Chu's husband. He had thought the man was his uncle, but it wasn't. Both of them were puzzled. Madame Chu, who was Ning Min, gave Chu Zhen an admonishing look. "What are you talking about? This is our Nian Nian." Chu Zhen. "No, you're telling me this is that son who always wears dreadlocks, smokes and smeared makeup, and rivet-studded leather jackets. But looking closely, the brows and eyes really are quite similar." Chu Zhen felt a bit awkward, and at the same time curiously looked at Qi Nian, wondering if his wife was teasing him. He probed, "Nian Nian." Qi Nian withdrew slightly. Under Ning Min's expectant gaze, she said softly, "Uncle." Chu Zhen sucked in a breath, pulled Ning Min aside, and in a furtive whisper asked, "I was only away for a day, did you send that brat to one of those transformation camp things?" Ning Min. She looked at Chu Zhen speechlessly, while feeling a bit pleased about Qi Nian's change. That was Nian Nian coming to her own understanding, otherwise sending her anywhere would have been useless. "Ning Min, have you forgotten? Nian Nian used to be this obedient." Chu Zhen, in a daze, recalled that seemingly distant memory. After that memory was brought up, the Qi Nian within it gradually overlapped with who she is now. At that time Qi Nian was very young, but surprisingly similar to how he is now. Chu Zhen was silent for a moment, then sighed, "This child still cares about you." There was a touch of sourness in his tone. Thinking back, whenever Qi Nian caused trouble before, Chu Zhen scolded him and hit him, yet he never changed. But this time it was different. This time Ning Min also snapped, and in a moment of impulse directly said, "I don't acknowledge this child Qi Nian." Of course, that was obviously said in anger. Not to mention Ning Min had been entrusted by her close friend, she couldn't possibly ignore this child. After raising him for so many years, she already considered him her own. How could she so easily say she'd ignore him and then actually ignore him? She didn't expect Qi Nian to take that to heart and suddenly become so obedient. Chu Zhen thought so, and Ning Min clearly thought so too. A few traces of regret appeared in her eyes, and she softened. This child, despite how he used to be, still cared about her deep down. Ning Min glanced at Chu Zhen with pride and placated him perfunctorily. "Nian Nian cares about you a lot too." The two of them whispered for a while, and Qi Nian obediently sat on the sofa, looking small and compact, his little curls sticking up like a well-behaved little lamb. Ning Minqin melted, patting Chu Zhen, "Hurry up and eat." Throughout the meal, Qi Nian was overwhelmed by being doted on. Ning Minqin kept serving him food. Qi Nian had never received such treatment. When he was little he was too busy snatching food, and if he couldn't get any he went hungry. Who would care about him? He never experienced it later when he grew up either. Qi Nian wasn't picky, he ate whatever Ning Min served him. Later, Chu Zhen cleared his throat and picked a dish for him, saying, "Eating only meat is greasy." Qi Nian suddenly felt his eyes sting a little and obediently ate the food. After the meal, Qi Nian went back to his room to rest. He reached out to turn on the light, then remembered the multicolored light globe inside, quickly withdrew his hand, and silently turned on his phone's flashlight. He didn't have the courage to ask anyone to change the light, so he'd use his phone's light. Qi Nian, guided by the faint light, groped to open the wardrobe, and was startled by what was inside, a row of various leather clothes. He searched stubbornly for a long time and finally found a set of clothes in the corner that were fairly normal, which he changed into and used as pajamas. After washing up outside, Qi Nian lay down on the soft big bed, completely different from the hard board bed he used to sleep on, and he couldn't help but feel relieved inwardly that at least this bed was more normal. The soft big bed easily induced drowsiness, but Qi Nian wasn't very sleepy. When he first discovered he had transmigrated, he couldn't accept reality. Now he had resigned himself to fate, thinking he might really be unable to return. Perhaps because of Ning Min and Chu Zhen, Qi Nian suddenly found it wasn't as hard for him to accept. So, it was better for him to figure some things out now, whatever they were, it was better than knowing nothing. Moreover, Qin Yan discovered one thing: just after accepting the fact that he had transmigrated into a book and couldn't go back, his head suddenly filled with a lot more information. Many names he didn't recognize, and without exception there were a lot of gossip attached to those names. Qin Yan was momentarily embarrassed. Others who transmigrated got golden abilities, so why was the thing he acquired from transmigrating so strange? Could it be because he loves gossip? Qin Yan admitted that gossip was entertaining, but he didn't know any of these people. The gossip of strangers was somewhat interesting, but it lacked that shock of, "I can't believe he would do that," so it got a bit boring. Feeling like these rumors were useless, Qin Yan was too lazy to think about them. He opened his phone to see if there was any useful information, and what greeted him was a photo of a man with black painted lips, dreadlocks, smoky eye makeup, and a leather jacket. And, why did this man look so familiar? Qin Yan's lips trembled. Wasn't that him? Toto tapping.jpg. Qin Yan quickly changed to a cat wallpaper, closed his eyes peacefully, and decided to deal with it tomorrow. Let him calm down for a while. As sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, Qin Yan squinted drowsily and got out of bed. His mind hadn't fully woken up yet. He painfully prepared to wash up and go to work. When he pushed the door open, his head went blank for a moment. How had his home become so luxurious? Before he could think it through, he saw a man in a suit walking upstairs. The man's broad shoulders, narrow back, and long legs were especially striking. When Qin Yan saw his face clearly, he was completely stunned. He had never seen anyone so handsome. Qin Yan met the other's fierce gaze, instinctively stepped back a pace, lowered his head, his little face flushed as his thoughts scattered. Hee, what's this? Handsome. Kiss. What's this? Handsome. Kiss. What's this? Handsome. Kiss. Chu Rongshi frowned, ? Who is this? Also, he didn't seem to see the person's mouth move, so, where is this voice coming from? Chapter 2 You frame people. Chu Rongshi frowned, his gaze settling on Qin Yan as he pondered the source of those sounds. However, Qin Yan had no idea why Chu Rongshi was staring at him. The other man's presence was powerful. Even a neutral appraisal made this little social phobic wish he could shrink away somewhere. In fact, he did take a few steps back until his spine hit the wall, like a frightened little lamb, looking at Chu Rongshi with timid eyes. Although, that person was extremely handsome, it didn't mean Qin Yan wasn't afraid. To someone with social anxiety, every breathing human is terrifying. Of course, not breathing is even more terrifying. Fortunately, Ning Min's voice came from not far away. When she saw Chu Rong, she came back over, a little happy. When she noticed Qin Yan across from him, she nearly wanted to hide in the wall. Pitiful doesn't begin to cover it. Rongshi? What are you talking to Nian Yan about? Ning Min broke the tense air between the two. Nian Yan. Qin Yan. Chu Rongshi's gaze fell on a face that bore no resemblance to the Qin Yan he remembered, and he half wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. Of course, the reason he didn't think they looked alike might be because Chu Rongshi used to be too lazy to even glance at Qin Yan. And it wasn't just Chu Rongshi who was surprised. Qin Yan was even more shocked. Rongshi? Chu Rongshi? Aren't those people my big brother? Chu Rongshi heard the familiar voice again and confirmed that Qin Yan hadn't spoken. He turned to look at his mother, who also had her mouth agape, staring at Qin Yan in utter shock. So, it wasn't his imagination. However, thinking about what Qin Yan had just said, Chu Rongshi almost laughed in anger. He glanced at Qin Yan calmly. The latter immediately felt his face tighten, his fingers clenching together, and he murmured, "Brother." Chu Rongshi's expression remained unchanged. He simply responded with a cool, He looks a lot more pleasant now than before. After Chu Rong left, Qin Yan exhaled and relaxed. This big brother is a little terrifying. Ning Min was quite happy that his elder son was willing to pay attention to his younger son. Although the two still seemed unfamiliar with each other, they could take it slow. He remembered when they were little, the eldest and youngest were closest, only later did the younger son's personality change drastically. Ning Min walked over and patted Qin Yan, who was still dazed, and said softly, "Aren't you hungry?" Qin Yan reflexively shook his head, but of all times, just as he did, his stomach emitted a small gurgle. His fair face immediately flushed bright red. He hurriedly covered his uncooperative stomach and looked at Ning Min with embarrassment. Fortunately Ning Min only smiled and said, "Go wash up quickly, it's time to eat. Don't keep your uncle and brother waiting too long. Qi Nian immediately thought of Chu Rongsher's stern face. How could he possibly make him wait? He hurriedly nodded and jogged to the bathroom to wash up. There were, of course, several bathrooms in the house. Qi Nian went to the nearest one on the third floor, and as soon as he entered he saw that tall figure in a suit, head bowed, washing his hands. Those cold, sharp eyes were obscured, giving him an air of mysterious inscrutability. Qi Nian immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to go in, watching Chu Mo cautiously, thinking to himself, so handsome, but so fierce. Just then, the man turned off the faucet, pulled out a tissue beside him, and leisurely wiped his hands while looking in his direction. Qi Nian felt his legs go weak from being stared at. Brother. Chu Rongsher's gaze fell on that timid face. He said nothing, only nodded, and left the restroom. Qi Nian exhaled and hurried in to wash up at top speed. He rushed down, and by the time he arrived, a sumptuous breakfast had already been laid out on the table. The aroma in the air made Qi Nian involuntarily swallow. He used to just throw together breakfast, sometimes he was so rushed for work he couldn't even bother to eat. He had never thought breakfast could taste this good. When Ning Min told him to hurry and sit, Qi Nian obediently sat at the dining table. After Chu Zhen picked up a crab roe soup dumpling, Qi Nian cautiously picked the shrimp dumpling closest to him. Although he really wanted the crab roe soup dumpling, it was a bit far, so Qi Nian chose the shrimp dumpling that was nearer. The shrimp dumpling was very tasty too. He stuffed them into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out from eating. Just as he was happily eating, Ning Min suddenly laughed. Nian Nian eats like a little lamb. Qi Nian didn't expect to be singled out and instinctively stopped, looking up with wide, round eyes and puffed cheeks. He did indeed look like a lamb nibbling on fresh tender grass. Chu Rongsher followed the gaze and suddenly remembered a fragment from childhood, frowning. It's hard to imagine that such an adorable child could change so much in personality. Now like this, is it an act? He didn't think Qi Nian had that kind of acting skill. Qi Nian had mentioned Ning Min casually. He narrowed his eyes and gave the other a smile, then continued lowering his head to eat the shrimp dumpling. He finished an entire plate of shrimp dumplings. Seeing that he liked them, Ning Min had the nanny make another plate. By then Qi Nian's stomach was a bit full, but he didn't know how to refuse and forcefully finished the new plate down to the last piece. Fortunately Ning Min thought 2 plates were plenty and didn't ask the maid to make more, otherwise Qi Nian really wouldn't have known what to do. He never expected that one day he'd be able to eat shrimp dumplings until he was stuffed. What a sweet problem to have. After dinner, everyone at home went off to their own things, and Qi Nian returned to his room. He drew back the curtains, sunlight poured in unimpeded, and now he could clearly see the room in full. Posters plastered all over the walls, a huge speaker, yesterday's heavy metal must have come from this, and that dazzling disco ball hanging from the ceiling. Qi Nian had a bit of a headache. What should she do with all this stuff? Forget it, she'll leave it like this for now. Qi Nian hesitated, opened WeChat, wanting to see if the original owner had any friends or contacts, otherwise it would be awkward if she ran into someone she didn't know. Just then, as soon as she opened her phone, a call came in. Qi Nian was startled and quickly tossed the phone aside. He watched the phone vibrate helplessly. Kino's social anxiety kicked in, and he didn't dare to open it. Fortunately the phone finally stopped ringing, and Qi Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he reached for the phone, it started ringing again. This time Qi Nian at least didn't throw the phone. He held it and tried to psych himself up. He finally mustered the courage to answer, but his hand slipped and he accidentally pressed hang up. Qi Nian. He waited a long time, and when no call came through, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No call came after that. It probably wasn't anything important, right? With that thought, Qi Nian happily put the matter out of his mind, turned his phone to silent, and then got up to check the wardrobe. It was too dark yesterday. There might be other clothes, right? He couldn't keep wearing just these 2 pieces forever, could he? However, the wardrobe full of leather jackets finally shattered Qi Nian's last illusion. Qi Nian sighed, thinking that she could still go to the school dorm to take a look. Maybe the original owner behaved more restrained at school and wore normal clothes. Adhering to a frugal mindset, Qi Nian's first reaction was definitely not to buy clothes. With this in mind, Qi Nian told Ning Min that she was going to school. The school only just started summer break these past 2 days. There should still be people in the dorms who haven't gone home yet. I need to hurry and check. Now he wasn't as nervous facing Ning Min. at least he could take the initiative to speak. When Ning Min heard he was going out, she felt a pang of worry, afraid he'd revert to his old self. But seeing Qi Nian still cleanly dressed with an obedient look, she breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead. Do you want the driver to take you? Qi Nian quickly shook his head. If the driver took him, he'd inevitably have to talk to them, so he'd rather take the bus or the subway. Ning Min didn't know what he was thinking and told him to be careful on the road. Qi Nian obediently nodded, then checked the map to see which bus to take. After leaving the villa district, he waited for the bus by the roadside. This place was a bit far from Jing University. Qi Nian hadn't expected that the original person was actually quite impressive, managing to get into Jing University. What he didn't know was that before the college entrance exam, the original Qi Nian's only fear was Chu Rong, who kept forcing him to take non-stop tutoring, and in the end he only scraped into Jing University with a barely passing score. But it wasn't a good major. Qi Nian rode the bus all the way, feeling dizzy. He finally reached the school gate and rummaged through his bag for his student card, ready to swipe in. However, a shocked voice suddenly called out from not far away, Qi Nian. Qi Nian instinctively looked up and saw a short, chubby boy staring at him with a doubtful expression, as if he wasn't quite sure it was him. After Qi Nian looked up, the short, chubby boy finally confirmed, "Is it really you?" Qi Nian took a step back silently, not just because he was socially anxious, but also because the man's gaze looked unfriendly. The short, chubby boy was named Han Jia, one of the original owner's cronies, though of course he had been using the original owner all along, treating him like an ATM. He had always looked down on Qi Nian, thinking that if it weren't for the latter's luck in being raised by the Chu family as if he were their own son, what was he? Stupid as hell, always courting disaster. He almost didn't recognize Qi Nian when he saw him just now. After all, Qi Nian always dressed so garishly it hurt the eyes, but Han Jia had sharp eyes and noticed the student ID in Qi Nian's hand, on which the name was written, so even if he didn't fully believe it, he still tentatively called out to him. Unexpectedly, it really was Qi Nian. A flash of jealousy passed through Han Jia's eyes. Even though he mentally belittled Qi Nian as worthless, looking at Qi Nian without the usual heavy makeup and smudging, he had to admit Qi Nian looked good, indeed, very good. Han Jia was always very concerned about his own appearance. He was short and chubby, with a pair of eyes that always gave off a sleazy, greasy look, so girls almost all kept their distance from him. But Han Jia never wasted energy inwardly, he chose to expend it outwardly. He hated all the good-looking boys, thinking that besides their looks they were worthless. He despised all the girls who cared about appearances, considering such girls shallow. In this regard, he had already become a bit mentally twisted, so when he saw that Qi Nian no longer looked as particularly ugly as before, he immediately erupted. He looked at Qi Nian with contempt, as if the other was hideously ugly, and said in a disgusted tone, "Qi Nian, you dare come out looking like that? All girly and squeaky, really disgusting." Han Jia, hey, why aren't you answering? Why did you hang up when I called just now? I'm just saying, apart from me being willing to play with you, who do you think would want to pay attention to you? Do you really think you're the son of the Chu family? Qi Nian was relieved that he had accidentally hung up the call, but he was so socially anxious that, faced with the aggressive Han Jia, he really didn't know how to speak. But the moment he saw Han Jia, a flood of information about him suddenly surged through his mind. After seeing the contents, Qi Nian was immediately shocked. This Han Jia is so disgusting. Because he's ugly, he especially dislikes good-looking people. Could he be causing me trouble for that reason? Right now people were coming and going at the school gate. College students love a spectacle, and when they saw something fun here, one by one they craned their necks and crowded over. Then they happened to hear Qi Nian's mutter. The group glanced at Han Jia, then at Qi Nian, and felt what he said wasn't without reason. Qi Nian really was good-looking, his small face was exceptionally delicate, already eye-catching in the crowd, and now set off by Han Jia, he looked positively like a celestial beauty. The others immediately tilted the scales in their hearts toward Qi Nian. Han Jia of course heard Qi Nian's words too, a hidden place in his heart was struck, and his whole face flushed bright red. What the hell, Qi Nian used to be brainless, when mocked he'd just freak out and was easy to deal with, how is he so calm now? And he definitely didn't see Qi Nian's lips move. Just as Han Jia couldn't figure it out, he heard Qi Nian speak again. I didn't expect him to be this perverted. Because a guy in the same dorm was good-looking, he actually framed that guy for stealing. Now that guy is being forced to drop out. Oh, let me see what that guy's name is. Lu Zhe. He's especially good at studying, so pitiful. What are you talking about? Han Jie's face changed drastically. He tried to stop Qin Yan from continuing, but he was too hasty. There happened to be a step between him and Qin Yan, and Han Jie, careless, tripped over it. With a bang, a sound rang out, accompanied by Han Jie's agonized scream and Qin Yan's bewildered gaze. Qin Yan, ? What's going on? Chapter 3 You've been cheated on. On the black Lincoln's back seat, Chu Rongshi was listening to his assistant report on work progress when his phone vibrated beside him. Chu Rongshi glanced at the caller, picked up his phone. Sorry, I'll take this call. The call connected, and Ning Min's anxious voice came through the receiver. Rongshi, Nian is in trouble again. She's at the First People's Hospital right now. I'm too far away, please go and see how she is. Chu Rongshi, okay, don't worry, I'm coming right now. After hanging up, Chu Rongshi told the driver to head to the First People's Hospital. He didn't say anything else during the drive, but his assistant keenly noticed that Chu Rongshi was in a very bad mood. He had just vaguely overheard some of the conversation on his boss's call. It seemed the boss's younger brother had gotten himself into trouble again. But the assistant found it odd. The boss had encountered this kind of situation while working before, yet he was either used to it or simply treated Qin Yan like a mess he had to tolerate. The only reason he bothered was to avoid worrying their mother. So the boss never showed any extra emotion. Why was it different this time? Why so upset? The assistant couldn't quite make sense of it, but he figured Qin Yan was in for a rough time, and didn't deserve much sympathy either, always stirring up trouble every few days. If it were his brother, he'd break the other guy's legs for sure. Chu Rongshi thought about what he'd seen that morning, that face resembling the obedient child from years ago, and his expression darkened even further. Parent Han Jie, please calm down. The young counselor said, exasperated, trying to soothe the agitated woman. The woman was formerly Han Jie's mother. She had a face similar to Han Jie's and the same sharp, bitter attitude. She was dressed in designer clothes, wearing an expression of utter contempt. The short, chubby body tried to push past the counselor and repeatedly hurled insults at Qin Yan. When Mrs. Han heard the counselor, she gave the other woman a disdainful look. How do you expect me to stay calm? Let me tell you, young lady, you're my son's teacher, right? Look at what my son has become, and you're still taking sides here. I'm not saying this just to be mean. You're too young. Wait until you have children of your own, then you'll understand how I feel now. The counselor wiped the spit from her face and explained again, Mrs. Han, I'm not taking sides. Your son fell by himself, this isn't the fault of Qin Yan. You still say you weren't taking his side. Mrs. Han clicked her high heels, hands on her hips, hopping like a plump spring. My son's a grown man, how could he just fall on his own? Look at what you did to him. Do you take me for a fool? Han Jie sat in a chair with white gauze wrapped around his forehead, his face a bit pale. For some reason, he hadn't said much from start to finish. The way he looked at Qin Yan carried a mix of resentment and unease. Qin Yan stood behind the counselor, head bowed and silent, his curled hair listlessly hanging down. He had always been good-looking, and like this he was even more pitiable. Like a little lamb that had been bullied. A nurse who couldn't stand it came over to warn Mrs. Han, ma'am, this is a hospital and there are other patients here. Please calm down. Mrs. Han, who doesn't acknowledge anyone once she's married, pointed at the nurse and said, are you bored or something? Go take care of my son, haven't you seen what state he's in? You're so irresponsible. Be careful or I'll file a complaint. The nurse hadn't expected such unreasonable behavior, her face flushed with anger, but she said nothing and turned to leave. The counselor stood nearby with a headache. Although Qin Yan often liked to cause trouble, she knew when something had gone wrong and assumed it was the other party's fault. But in the end it became clear that it wasn't Qin Yan's fault at all, it was entirely Han Jie's problem. But as soon as Han's mother arrived, she started shouting without distinguishing right from wrong. She'd never seen anyone so unreasonable. The counselor was still young, still a grad student actually, and was close to tears from the whole thing. Then, when she wasn't paying attention, Han's mother shoved her again. Though tall, the counselor was thin, and that push sent her stumbling backward. A pair of hands suddenly caught her arms. When the counselor turned her head, it was Qin Yan. Qin Yan only steadied her for a moment, then immediately let go. He looked at the fiercely combative Ms. Han and, without hesitation, stepped in front of the counselor. After holding it in for a long time, he finally stammered, why are you still hitting? This is wrong. The counselor hurried forward, wanting to continue persuading Ms. Han. After all, this was her student, she couldn't ignore it. Ms. Han sneered, the flesh on her face twitching as she said, if you don't want me to get physical, then go apologize to my son, a 90-degree bow. When Chu Rongshi arrived, he heard Mrs. Han's sharp, spiteful voice from afar. He walked over and immediately saw Qi Nian, straining her head up, her face flushed. She clenched her fists tight, pressed her lips together, and looked at the person across from her with a stubborn expression, very much like a little lamb facing a wolf. Mrs. Han, seeing Qi Nian remain silent, wanted to scold her further, when a cold voice came from the side, apologize? Aren't you rushing things a bit? Mrs. Han instinctively turned her head and saw a man in a couture suit whose presence was so powerful it was almost intimidating. Behind him stood an elite man wearing glasses. Mrs. Han's voice instantly weakened a lot. Who are you? Chu Rongshi walked toward Qi Nian. Mrs. Han instinctively took a step back, watching the man stand in front of Qi Nian in an obvious protective stance. I'm Qi Nian's brother. I heard what you just said. If your son's injury was indeed caused by my brother, of course I'll make him apologize and give you satisfactory compensation. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but let a smile appear on Mrs. Han's face, then his tone suddenly grew heavier. But if it wasn't his fault, how will you make amends for the harm done to a newly adult child whom you frightened with your aggressive attitude? What if his mental state is affected because of this? Can you take responsibility? Qi Nian froze a little when Chu Rongshi appeared. Seeing the man stand directly in front of him to protect him left him somewhat stunned. He had never been protected like this before. At this moment Qi Nian suddenly felt that Chu Rongshi wasn't scary at all. He blinked, trying to stop himself from breaking down. A counselor beside them murmured soothing words, sheltered by Chu Rongshi. Qi Nian secretly looked over at Mom Han. Then she curled her lip. She definitely doesn't know where her husband is right now, does she? Mom Han had been about to defend herself, but upon hearing Qi Nian's words she instinctively thought, my husband went out to negotiate a big deal, where else could he be? Chu Rongshi paused for a moment, thinking of how Qi Nian hadn't spoken before, then heard the other's voice. Qi Nian began asking and answering himself, her husband is seeing someone again recently, let me see, oh it should already be the 6th, he's at XX Hotel Room 203. Instead of rushing to catch him cheating, she's here making things difficult for a kid who just became an adult, ahem. That's what my brother said, and it's really not my fault. Her son is so vicious, trying to frame others, that Lu Zhe seems about to jump off a building, he's writing a suicide note, why is he so hopeless, but maybe it's still not too late to stop him if we go now. Hearing him speak so clearly, Han's mother, exclamation point. Counselor. Lu Zhe is my student too. Chu Rongshi watched the two people who had run off in a fluster, then turned to Qi Nian, who still stared with a pair of innocent deer-like eyes, as if he didn't understand what he'd said. Seeing Chu Rongshi look at him, Qi Nian inevitably became nervous again, but thinking of how the other had defended him just now, he mustered his courage. Brother, thank you. Chu Rongshi glanced at his flushed little face, looked away, and still only gave a faint, Chapter 4 Don't You Dare Die. Qi Nian walked with small quick steps, following beside Chu Rongshi, her deer-like eyes occasionally glancing cautiously at his profile. He had a pair of perfect phoenix eyes, the outer corners smooth and slightly upturned. When those eyes showed little emotion, they appeared cold and merciless, giving off an aloofness that made people reluctant to approach. Qi Nian bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to speak, brother, I. Halfway through, those indifferent eyes turned to look, Qi Nian's mind went blank, the words stuck in her throat and wouldn't come out for a long time. Luckily, Chu Rongshi only glanced at him before looking away. Going to school? Qi Nian's beautiful deer-like eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. I want to. Chu Rongshi didn't say anything more, just tossed out, follow me. Qi Nian immediately hurried to catch up. Watching the other's figure, more perfect than a model's, he suddenly felt that his brother might not be as fierce as he had imagined. Moreover, he was just that impressive, with only a few words he silenced the domineering Mrs. Han into speechlessness. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to say those things. So happy, yet a little fearful, could he really have a brother like this? Qi Nian followed Chu Rong in silence all the way and sat in the back seat with him. Qi Nian glanced stealthily at Chu Rongshi beside him, feeling anxious about whether he should find something to talk about, but he didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Chu Rongshi seemed very busy. Before Qi Nian could dwell on it, he saw him busy replying to messages. Looks like there's no need to find a topic. Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at the scenery outside the window. I wonder how Lu Zhe is doing. Although he didn't know the other person, and he might have been better off not knowing, upon learning what had happened to him Qin Yan still wanted to go take a look, wondering if he could help. At the school, on the roof of the boys' dormitory, many students usually hang quilts and clothes to dry here, so the door from the dormitory to the roof wasn't locked and could be accessed directly. The summer break had just begun and many students hadn't left yet, so when they saw someone standing on the roof, the students below immediately noticed. Lu Zhe stood numbly at the edge of the rooftop, looking down. He had never realized 6 stories could be so high it seemed like an abyss. As if realizing that falling would shatter him to pieces, the numbness on his face finally showed a trace of fear, and he took a slight step back. This time, unlike any of his previous decisions, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He hoped someone would reach out and pull him back. Noisy footsteps came from behind, and a flicker of hope appeared in Lu Zhe's dazed eyes as he turned to look at the approaching people, the dorm supervisor and classmates he both knew and didn't know. The dorm supervisor's face went pale with fright. She comforted Lu Zhe with unparalleled gentleness, urging him not to act rashly. Child, there's no problem you can't get past. You, listen to Auntie, come down, if someone has wronged you, tell Auntie. A painful expression flickered across Lu Zhe's numb face. This was the only consolation he'd received in so long. His eyes were bloodshot, tears welling up as he uttered a pained wail. They don't believe me at all. I didn't take their things, I didn't. Why don't they believe me? If I jump off, will they finally believe me? Just then, a few boys muttered under their breath. TCH, if he stole it then he stole it, stop whining and making a scene. If you've got the guts, then jump. You really think he'd dare jump? He's just trying to scare us. Lu Zhe suddenly shouted, fine, then I'll jump to show you. Dorm supervisor Auntie, child, calm down. Lu Zhe kept murmuring as if he couldn't hear her, his mouth moving non-stop. No one believes me, why does no one believe me? He stared at the abyss before him, with only one thought in his mind, jump, if I jump they'll believe me. Yes, as long as I jump it'll be fine, everything will be peaceful, those taunts and insults will vanish. Lu Zhe closed his eyes as if seeking relief. Just as he was about to lift his foot, a familiar voice called out, Lu Zhe. Don't jump. It was as if he had been pulled back to reality. He snapped his eyes open and looked behind him. He saw the counselor with messy hair and a head full of sweat. In his memory the counselor was always so well put together and had never looked so disheveled. Lu Zhe's thoughts wandered. He said softly, Teacher Zhang, don't stop me, there's no point. Teacher Zhang exhaled a breath, full of anger. She was furious at Han Jie for wrongly accusing a student. She knew Lu Zhe's family situation, a poor student who had, through his own effort, been admitted to Jing University. He usually took on part-time jobs outside to earn his tuition. Even in such circumstances, he still managed to receive a scholarship. What an outstanding student. In my memory, he had never shown any hint of insecurity, but after only a few days apart, he had been tormented into this state. Teacher Zhang thought of this and couldn't help but cry. Choking on her sobs she said, LVZ, you still have a bright future ahead of you. Listen to me, come down first. LVZ looked at Teacher Zhang, her delicate makeup smeared by tears, and for a moment was moved. Amid the gasps of the people around them, he sat down at the edge of the high building. For some reason, the abyss that had terrified him a moment ago no longer seemed so dreadful. Perhaps he knew that sooner or later it would become his home. But facing Teacher Zhang, he suddenly felt like saying something more. Lu Zhe propped himself up with his hands, looked at the blinding sunlight in the distance, and suddenly smiled. He said loudly, Teacher Zhang, do you know? I never thought being poor was wrong. Lu Zhe, I was born starting from a different point than them, but I still hoped one day to change all that. They say poverty means ignorance, but I want to tell them I'm never any worse than them. Ignorance has always been their stereotype. As he spoke, Lu Zhe's eyes brightened, his voice returning to that confident young man. I finally did it. I got into Jing University, but everything was completely different from what I imagined. My efforts seemed to change nothing. Lu Zhe's expression grew bewildered. Just a few days ago, I suddenly felt that being poor is like original sin. Because they're poor, that single reason is enough for them to believe I'll steal. No matter how much I protest, I wish I could open my stomach and let them see how many bowls of noodles I've actually eaten. I believe you. Teacher Zhang was already near tears. I believe you, come down now, I know you didn't do those things. Lu Zhe looked at Teacher Zhang in some surprise, then he smiled. Teacher, thank you for believing me, for letting me know that at least someone believes me. But it's useless. Lu Zhe murmured. I have no way. Lu Zhe lowered his head and looked down at the base of the tall building. Firefighters had already arrived and were laying out an air cushion below. He blinked, there's no time. No. Calm down, don't jump. Lu Zhe. I can prove it, a voice came from afar. Lu Zhe spun around, looking back. It was a curly-haired youth, whether from heat or anxiety his face was flushed, and he stared at him with a desperate look. Lu Zhe shook his head. Who are you? You're lying to me. Qi Nian hurriedly said, no. I'm not lying. I know it was Han Jie, framing you for stealing. Lu Zhe heard his words and his eyes brightened again, really? Bring him over, let him explain to everyone. Qi Nian frowned, he thought it unlikely that Han Jie would come over and obediently explain. Seeing him fall silent, the light in Lu Zhe's eyes dimmed bit by bit. Just then, Qi Nian hurriedly said, there is someone who can prove it, Lin Han. He's Han Jie's friend, he knows Han Jie's plan. Teacher Zhang looked around, Lin Han was just here, I'll go find him now. Lu Zhe, good. Let him come over, let him tell everyone that I didn't steal anything, I'm not a thief. Qi Nian saw Lu Zhe calm down, slowly exhaled, his legs a little weak, he didn't know if it was from running all the way here or something else. Maybe it was from saying so much in front of so many people, he hadn't felt it in the rush earlier, but now belatedly he was a bit nervous. He staggered. Chu Rongshi's assistant reached out to steady him, but unexpectedly a hand had already beaten them to it and grabbed Qi Nian's arm. The assistant looked at Chu Rong in surprise, the latter's expression remained indifferent, but noticing his gaze, he glanced at him coldly, and the assistant immediately obediently withdrew his eyes. No one dared provoke Lu Zhe now, the scene was somewhat quiet. Soon, several firefighters carried over a panicked-looking boy. Lu Zhe's eyes were sharp, he immediately called out loudly, Lin Han. Seeing so many people, Lin Han's face showed guilt, he knew he couldn't avoid it. He had just come over and was startled to find Lu Zhe about to jump, after all, he knew the truth. So he ran away. Now, under pressing gazes, he bowed his head and obediently said, it was Han Jie who put that watch in your locker. I warned him. But he wouldn't listen, said he wanted to teach you a lesson because he, Chen Yusen, likes you. I even have the chat records here, I really tried to stop him. Chen Yusen is the department beauty, she had long felt affection for Lu Zhe. After hearing this, Lu Zhe ran straight from the edge of the building, grabbed Lin Han by the collar and demanded answers, the two were soon taken downstairs. Qi Nian relaxed completely, and only then noticed someone holding his arm, almost his entire weight was on that person's hand. Qi Nian turned his head and met Chu Rongshi's handsome face. Qi Nian widened his eyes. By the time he reacted, Chu Rongshi had already withdrawn his hand, let's go, downstairs. Qi Nian glanced at the rooftop, now empty, quickly nodded, and hurried to follow. But maybe it was his imagination, this time Chu Rongshi seemed to be walking a little more slowly. Chapter 5 Who's Your Dad? Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Mrs. Han drove straight to the hotel Qi Nian had mentioned. She would rather believe that Qi Nian was deliberately lying to her, but with her husband's recent odd behavior, the scales in her heart began to tip. She decided to go and see for herself, what if it was true. On the way, Mrs. Han received a call from Han Jie. Han Jie obviously still didn't know what had happened, he complained of a headache and asked where his mother had gone. Mrs. Han was already irritable and replied offhandedly, the doctor said it was a mild concussion, just rest and you'll be fine. I have something to do now, so I have to go. After speaking, Han's mother hung up the phone. On the other end, Han Jie stared blankly at the ended call, not understanding what had happened. However, a faint panic stirred in him, he felt as if something was about to occur. What did that Qi Nian actually say? Han Jie soon couldn't afford to think about those things anymore, because he received a message from Lin Han, she had told him about Lu Zhe's intention to jump off the building. No matter how bad Han Jie was, he was still just a college student who hadn't entered society, hearing that the matter might blow up made him uneasy. It wasn't that Han Jie feared Lu Zhe would die, if the other wanted to die, let him, but if the root cause traced back to him, would he be implicated? Han Jie felt restless and didn't know what to do. His injured head throbbed in waves, the pain making him break out in a cold sweat. Then his phone rang again. Han Jie hurried to check it, but this time the sender wasn't Lin Han, it was Chen Yusen. After framing Lu Zhe, Han Jie also told Chen Yusen that Lu Zhe had stolen something. Chen Yusen believed him, because everyone in Han Jie's class knew about it at the time. Chen Yusen distanced herself from Lu Zhe, though she didn't really pay much attention to Han Jie either. Now she was messaging to confront Han Jie, asking why he would do such a thing. Han Jie's face went a little pale. It wasn't that he cared that much about Chen Yusen, she was just one of many good-looking girls and didn't hold much weight in his mind. The reason he framed Lu Zhe, besides jealousy over his looks, was simply that he didn't like the person he fancied liking someone else. What he feared now was that if Chen Yusen already knew the truth, then maybe everyone at school would know. He had always enjoyed others' looks of envy or fear. If those looks turned into contempt, Han Jie couldn't accept it. As if something had occurred to him, he paid no mind to replying to Chen Yusen or to the dull pain in his head and hurriedly opened the school forum. As expected, the posts with the most replies were all discussing this matter. Han Jie opened a post, his chubby face flushed bright red, his gaze seeming ready to breathe fire. The people behind those accounts might once have envied his family background, but now they spat out things like, ugly bastard, ugly people cause trouble, even if you're ugly, you're twisted inside, words that felt like splinters stuck in Han Jie's heart, impossible to pull out, each tug tearing at his flesh and blood. Who do they think they are to say that about him, those paupers? Why the hell? Han Jie grit his teeth, eyes blazing, jabbed the screen hard and replied to them under his real name. Han Jie, you bunch of shit, a pack of paupers, none of you deserve to even tie my shoes. You still have to grovel and kiss my ass. Han Jie, a bunch of stinking bugs, peasants, come on, say it to my face if you've got the guts. I'll make your whole family kneel and beg me. The forum immediately exploded, a dozen voices answering Han Jie. Han Jie instead smiled at this moment. Right, these people would never match him in a lifetime. He was born in Rome, his starting point was something they would never reach in this life. Han Jie leisurely replied to them, finding it as entertaining as walking a dog. A dog might bare its teeth and snarl to intimidate, but it wouldn't dare bite. Once it opened its mouth, a person could easily kill it. He keenly noticed a reply directed at him. So what if your family has some money? Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Han Jie had already lost all reason, there was only one thought in his head, he wanted to make these people kneel before him like dogs and beg. And the only way to make them beg was to make them fear him. Han Jie, of course I can do whatever I want. Do you know who my father is? My dad is Han Jinchi. Go look him up properly, you really think hiding behind a screen lets you act with impunity? I'll tell you, I can still find out who you are. With one word I can get you expelled, get your parents fired. Believe it or not, even if that's the case, you still won't be able to do anything to me. What Han Jie didn't know was that right after he posted that message, someone immediately took a screenshot of it and sent it into a group chat. One of the people replied, werewolf confession. Probably done a lot of shameful things, Han Jinchi, right? He'll soon regret not having smothered him when Han Jie was born. Han Jie had no idea about any of this. Just as he was gleefully tearing into everyone in the post, he got a call from his mother. The moment the call connected, Han Mama's wailing came through, Shao Jie. Your father and I are getting a divorce. Are you with me or with him? Then there came a commotion, and Han Jie faintly heard his father angrily shouting something, he was so anxious his whole head was sweating. Why were his parents suddenly getting a divorce? Although their relationship had never been great, it hadn't reached the point of divorce. And his mother, like that, clearly wasn't just speaking in anger. Han Jie felt momentarily bewildered. He actually vaguely knew about the things his father had done, but Han Jie still chose to keep them hidden. In his view, men were all like that, his father was actually not that bad, at least he hadn't fathered a love child. He didn't mention another point, he was afraid his mother would divorce his father. His father was still young, and after a divorce it was inevitable he would remarry. If he remarried and the new wife happened to have a child, the family's assets would be divided, and it was even possible his father would favor the new child. Just the thought of that possibility made Han Jie determined to hide everything for his father's sake. But now, his mother seemed to know it all. Han Jie didn't want to follow his mother. She had no skills, just a housewife who couldn't do anything. Although she loved him, she spent his father's money, and he knew very clearly she couldn't give him the life he wanted. So he would definitely follow his dad. At this point, Han Jie's mind was unusually clear as he analyzed the pros and cons. He didn't know that even more devastating things were waiting for him. Qi Nian went to the dormitory. He had no idea where his own dorm was, but fortunately the counselor had required nicknames in the group to be dorm number plus name for easy identification, so he still found it. Just now, Chu Rongsher had already gone back to the company to get busy, so only Qi Nian came over. He fished out his key and opened the dorm door. As soon as he entered, he met 3 wary faces. Qi Nian's social anxiety flared up and he almost shut the door and left, but he managed to hold himself back. Just as I was about to say something to break the atmosphere, a burly boy looked at him with a baffled expression. Who are you? How do you have the key to our dorm? Qi Nian. Did I enter the wrong dorm? Fortunately, as the two fell silent, another boy broke the quiet. This is Qi Nian. Qi Nian swore that after this person finished speaking, he saw blatant disbelief in the other 2 men's eyes. The other dark-skinned boy was even more exaggerated. He had been eating rice and now spat it out. Qi Nian. He had no choice but to nod and admit his identity, then said, I'm here to pick up a few things. No one spoke. Qi Nian instead breathed a sigh of relief, ignored the awkward atmosphere, went to the only empty spot, opened the wardrobe door, then closed it with a heavy expression. Before leaving, Qi Nian hesitated for a moment and, out of courtesy, still said, I'm leaving first. After closing the door, muffled voices could be heard from inside. Holy crap, that really was Qi Nian just now. Was I seeing things? Keep your voice down. He actually used to be quite good-looking, why did he? As they walked farther away, Qi Nian could no longer hear the voices, and he felt puzzled. Had the original host worn makeup glued to his face before? How could he not recognize anyone at all? On the way back, he received a call from Ning Min. Qi Nian answered the call a little nervously. He didn't say anything, and immediately Ning Min's worried, concerned voice came through. Nian Nian. How are you? I've already heard from your brother. Someone actually dared to bully our Nian Nian. I don't know where they got the gall. Your brother too, really, he didn't even bring you straight home and went to the company instead. For some reason, Qi Nian wasn't as nervous anymore. He pursed his lips and smiled, his pretty face was full of charming radiance. Auntie, I'm fine. It's already been handled. Brother left only after he'd taken care of it. That's good. Your brother's busy with work, you can scold him but he won't listen. Ning Min sighed and said, You're still my good child. Qi Nian. I have to admit, his aunt's rose-colored glasses are pretty thick. When Ning Min heard that Qi Nian was already on his way back, she felt relieved, reminded him to be careful on the road, and only then hung up. Qi Nian stared at his phone for a while, put it on his chest, and suddenly smiled. Is this what it feels like to have someone care? So happy. Qi Nian was still smiling, even the swaying bus didn't make him feel dizzy. Watching the pedestrians come and go outside the window, his phone suddenly buzzed. Qi Nian hurriedly opened it. It was a message from Ning Min. Ning Min, by the way, your second brother should be back today. The smile on Qi Nian's face immediately froze. He remembered that among the Chu family, the one who disliked the original very most was the second Chu brother. Of course, Chu Rongsher probably didn't like him either. But Chu Rongsher was reserved, even if he disliked Qi Nian, he'd at most ignore him. The second brother was completely different, outgoing, and his dislike for Qi Nian was displayed blatantly. He even once fought with Qi Nian. After winning he got beaten up by Chu Zhen, so second brother Chu grew to dislike Qi Nian all the more. To put it this way, if he met a dog named Qi Nian on the road, he could glare at the dog just because of the name. Thinking of this, Qi Nian sighed worriedly. A news notification popped up on his phone saying, My dad is Han Jinchi. He had no interest and swiped it away. Chapter 5 Blue-haired bad guy. Qi Nian nervously pushed open the front door. As soon as he stepped in, he saw a strikingly handsome man sitting on the sofa, a classic bold-featured type, with aggressive facial features that gave him an extra air of audacity, attractive, but in a way that wouldn't make anyone mistake his gender. On closer inspection, one would notice he resembled Chu Rongsher a bit, though Chu Rongsher's aura was colder and more restrained. By comparison, this man was more outwardly expressive. There was a sense that he could enjoy the gaze of everyone around him. His hair was dyed blue, which made his skin look even paler, like a ruler born of ice and snow. Every move he made seemed to look down on everything. At that moment the other person had his legs crossed, leaning casually against the sofa in a relaxed pose that didn't come off as slovenly. He seemed to notice Qin Yan's gaze, looked over with sharp eyes, then slowly raised an eyebrow. Qin Yan immediately froze like a nailed-down statue, too nervous to know what to do. Fortunately Ning Min came over and broke the tension. Seeing Qin Yan standing there dazedly, she immediately said, "Nian Nian, you're back. Are you hot? Look at the sweat on your head, go take a shower and change your clothes." Qin Yan hurriedly nodded, not daring to look at the other person again, and quickly ran upstairs. Mingming Chu Rongsher had more presence than the other person, but for some reason, Qin Yan felt a bit afraid of him. Maybe it was because Chu Rongsher seemed like a wild beast wearing clothes, with his own set way of dealing with people that constrained him. From the start Qin Yan felt that if he didn't provoke Chu Rongsher, the other party most likely wouldn't seek him out either. But the person just now was completely different, that should be his second brother. He seemed more like a beast that could tear its clothes at any moment, whether the person in front of him had annoyed him or not. If he became displeased he could destroy them at will. Of course it wasn't that serious, it was just an exaggerated description, but second brother did give off that exact kind of impression. Qin Yan took the already washed, dried clothes over and walked toward the bathroom, while her mind wandered with idle thoughts. Downstairs, Ning Min tapped Chu Tianheng and frowned, saying, "Sit properly. What kind of look is that? If your dad sees you like that he'll start complaining again." Their family placed great importance on rules, yet Chu Tianheng was the least likely to follow them, completely the opposite of Chu Rongsher. Got it. After all, he wasn't a teenager anymore. Chu Tianheng wouldn't stubbornly argue with his parents like when he was little. Whatever they said would be fine. Seeing Chu Tianheng sitting properly, Ning Min glanced up the stairs, still uneasy. "Nian Nian has already changed. If you're okay, don't scare him, understand?" "Scare him?" Chu Tianheng sounded as if he'd heard something amusing. "I'm not kidding, every time he pretends for a few days, you think he's changed. Now it's getting ridiculous. Do you really think he's a scaredy cat?" But Chu Tianheng also thought of that clean, pretty face he had just seen and had to admit it did look a lot more pleasing than before. If he had met Qin Yan for the first time that day, he might have really believed what his mother said. There was an essential difference between Chu Tianheng and Chu Rongsher. When Qin Yan came to the Chu household, Chu Rongsher was already 7 or 8, a sensible age, and besides, he was precocious, so he retained some fond memories of Qin Yan. Chu Tianheng was different. He would only have been 2 or 3 then, and as a child he was disliked by everyone, spending little time with little Qi. By the time he reached an age to understand things, Qin Yan's personality had already changed drastically. In short, he had no good memories of Qin Yan and certainly didn't believe she could have reformed. He looked up at the upper floors, tisk, wondering what trick he was playing this time. Qin Yan finished his shower slowly, maybe he didn't want to face Chu Tianheng, so he moved unusually slowly. But no matter how slow, it had to end. He had blow-dried his hair in the bathroom until half-dry before opening the bathroom door. The results had just come out when he ran into Chu Tianheng at the door. Qin Yan immediately widened his round, deer-like eyes. "TSK, still pretending?" Chu Tianheng crossed his arms and leisurely sized Qin Yan up. He was indeed completely different from the jerk in his memory, but Chu Tianheng wasn't someone who could be fooled by appearances. Seeing Qin Yan staring at him in confusion, his little curls, probably still a bit frizzy from being blown, made him look like some timid little animal. I have to say, as a professional actor, Chu Tianheng thought Qin Yan's acting was pretty good. He stepped forward, Qin Yan looked startled, took a step back and ended up pressed against the wall with nowhere to retreat. Whether from heat or nervousness, Qin Yan's cheeks were flushed, his voice pathetic, "Second brother." For some reason, Chu Tianheng actually found this kid a bit obedient. The moment he realized that thought, his brow immediately furrowed. He stretched out a long arm and pinched Qin Yan's little face. The skin felt warm and human. Under Qin Yan's terrified gaze, Chu Tianheng leaned in to scrutinize this unfamiliar younger brother, still holding on hard. "Are you really that idiot?" "Chu Tianheng, could it be someone pretending? Let me see." Qin Yan. Just as he was terrified, he saw the approaching person, a pair of doe-like eyes shining with pity, hurriedly reaching out toward Chu Tianheng's back. Then Chu Tianheng heard a faint voice, "Tianheng." Chu Tianheng's spine tightened, and his hand instinctively relaxed. Chu Tianheng and Chu Rongsher were 5 years apart. Because the memories of being suppressed by his eldest brother since childhood were too deep, what he feared most was not his father, but his brother. For some reason, he saw in his brother a pedantry that surpassed the original, that original being his father. As soon as his hand loosened, Qin Yan immediately took the chance to run, taking 3 steps in 2, darting behind Chu Rongshi and clutching at the hem of his clothes, looking exactly like a little animal who had found its guardian. Chu Tianheng relaxed, calmly watching Qin Yan, waiting for the other's hand to be heartlessly shrugged off by his brother. However, Chu Rongshi only lowered his gaze for a moment, said nothing, and instead looked at Chu Tianheng. Chu Rongshi, Tianheng, you're going too far. Qin Yan now looked like a frightened little lamb, his beautiful eyes misty, his originally fair little face now bore 2 red marks, as pitiable as could be. Chu Tianheng heard his brother's words and wondered if he'd misheard. When he used to fight with Qin Yan, the worst time the other guy's arm was broken, of course, he didn't come out unscathed either. Back then, his brother hadn't even said anything, but today, just because he pinched Qin Yan's cheek, his brother says he went too far. Chu Tianheng looked at the red mark on Qin Yan's face. Fine, it did look rather pitiful. He hadn't expected this younger brother to be so delicate. Chu Tianheng rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty, but he wouldn't admit it out loud. Brother, is that necessary? Back then. Chu Rongshi said, what used to be isn't the same now. Chu Tianheng didn't understand him, glanced at Qin Yan. All right, he had underestimated the other, now he even had his brother protecting him. But he wouldn't be like his brother. Chu Tianheng snorted, casually swept the long hair hanging over his forehead back, looked at Qin Yan, and turned to leave. He watched him leave and Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Chu Rongshi and opened his mouth, bro. Chu Rongshi glanced at his pitiful little face, and on a whim raised his hand and ruffled Qin Yan's little curls. Under Qin Yan's wide, doe-like stare he withdrew his hand. Qin Yan was still dazed when they went downstairs to eat, his brother had actually touched his head. He must be hallucinating. Qin Yan stole another glance at the cold, stern Chu Rongshi and became even more certain of his hallucination theory. Chu Tianheng eyed the little rabbit-like, obedient Qin Yan sitting beside Chu Rongshi, who kept glancing at Chu Rongshi from time to time, and felt inexplicably annoyed. It wasn't until he was lying in bed that Qin Yan had time to look at his phone. First he saw Teacher Zhang's message of concern. Although Teacher Zhang was young, for some reason he reminded Qin Yan of a really good teacher he had once had. In short, Qin Yan had a very good impression of Teacher Zhang and replied to him one by one. Then he noticed someone else had added him as a friend. Qin Yan scratched his head, hesitated for a moment but still opened it, and found the sender was LVZ. They hadn't added each other as friends, but at least they were in the same class, so LVZ must have added him from the group. Qin Yan thought for a moment and still accepted the friend's verification. Almost immediately after he accepted, a message from LVZ arrived. It seemed the other party had been glued to his phone. Before long he sent a long string of words of thanks. Qin Yan read it carefully, feeling a bit moved and at the same time a little unreal. It seemed he had really saved a living being. Lu Zhe, I only now realize how terrifying rumors can be, and I feel a bit ashamed. Although I wasn't someone who spread rumors before, I believed them. You're completely different from what they said. That line made Qin Yan feel a little awkward. He scratched his head, not sure how to reply. Fortunately, perhaps sensing Qin Yan didn't want to dwell on it, Lu Zhe changed the subject and brought up some other news. It was good news. Lu Zhe, Han Jia is really finished this time. Qin Yan. What happened? After seeing Qin Yan covered in question marks, Lu Zhe dutifully explained to him what had happened. In short, for some inexplicable reason Han Jia outed himself as a werewolf on the school's forum, so his post was screenshotted and posted on some blog. The name Han Jinchi, along with Han Jia's explosive statements, quickly stirred up a huge commotion online. At this moment Qin Yan checked a certain Weibo and sure enough it had already been pushed to trending. Curious netizens even dug up many unsavory things, some true, some likely just stirring the waters to grab attention. In short, truth and falsehood mixed together, and it was wildly lively. Lu Zhe, it said this public outcry has already attracted the attention of the relevant authorities. Han Jinchi can't escape being suspended for investigation. Moreover, judging from Han Jia's self-exposure, the other party was definitely not falsely accused. What was discovered was certainly enough to make Han Jinchi guzzle the whole drink. Qin Yan listened and... Is this the legendary, setting someone up to suffer? I wonder, with Han Jinchi feeling like this now, is Han Jia alright? But Qin Yan is not some saintly father who will sympathize with them. These are things the Han father and son really did, people they harmed. Just as Qin Yan guessed, Han Jie is in a very bad situation now, you could even say it's terrible. After getting the call from Mom Han saying she wanted a divorce, Han Jie quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind and decided to live with his father. Although his father didn't pay much attention to him in daily life, he provided plenty materially. Han Jie thought this was fine, it would save him from being questioned about everything he did. Thinking this, when his mother came to see him the next day, he told her he had decided to go live with his father. If his mother had once been like a bantam, after what had happened before she was clearly shaken. When she came to see Han Jie, her makeup wasn't as elaborate as before, and her chubby face was full of worry. She came to get Han Jie to go with her, no matter what about her husband, Han Jie was the son she had always cherished. However, she didn't expect that Han Jie would, without hesitation, choose to follow Han Jinchi. Han's mother found it hard to believe. She had already been mentally shaken by her husband's affair, and now her son had unhesitatingly chosen that scumbag. She became quite emotional. At first Han Jie held back, but later he couldn't help it and muttered, "I follow my dad because my dad can give me a better life. Mom, you sit at home all day doing nothing, so lazy, you don't make money, and if I stay with you I can't live a good life either." Han Jie clearly thought his reasoning was sound. He went on, "Think about it, if I stick with my dad, maybe I can get some money from him to help you." After hearing Han Jie's words, Mrs. Han looked at her beloved son in disbelief. She hadn't realized that in Han Jie's mind she was lazy and useless. Back when, Mrs. Han had been very capable at work and had even been Han Jinchi's superior. Otherwise Han Jinchi wouldn't have married her. After they wed, Han Jie was left in the care of nannies, but no matter how many nannies they hired, Han Jie ended up driving them all away. Ms. Han had no choice, in the end she resigned from the state-owned enterprise for her son. It was worth noting that she was on the verge of a promotion at the time, her future looked boundless. She resigned without hesitation for Han Jie, and before quitting she found a way to get Han Jinchi promoted one level. Although Ms. Han could be unreasonable when it came to her own son, she was very adept at dealing with people. Han Jinchi's smooth advancement was largely thanks to her connections. Moreover, after resigning, taking care of Han Jie was no easy task. He was simply exhausting, she had no life of her own and was more tired than when she was working. She had always willingly given of herself, but she never imagined that these two beneficiaries, one who cheated and betrayed her, the other who ignored her efforts. Han's mother felt a chill in her heart, but this was her son. After her breakdown, she still decided to respect his wishes. Maybe Han Jinchi could give him the life he wanted. It wasn't long before an enraged Han Jinchi arrived. Before he had a chance to happily call out, "Dad," the other's palm as big as a clay pot slapped him across the face. Han Jie already had a slight concussion, and now he was knocked out cold. He looked at Han Jinchi's enraged face, expression bewildered. Han Jinchi trembled with anger, "You idiot." Han Jie had no idea what had happened, he could only stare foolishly as Han Jinchi threw out, "You're an adult now. Live your own life from now on. Don't come to me anymore." After saying that, the other person turned and left without hesitation. Only Han Jie was left standing there, stunned under the nurse's sympathetic yet contemptuous gazes. He didn't understand what had happened, nor did he know what awaited him. After Qin Yan got up, he received some not-so-good news. Ning Min said that with summer break he'd be home alone and might get bored, and since Chu Tianheng was going out today, she asked him to take Qin Yan along. Qin Yan really wanted to say, "Let me stay home alone, I'm not bored at all." However, Ning Min had clearly already made up her mind, and Qin Yan didn't know how to refuse, so he could only turn his expectant gaze toward Chu Tianheng. This second brother dislikes him so much, he should refuse, right? Chu Tianheng glanced at Qin Yan, couldn't he tell what this guy was thinking? He had originally intended to refuse, but now he kind of didn't want to let Qin Yan get her way. So, under Qin Yan's expectant gaze, Chu Tianheng deliberately said, "Fine, Mom, don't worry, I'll take good care of my younger brother." After saying that, Chu Tianheng smiled broadly at Qin Yan, his eyes and brows full of amusement, but Qin Yan couldn't shake the feeling that he had ill intentions. "Qin Yan, what should I do? Suddenly I kind of miss my brother." Chapter 7 Blue hair is pretty good. Qin Yan dawdled over his meal and slowly followed Chu Tianheng out the door. Before leaving home, he clung to one last hope and turned his head to look at Ning Min with pleading eyes. "Auntie, help." However, Ning Min only looked at them with a face full of gratification, as if she could already see their future of brotherly camaraderie. Chu Jianheng turned his head and looked at the little curly-haired kid cosplaying a snail beside him, his voice gentle. Little brother, are you slow at walking? Qi Nian gave a start, looked down, and hurried along with small quick steps to follow Chu Jianheng. Chu Jianheng drove a flashy pink sports car out of the garage and said to Qi Nian, get in. Qi Nian still didn't know what she was about to go through, and hurriedly sat in the passenger seat. Then, screaming all the way, she rode in the speed-blurring sports car to their destination. Chu Jianheng parked the car, glanced at Qi Nian clinging to a utility pole at the roadside and retching violently, and said cheerfully, TSK, totally useless. Qi Nian, always shy and socially anxious, had had enough and secretly gave Chu Jianheng's back the middle finger. But the person turned his head as if his back had eyes. Qi Nian hurriedly withdrew his middle finger and obediently followed behind Chu Jianheng. The place they entered seemed to be some upscale club. As a celebrity, Chu Jianheng took off his mask and glasses once inside. The instant his well-known face was revealed, the people nearby glanced over with curiosity. In front of outsiders, Chu Jianheng acted like a proper gentleman. Noticing people looking at him, he returned a gentle smile, making those who watched him blush and their hearts skip a beat. Qi Nian wanted to tell these people just how despicable Chu Jianheng really was. He still felt a bit dizzy. As a high-end club, people here were very disciplined. Even when they saw Chu Jianheng, they only watched from afar and did not approach to disturb him. Qi Nian minimized his presence and smoothly followed Chu Jianheng into a private room. The private room was awash in neon and revelry. Qi Nian was almost blinded by the lights. Looking at his second brother, who seemed well-adjusted and even somewhat enjoying himself, he suddenly thought, no wonder they're brothers, this guy actually resembles the original owner a bit. Although the two of them were not related by blood. There were several people in the private room who seemed to be on good terms with Chu Jianheng. When they saw Qi Nian, each of them glanced over curiously. But since Chu Jianheng didn't introduce him, they didn't ask. Only one young man sitting next to Chu Jianheng, with a refined and handsome appearance, looked at Qi Nian with curiosity and smiled. Jianheng, aren't you going to introduce him? Chu Jianheng gave him no face at all and shot back, why are you so curious? The other man smiled and said nothing more, only watching Qi Nian with a faintly hostile look in his eyes. Qi Nian kept his head down playing with his phone, trying hard to block everything out, and didn't notice. Chu Jianheng, familiar with the place, ordered a drink. When he looked at Qi Nian, for reasons unknown, he grinned and, pointing at Qi Nian to the waiter, said, for him, a glass of milk. Qi Nian nodded, thanks. He just didn't want to drink. Chu Jianheng saw that Qi Nian actually accepted gladly. Finding it uninteresting, he clicked his tongue and tossed him aside, ignoring him. Qi Nian was happy and at ease. The waitstaff here were quite considerate. The milk was still hot, which Qi Nian liked, and he drank a large cup. Having drunk a lot, he felt the need to use the restroom. Qi Nian hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to tell Chu Jianheng. Chu Jianheng was obviously having a good time with someone. Unexpectedly, when Qi Nian looked over, the other noticed Qi Nian's gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? His words made everyone turn their attention to Qi Nian. Qi Nian's social anxiety flared up. Forcing himself, he said, I'm going to the restroom. Chu Jianheng was speechless. He felt Qi Nian really wasn't the same as before. He didn't know how someone could change so much, and waved his hand, go ahead. Qi Nian felt a weight lift off his shoulders and hurried out to find the restroom. It was his first time here. He wasn't familiar with the place and felt too embarrassed to ask. Following the signs, he wandered around for a long time before finally finding the restroom. By then he could hardly hold it any longer, but just as he reached the door he was blocked by someone. Qi Nian recognized him, the gentle, refined-looking young man who had been sitting beside Chu Jianheng. The person now looked completely different from their earlier faint smile, staring at Qi Nian with a nervous intensity. Before Qi Nian could react, they reached out and grabbed Qi Nian's collar. Who are you? Qi Nian panicked, their pretty face flushing red. Let go of me. But the other person didn't listen at all, still muttering nervously, stay away from him. Chu Jianheng is mine, he's mine. Qi Nian, okay, yours, I need to go to the bathroom. As a result, not only did the other party not let him go, but he looked at Qi Nian with a strange expression. What trick are you playing? Qi Nian. A cornered rabbit will bite. JPG. Before the rabbit Qi could bite, Chu Jianheng, who had come to look for him because Qi Nian had been gone so long, shoved the refined young man aside with force and cursed, Jiang Yi, are you sick? Jiang Yi was shoved like that, his shoulder slammed against the wall, his face went pale from the pain, and he looked at Chu Tianheng in disbelief. You actually sided with him. Chu Tianheng thought Jiang Yi was ridiculous and said impatiently, if I'm not siding with him, who am I siding with? Who do you think you are? Are we close? Get lost, or don't blame me for beating you up. Jiang Yi glared hatefully at Qin Yan and walked away holding his shoulder. Chu Tianheng turned around, wanting to see how Qin Yan was doing. He wasn't concerned for the kid, he was just afraid of going home and being nagged by Ning Min. Before she could say anything, she saw Qin Yan's little face flush bright red, and he scurried into the restroom. Chu Tianheng was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. Why did he suddenly find this younger brother rather interesting? He looked much more pleasing to the eye than before. Chapter 8 You are the nervous one. Qin Yan thought that after what happened yesterday, he shouldn't run into Jiang Yi again. He also really didn't want to. Jiang Yi seemed a little unhinged, and someone like that was best kept far away. However, he didn't expect that the next day, while reviewing his lessons in his room, he had no choice. He was still a college student, and the major the original owner had chosen had nothing to do with what Qin Yan had studied before, so to avoid exposing himself, Qin Yan had to use the summer break to catch up on coursework. But he truly disliked this major and wasn't sure if he could switch later. After studying for several hours, Qin Yan stood up to get some water and give his eyes a rest. He had barely gone downstairs when he saw someone he really didn't want to see. Jiang Yi was sitting on his sofa, and beside him sat a middle-aged woman. Although a smile was on her face, you could tell she wasn't in a very good mood. Compared to the middle-aged woman, Chu Tianheng had given up pretending, he sat with a sullen face. If not for Ning Min's restraint, Chu Tianheng would probably have long since packed up and left. Qin Yan heard what the middle-aged woman said and quickly understood why Chu Tianheng looked so sour. At the same time he was speechless. He hadn't expected that when his second brother had just pushed Jiang Yi yesterday, Jiang Yi's mother would come over. Qin Yan really wanted to complain, is this person in elementary school? And tattling too. In fact, this matter really wasn't Jiang Yi's fault. When Jiang Yi went home, he didn't say anything to his mother at all, but Mrs. Jiang is very sensitive to her son's emotions. Noticing he was in a very bad mood, she immediately started asking questions, worrying about what was wrong with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi didn't want to say anything. Although Chu Tianheng had spoken so coldly, he still liked him, and he knew his mother's temperament. He was afraid she would cause trouble for Chu Tianheng, so he planned to keep it secret. Who knew Jiang's mother still noticed something was wrong. She had seen the wound on Jiang Yi's back, which was caused when Chu Tianheng accidentally bumped him. When Jiang's mother discovered it, she panicked immediately and kept pressing Jiang Yi about what had happened, asking if he had been bullied. Jiang Yi couldn't stand his mother's temperament anymore and had a big fight with her. Facing a mother like that every day was simply exhausting. Actually, Mrs. Jiang wasn't always like this. Jiang Yi used to have a younger brother, and back then Mrs. Jiang, like any ordinary mother, cared for both her sons without being controlling. Until one day, Jiang Yi's younger brother went missing and never came back. After that, Mrs. Jiang was deeply hurt. She blamed herself for everything, thinking she had failed to watch over her child. After that, Mrs. Jiang's need to control Jiang Yi grew stronger and stronger. Now that Jiang Yi is in his 20s, he has to report to her wherever he goes. Jiang Yi understood clearly that his mother's love and need to control, which once belonged to his missing brother as well, had been poured onto him. Previously Jiang Yi always told himself this was something he had to endure, but as he grew older and his mother became increasingly excessive, Jiang Yi found it harder to bear. Just like now, after Jiang Yi had a big fight with his mother, Mrs. Jiang still went against his wishes to investigate him, and in the end learned the whole story. Mrs. Jiang immediately wanted to go to the Chu family and demand that Chu Tianheng apologize to her son. Jiang Yi tried to persuade her for a long time but couldn't, and in the end had no choice but to go along. So, the scene that Qin Yan saw unfolded. It must be said that Ning Min had excellent manners. Even in such a situation, the smile on her face was gentle and kind. Of course, it was also because Ning Min knew about Jiang Yi's mother's situation. She had children of her own and, to be honest, felt quite sympathetic toward Mrs. Jiang. That was why she could tolerate it. Qin Yan glanced once and then planned to slip away quietly. Even if he stayed, there was little he could do to help. However, just as he was about to turn around, his sharp-eyed second brother smiled and said, "Nian Nian, it's perfect that you came over too." Qin Yan silently turned, faced his smiling second brother, and forced a smile. I'd rather not. Chu Tianheng arched an eyebrow and disagreed, that won't do. This matter concerns you as well, it's a good time to clear things up. At that moment, the others had already looked over with various expressions, so Qin Yan had no choice but to smile and walk over. Originally he wanted to sit next to Ning Min, but that guy Chu Tianheng, leveraging his long limbs, grabbed Qin Yan's collar and shoved him down beside himself. Qin Yan looked at Ning Min with a pitiful gaze, hoping she would save him, but watched helplessly as she gave a relieved smile. Qin Yan. Pretending he didn't exist clearly wouldn't work now, so Qin Yan forced a smile and said to Mother Jiang, "Auntie, hello." Jiang's mother clearly wasn't in a mood for small talk, she only nodded, while Jiang Yi beside her looked at Qin Yan with a somewhat strange expression. Qin Yan let out a sigh of relief and was about to be glad that Jiang's mother hadn't said anything to him, when he saw Chu Tianheng raise his hand and ruffle a handful of Qin Yan's hair. Qin Yan's doe-like eyes went wide, he couldn't believe it. If it had been Chu Rongshi tousling his hair, Qin Yan might have felt flattered, but coming from Chu Tianheng, it was a little terrifying. I kept feeling like the other person was hiding something bad. Sure enough, just as Qin Yan was thinking that, Chu Tianheng spoke up. He sighed and said, "Aunt, you think your child was bullied, but actually it should be my Nian Nian who feels wronged." Mrs. Jiang frowned at his words. Ning Min immediately became anxious, how did Nian Nian suffer? This child, why didn't you tell me? Qin Yan twitched the corner of his mouth. It's nothing. When Chu Tianheng heard that, he immediately raised his voice, how can it be nothing? I saw Jiang Yi grab your collar. Sigh, you don't know, Nian Nian is timid. His face went completely crimson from fright. If I hadn't gone over in time, he probably would have fainted. If you said Qin Yan was timid, no one would believe it, after all, Qin Yan had a shady past. In everyone's impression he was a rakish playboy who provoked cats and dogs. Call him timid? That's a joke. But Ning Min didn't see it that way. Her lens on Qin Yan was so rosy, and with him having actually been unusually well-behaved lately, she immediately believed Chu Tianheng. The look in her eyes was full of concern for Qin Yan. Ning Min frowned, the gentle smile on her face disappeared, and with some displeasure she said, no wonder Nian Nian ate half a bowl less when she came back yesterday, she must have been frightened. Qin Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Why did she eat half a bowl less? Didn't his aunt already know? It was because before the meal the other side had stuffed several pieces of pastry into her, after eating pastry, of course she'd eat less of the meal. Ning Min clearly believed exactly what she said. Speaking to Mrs. Jiang, her tone was no longer gentle and carried displeasure. Mrs. Jiang, I'm not saying this to pick a fight, I usually don't want to interfere in children's matters. Tianheng did hurt Jiang Yi, and that certainly deserved scolding, but I only just learned that he did it to protect his brother. If Tianheng hadn't arrived in time, who knows if Nian Nian would have been the one hurt. Chu Tianheng heard his mother's words and, for some reason, pressed his hand to his forehead. From another angle, someone might think he was upset, but sitting next to Chu Tianheng, Qin Yan could see everything clearly. The other person was clearly laughing at him. Qin Yan recalled how yesterday Jiang Yi had grabbed his collar, nearly making him pee his pants. He felt awful, his pretty face flushed bright red with embarrassment and anger. He shot a surreptitious glare at Chu Tianheng, who unexpectedly looked over immediately and said softly, "You've gotten a lot bolder." Qin Yan's courage hadn't grown, he immediately shrank his head in a cowardly manner, like a frightened little lamb. After hearing Ning Min, Zhang's mother didn't look too good either. She said, "Isn't it true that your Qin Yan wasn't injured either? Our Jiang Yi actually got hurt for real." Ning Min felt Zhang's mother was being unreasonable. Her earlier words had been very clear, this whole thing started because of Jiang Yi. Even if he got hurt, he had it coming, it wasn't her son's fault. She flat out refused to make her son apologize. If Ning Min had to say it, was her son a treasure? Of course her son was a precious darling to her. Jiang Yi awkwardly tried to reason with his mother on the side, but her defense of her son had reached a somewhat pathological level. A woman who was usually very rational seemed to have her head turned when it came to her son, no matter what, Xiaoyi was indeed hurt. Chu Tianheng must apologize today. Hearing that, Ning Min and Chu Tianheng's faces darkened. Did she really think their family was easy to bully? Before Ning Min could lash out, a small murmur came from nearby. I knew something was off. It turns out this Jiang mother originally had 2 sons. The younger one went missing and she was devastated, so her protection of the other son, Jiang Yi, has become almost pathological. Ning Min and Chu Tianheng followed the sound and looked over, finding Qin Yan propping his chin with his hand, head bowed in thought, not paying any attention to his mother and second brother's scrutiny. Qin Yan was still muttering. But I don't blame second brother for this, it's just that Jiang Yi had a crush on him. The expressions of those present were varied and vivid. Mrs. Jiang glanced at Jiang Yi, who felt anxious and a little excited. When he looked toward Chu Tianheng, he saw the other man frowning with obvious disgust and instantly felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him from head to toe. Jiang's mother looked at her son and felt a sudden pang of distress. She was about to say that he couldn't take advantage of his mother's affection to bully him. But then she heard Qin Yan say, "Oh my, look what I found." The disappearance of the youngest Jiang's son, Jiang Ji, wasn't an accident. My God, this Jiang Yi was so jealous of his brother taking away their parents' love that he secretly took Jiang Ji out and abandoned him while their mother was asleep. TSK, looks like before having a second child you should ask the eldest's opinion, though it seems this Jiang Yi has been a bit twisted since childhood. The scene felt as if a bomb had been dropped. Jiang's mother's face went pale and she trembled as she looked at her beloved son, and in her son's eyes she happened to catch a flash of guilt. Chapter 9 My brother was hanged. Jiang's mother forgot who she was when she returned home. She couldn't accept that the son she cherished, out of jealousy, had reached out his claws toward her innocent younger son. Little Jiang Ji had always been so adorable. Unlike other children his age he wasn't mischievous, and when hungry he would only softly call "Mama." Even when he cried, it was only silent tears. He was so well behaved, and precisely because of that, his disappearance made Jiang's mother feel even more heartbroken. She could never believe that such a well-behaved child would secretly run out and get lost on his own, so she could only blame herself for the mistake, which plunged her into deep guilt during the long, quiet hours of day and night. But even so, he never once suspected the other son. Even now, she kept telling herself she shouldn't doubt Jiang Yi. How old was he then? How could he have done such a thing? But when she looked at Jiang Yi, the guilty look in his eyes made it impossible for her to convince herself. She began to replay that day's events over and over, and couldn't help but think how strange Jiang Yi had been that day, unusually well behaved. He brought her a cup of warm milk and said, "Mom, you're so tired, go get some sleep." Jiang's mother was so happy then. She drank the hot milk her son had given her, lay down in bed, had the nanny take care of Jiang Ji, and fell asleep. Then she was awakened. The nanny cried out in a panic, saying she couldn't find Jiang Ji. Later, the nanny was dismissed, and Jiang Ji was never brought back. Jiang's mother thought of this and looked at her husband in despair. "Do you think, could it really be Xiao Yi?" But Jiang's father didn't let her finish and loudly cut her off. "What difference does knowing make?" That's right, what difference does knowing make? The Jiang family now only had one son left, one son who was missing and whose life or death was unknown, and another son who had long been groomed as the heir. Anyone with sense would know which way to choose. Are you going to give up on this son as well because of that missing son? Mother Jiang closed her eyes. When Jiang Yi walked over, the latter said softly, "Mom, I told you it wasn't me. Do you really have to suspect me?" Mother Jiang bowed her head, said nothing more, and no one saw the pain and struggle in her eyes. Seeing her silent, Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief. He had actually expected a day like this, and he knew clearly that his parents wouldn't do anything to him. He was the son they had painstakingly raised for more than 20 years, the only heir of the Jiang family. He just hadn't expected it to happen this way. Thinking of that Qin Yan, Jiang Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of viciousness. The other person was far too conspicuous by Chu Tianheng's side. He remembered clearly that Qin Yan and Chu Tianheng were not related by blood. Qin Yan sneezed, feeling the gaze of the person beside him, his scalp tingling. Since earlier, Chu Tianheng had been looking at him with the expression of someone who had just seen something novel. A glance or two would have been fine, but the other person showed no restraint at all and kept staring. Qin Yan didn't know what was wrong with him either and couldn't help shrinking back a little. Chu Tianheng still propped his chin on his hand and watched him, speaking leisurely, "Do you know Qin Yan?" He waited a long time for Chu Tianheng to continue, only to find the other suddenly fell silent again. Qin Yan was left with a puzzled look. It wasn't that Chu Tianheng wouldn't speak, rather, he realized he simply couldn't. It was as if someone controlled him and he was unable to open his mouth. Chu Tianheng looked at Ning Min beside him. From the latter's expression it was clear that he had obviously tried it too. This seems like a tacitly understood secret. Letting others hear your inner voice is Qin Yan's special ability. Oh, this inner voice seems to be limited to gossip. And it appears Qin Yan himself doesn't know, and they can't tell him. Chu Tianheng. Fine. Qin Yan saw Chu Tianheng fall silent again and was left baffled, but he didn't want to ask about it. Being stared at like that by Chu Tianheng made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately Chu Rongshi and Chu Zhini returned from work one after the other. Qin Yan, as if seeing a savior, hurried over to Chu Rongshi and eagerly called out, "Brother." Chu Rongshi raised an eyebrow slightly, clearly surprised by Qin Yan's attitude. When he saw Chu Tianheng not far away, he immediately understood. Chu Rongshi glanced at Qin Yan, who had been following him closely, but didn't say much and let the other trail after him like a little tail. Chu Tianheng on the sofa felt a bit awkwardly displeased, folding his arms in dissatisfaction and staring at Qin Yan with a mournful look. "Qi Xiaoyan, am I not your brother? Why follow the big brother and not him? Oh, not only not following him, but avoiding him too. TSK, even more infuriating." Qin Yan hid behind Chu Rongshi, hunched his neck, pretending not to have heard. He glanced stealthily at Chu Tianheng and saw the other man clenching his fist until it cracked, looking like he wanted to beat his younger brother. Qin Yan immediately withdrew his head like a little lamb, sniffling. Anyway, his brother was here, that second brother wouldn't dare hit him. He was right after all. No matter how angry Chu Tianheng was, he could only sulk on his own. Ning Min watched the three brothers' interaction and couldn't stop laughing. "See? I told you not to bully Nian Nian. Now look, Nian Nian won't leave his big brother's side. When did I ever bully him?" Chu Tianheng protested. "And who needs him? Just wait until they find out his big brother's true colors, they'll regret it." Ning Min shook her head. Who knows him better than his family? Didn't she know whether Chu Tianheng cared for her or not? She didn't want to say more to Chu Tianheng, that proud weirdo, and went to tell Chu Zhen about today's matter. Sigh, she hadn't expected that child Jiang Yi, who looked so obedient, could be so cruel. Fortunately, the kids in their family all had kind hearts. When Chu Tianheng found Chu Rong, he mumbled, "You know Nian Nian he." The two of them exchanged a look and, almost without needing to say more, understood each other's meaning. Chu Rongshi said nothing, which counted as tacit agreement. Chu Tianheng's expression grew unusually serious. So about this. Qin Yan's special ability could also bring him danger. Although Chu Tianheng said he didn't care, he couldn't help but worry about Qin Yan. Chu Rongshi glanced at Chu Tianheng, his gaze rare and approving, then said, "Maybe it's better that he doesn't know, the family can protect him." Chu Tianheng relaxed, then went back to his usual irreverent manner, rubbing his chin, "But it's pretty interesting. By the way, have you ever tried asking him?" "Probably he has. Otherwise how would they know?" Chu Rongshi shook his head, "No, he worries a lot, don't scare him. But he might notice it later, it's only a matter of time." After all, Qin Yan wasn't stupid. How did others always know what he was thinking the moment he thought it? He hadn't experienced much yet. After it happened enough times, sooner or later he'd notice. However, Chu Tianheng's focus was a bit off. "I'm just saying, big brother, why are you like mom? Oh, you're like an old father in front of Qin Yan now." Chu Rongshi looked at Chu Tianheng with a cool gaze, and the latter immediately covered his mouth. All right, I won't say it anymore." Chu Rongshi obviously wasn't going to let him off so easily. He glanced out the window. "It's a nice night now, come out and practice with me." Chu Tianheng's face changed drastically. He wailed, "Big brother, it's nighttime now, I was wrong, isn't that enough?" However, it was already too late. Qin Yan was about to get into bed using the flashlight when he faintly heard Chu Tianheng's screams. Thinking that after all he was his second brother, Qin Yan still held on to the remaining family feelings and went to the window. Outside the lights were bright, so he could see clearly that Chu Tianheng was being utterly crushed by Chu Rongshi, truly pitiable. Qin Yan watched and, petty as he was, let out a small laugh. Chu Tianheng downstairs suddenly looked up, baring his teeth. Qin Yan quickly covered his mouth and hid behind the curtain. "Ha ha ha." Qin Yan cackled with schadenfreude as he rolled once on the bed, shouting in an embarrassingly dramatic voice, "Big brother is totally doomed. Those two moves just now were so cool." If Chu Tianheng hadn't been outside too, Qin Yan would have glanced again no matter what. He felt one word fit his brother perfectly, suit thug. Hee hee. Qin Yan fell asleep happy as can be and had a dream that night. He became as awesome as his brother and could send his second brother flying with a single punch. The dream was so beautiful that Qi Nian woke up still grinning foolishly. Heading downstairs he ran into Chu Tianheng, who was baring his teeth and clinging to the banister as he went down. Qi Nian was about to wait a moment before leaving, but Chu Tianheng spotted him and waved, "What are you standing there for? Come on, help your old man." Qi Nian was reluctant, but he was a coward. In the end he meekly walked over and let Chu Tianheng loop an arm through his as they went down. Whether Chu Tianheng did it on purpose or not, his whole weight pressed onto Qi Nian, it was unbearably heavy, and Qi Nian had to brace himself hard. He couldn't help but mutter softly, "So heavy. What are you saying?" Chu Tianheng wickedly pinched Qi Nian's face, like kneading dough. Qi Nian, fuming, pushed him away and ran to find Chu Rongshi. Chu Tianheng bared his teeth and scowled at him. Qi Nian called to Chu Rongshi, "Brother." Chu Rongshi turned his head to look at him and asked what was wrong. Qi Nian sneaked a glance at Chu Tianheng and found he was no longer glaring. He snickered, "Nothing." Chu Rongshi could clearly see that someone was putting on a show, but he pretended not to notice. Only Chu Tianheng muttered that Qi Nian had gone bad, truly a chip off the old block. Today everyone had gathered except the Chu's youngest daughter. Ning Min was in a good mood, the eldest needed no concern from her, and the youngest was by her side, so she asked about Chu Tianheng. "Ning Min, you have a bad temper. Every new assistant can't stand it after a month, the previous assistant already quit. How's the current one?" Mentioning this, Chu Tianheng had to clear his name. "Mom, what do you mean I have a bad temper? It was the previous assistant who was unprofessional, always forgetting my habits. I found another assistant who's doing especially well, I think this one can at least last a year." Ning Min smiled at his words, pretending not to believe him. "Really? Is there anyone who can remember all your quirks? You must be kidding." Chu Tianheng, of course, knew his mother was teasing him and didn't mind. He directly sent Ning Min the notes his assistant had custom-made for him. "Don't believe me? Then take a look. Oh my, this child is really serious." Ning Min squinted at it, scanning the dense rows until her eyes blurred. "Let me see, this little girl is really serious. Let me see, her name is even on it, oh, called Lu Dai." Chu Tianheng was watching his mother's surprised expression and hadn't had time to feel proud when Qi Nian, who had been nibbling at his food like a little hamster, suddenly stopped. Immediately after, he heard the other person mutter, "Lu Dai. That name sounds so familiar." Chapter 10, Bought and Overjoyed. Because they knew Qi Nian well enough, hearing him mutter under his breath again made the Chu family tense. One by one they all looked at Qi Nian in unison. Chu Rongshi was an exception. His knobbly fingers held the chopsticks, his motion paused, and the chopsticks tapped the rim of the bowl, making an extremely light clinking sound in the quiet room. That tiny sound seemed to alert the others, and Chu Tianheng and the rest immediately averted their gazes. Fortunately Qi Nian's cheeks puffed in and out, and his eyes remained fixed on the dishes before him without blinking, as if considering which piece to pick next. Because he was so serious, he didn't notice the oddness in his family. Next, Chu Tianheng continued talking with his parents, but the three of them looked a bit absent-minded, constantly glancing at Qi Nian from time to time, ears perked up, waiting for him to continue. If Qi Nian hadn't been eating so seriously, he might have noticed that his parents and his second brother had already been discussing whether today's dish is salty or not for several minutes. Just when Chu Tianheng and the others thought there would be no follow-up, they heard Qi Nian exclaim, "I just remembered. That Lu Dai seems to be my second brother's opponent's family. What's the name again? Oh, Song Xiaoming's brain-dead fan." Chu Tianheng immediately lost his appetite upon hearing that. Because he and Song Xiaoming followed similar career paths and debuted around the same time, they were often pulled into comparisons by netizens. That would be one thing, but Chu Tianheng's dislike of Song Xiaoming wasn't only for that reason. Every time he released a song, not long after the other would release one too, he would guest star in a martial arts drama, and soon news would surface that the other was guest starring in a political intrigue drama. After this happened repeatedly, it was hard for Chu Tianheng not to suspect Song Xiaoming was doing it on purpose. So, in private, Chu Tianheng often called Song Xiaoming a show-off scholar, which gives an idea of how much he loathed him. Because of this, when he heard that Lu Dai was actually a fan of theirs, Chu Tianheng immediately felt unlucky. What made him feel even more unlucky was that when the person came for the interview, they had deliberately concealed their fandom, otherwise he wouldn't have let them be his assistant. He couldn't understand what kind of intentions a fan of the opposing side had when applying to be an assistant. He was thinking that when Qi Nian continued muttering, the reason Lu Dai applied to be second brother's assistant seems to be because of Song Xiaoming. I don't get it. Chu Tianheng, I knew it. Qi Nian, oh, let me see what she's planning. Chu Tianheng shifted his body and pricked up his ears. A violent cough came from beside him, it seemed Qi Nian had choked on something. Before anyone could ask after him, they heard his inner voice. I can't believe it. This Lu Dai is actually going to put a pinhole camera in second brother's bathroom, planning to record him showering and post the video online. Should I warn second brother? Chu Tianheng, holy shit. King. Qi Nian was startled by the sudden voice, coughing and looking at Chu Tianheng in confusion. Her little face had turned flushed from coughing hard. He took the water Chu Rongshi handed over, sipped it and felt much better, then asked Chu Rongshi in a small puzzled voice, brother, what's wrong with second brother? Chu Rongshi, it's nothing, just a bit shaken up. Qi Nian, ? Watching his suddenly berserk second brother, Qi Nian hurriedly cupped his small bowl and scooped rice into his mouth. He was also worried inwardly about how to remind second brother, it seemed like second brother's mental state wasn't very stable. Would the other party hit him too? After cursing enough, Chu Tianheng forced himself to calm down. Ning Min frowned and said, Tianheng, calm down, don't alert them yet. Chu Zhen, it's also pretty dangerous for the boy to be out there right now. Then he was slapped by Ning Min and shut up. Chu Tianheng wasn't really afraid, he just felt disgusted. He pressed his brow and said, I'll make a call first. Shi Tianheng's manager was a little puzzled when she received the call, after all, when he was off duty he never touched work, when had he ever proactively called her? When she heard what Shi Tianheng wanted her to do, the manager's expression immediately grew serious. Has a Saising found your house? Shi Tianheng sneered coldly, this time there's a mole. Be careful when you go check it out, and don't let Lidi find out. The manager almost immediately knew who the mole was. Although she found it strange that Shi Tianheng would know, she didn't ask further. Okay, don't worry, I'll go myself. Chu Tianheng still trusted his agent, after all they'd been together for so many years, okay. In the afternoon, Qi Nian held a cup of hot water, took a tiny sip, and for once sat deliberately beside Chu Tianheng, looking at him hesitantly. To be honest, Qi Nian didn't dislike Chu Tianheng. Although he had a rather dark sense of humor, he wouldn't use, just joking, as an excuse to bully him. And whenever he was bullied, Chu Tianheng wouldn't care whether it was his fault, he would still help him without hesitation. Because of that, Qi Nian thought the other person was pretty good, of course, it would be even better if he didn't have such a perverse sense of humor. So, after learning that the assistant beside Chu Tianheng was a problem, Qi Nian wanted to warn him. But he didn't know what reason to give to explain how he knew these things, so he was especially conflicted. He was holding a cup, had drunk more than half, had been mulling it over for a long time, and finally mustered the courage to speak. But before he could say anything, Chu Tianheng spoke first. With his arms crossed, he looked at Qi Nian with interest and said, do you want me to remind you? You've been sitting here watching me for half an hour. Qi Nian hurriedly took a big gulp of water and muttered softly, where is it half an hour that long? What are you talking about? Chu Tianheng reached out, pinched Qi Nian's face, and, looking at him with wide, deer-like eyes and a sulky expression, felt inexplicably much better. Qi Nian shrugged off Chu Tianheng's hand from pinching her face, feeling exasperated. She had no idea what was wrong with his second brother, he always liked pinching people's faces. Just then, Chu Tianheng's phone buzzed. He lowered his eyes, saw the photo his manager had sent, and his expression immediately turned cold. Manager, there's a pinhole camera in the bathroom. It looks like it was newly installed during the days you were away. I had a professional check it, it's networked and automatically transmits. I didn't have anyone touch it so as not to alert them. Chu Tianheng, good. Don't alarm them yet, I'll go back and deal with it. Agent, really, my back is sweating. She looks like such an innocent little girl, how could she do something like this? Could someone have instructed her? Chu Tianheng, she is Song Xiaoming's fan. Agent, you suspect Song Xiaoming? I don't think his character would allow that. I'm more inclined to believe it's her acting on her own. Chu Tianheng didn't say anything more. He frowned and looked at Qi Nian. The latter held the now empty cup and drew back a little. Am I that scary? Chu Tianheng almost laughed with anger. He opened the photo the agent had just found and showed it to Qi Nian. Qi Nian glanced at it and scratched the little curl on his head, clearly not understanding what it was. Chu Tianheng closed his phone and bit his back teeth. A pinhole camera was found in my bathroom. Qi Nian. Great, it seems second brother knows, so he doesn't have to try to remind him. Qi Nian instantly felt completely relieved and happily prepared to get up and leave. But then his second brother grabbed him by the collar again. Qi Nian sat back on the sofa with a mournful face, wearing an expression that said, "What are you going to do?" Chu Tianheng was amused by his little expression but held back his laughter. "You don't want to know where the pinhole camera came from?" "Qi Nian, I already know." Still, he made an effort to fake a curious look. Chu Tianheng said nothing about his mediocre acting, explained what had happened, and finally looked at Qi Nian. "Help me analyze, does this have anything to do with Song Xiaoming?" Qi Nian shook his head, "I don't think so." By saying that, Chu Tianheng had already ruled Song Xiaoming out, but he still asked, "Why do you think not?" Qi Nian gave Chu Tianheng a strange look, then smiled inexplicably, "I don't know." Chu Tianheng felt a little creeped out by his laugh and snapped, "If you don't know, you don't know, what are you laughing at?" Qi Nian curled his lip, thinking his second brother was really unreasonable. Then he heard Chu Tianheng sigh, "Looks like I have to go back early." When Qi Nian heard that, his mind almost exploded with fireworks, but then Chu Tianheng looked at him and said, "Anyway, you don't have much going on this summer. How about you come with me this time? I happen to have a cameo next week and need an assistant." It's decided." Qi Nian let out a sharp, explosive cry after hearing it, "No." Not only did she have to face her perverted second brother, but going to the crew meant facing so many strangers, might as well have been boiled and eaten. Chapter 11. She is so twisted. Lately Qi Nian had been obedient and well-behaved, sporting a head of bouncy little curls, quietly mimicking a statue, like an adorable little lamb. He reacted so strongly that Chu Tianheng was stunned. After he came to, he laughed out loud and began to mock Qi Nian. "You reacted so much, if someone didn't know better they'd think I asked you to do something illegal or immoral." Qi Nian had already used up all his courage on that one shout, now with his face flushed bright red he remained silent. Chu Tianheng looked at him and tried to persuade him, "See, you're by my side, what is there to be afraid of?" Qi Nian was speechless, his face showing a look of, "Do you even have any self-awareness? It's precisely because I'm by your side that I'm scared." Chu Tianheng looked at his expression and couldn't help grinding his teeth, wanting to reach out and pinch Qi Nian's cheek. TSK, looking so obedient, how can he be so infuriating? Forget it, he comforted himself, he's just a younger brother. Chu Tianheng suddenly revealed a smile and, under Qi Nian's wary gaze, said, "Be my assistant, one with an internship certificate." Qi Nian. It had to be said, this really grabbed Qi Nian's lifeline. In the end, Qi Nian, seeing Chu Tianheng's pleased expression, looked at him with a plaintive glare. The first stop wasn't the crew Chu Tianheng was supposed to join, he was only making a cameo in a role. It was still early, so he'd go a few days in advance to get familiar with things. So, first he went to where Chu Tianheng lived. This is a highly private residential complex, rumor has it many celebrities live there. When Qi Nian followed Chu Tianheng into the apartment complex, he also saw a fairly familiar young man, who became extremely enthusiastic the moment he saw Chu Tianheng. As for Chu Tianheng, Qi Nian pretended to be background scenery while secretly watching his second brother, and noticed he was acting like a total badass, wearing sunglasses and responding coldly and indifferently. He looked especially aloof, completely absent of his usual cheeky demeanor. Maybe everyone in the entertainment industry is like that, or maybe Chu Tianheng's personality was well known. The young man who greeted him seemed not to notice at all and showed no trace of awkwardness. After they left, Chu Tianheng's manager happened to arrive. She was wearing a professional suit, her hair tied in a high ponytail, a very capable middle-aged woman. When she came over, she first noticed the young man who had left, she clearly knew him. She glanced at his retreating figure and clicked her tongue, he's behaving much better this time, hasn't pulled any stunts. Chu Tianheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, clearly not wanting to talk about it further. The manager, seeing this, didn't say more. She then noticed Qi Nian, who had been serving as background and immediately greeted him warmly, "This is your younger brother, right? Oh my, what a handsome face. Any interest in joining the entertainment industry?" To be honest, the agent looking like this is basically a pimp, any normal person would run the other way, let alone Qi Nian. Qi Nian hurriedly said, "No need," and moved to hide behind Chu Tianheng. Sigh, with his older brother not here now, he could only make do with his second brother. He couldn't just turn and run away either. Chu Tianheng noticed his movement, completely unaware that he was the one being made do with. He was clearly in a bad mood, and what he said even leaned a bit toward Ning Min, "My brother is timid, don't scare him, he's not cut out for showbiz." Hearing this, the agent could only give up in disappointment. It was a professional habit, she couldn't help wanting to sign any attractive kid she saw. If it were anyone else, she could have been placated with empty promises, but Chu Tianheng clearly protected Qin Yan, so she had to let it go. Chu Tianheng lived in a large single-floor apartment with many rooms, she couldn't imagine how he managed to live there. Qin Yan's room was placed next to Chu Tianheng's bedroom. She had no objections, after all, that room had a proper light. Great, she wouldn't have to use her phone's light every night anymore. Qin Yan couldn't wait to go to the room he'd be staying in for the next few days. The house had excellent lighting and the decor was especially stylish, but none of that was the point. As soon as Qin Yan entered the room, he didn't look around at all, he first turned on the room light. The light was white and very bright, and Qin Yan was deeply moved. Because of this, he wasn't so resistant to being Chu Tianheng's assistant. But obviously Chu Tianheng couldn't really use him as an assistant, otherwise Ning Min would be the first not to let the other off. Qin Yan heard Chu Tianheng and the manager say they had already started looking for an assistant, but the shoot would start in a couple of days, so it was already too late to find one now. The manager planned to find a few experienced temporary stand-ins at first, then look more slowly for a permanent one. Oh, and they were also planning to find an assistant for little assistant Qin Yan, but Qin Yan refused. It's not like he didn't have hands of his own, he could handle his own matters. And most importantly, he didn't want someone following him around all the time. Lu Dai had no idea she had been discovered, because Chu Tianheng had gone home for vacation. With no need for her to take care of him, she went on vacation too. The pinhole camera was something she had secretly placed in the bathroom after Chu Tianheng left. As his assistant, it was perfectly normal for her to go into his room to get something, so no one would suspect anything. These past 2 days Lu Dai was especially excited, chatting happily with several crazed fans of Song Xiaoming. Great, I've successfully infiltrated the inside. As long as we take down Chu Tianheng, all those resources will belong to my brother. Ha! Brother will definitely remember me. I'd do anything for him. When it came to resources, Lu Dai was far too naive. On the surface Chu Tianheng and Song Xiaoming were rivals, but Chu wasn't the only one competing with Song for resources, he was just the strongest. Even without Chu Tianheng, Song Xiaoming couldn't possibly swallow up that many resources at once, Lu Dai was being far too presumptuous. At that moment Lu Dai opened Song Xiaoming's profile page, and staring at his handsome face on the screen, her expression grew ever more infatuated. Under the screen's light, her face in that photo looked a little eerie. After Chu Tianheng left, Lu Dai also received news that she had to return early. A twisted smile appeared on her face, she immediately packed her things and set off, she could no longer wait for everything she had imagined to happen. This time Lu Dai stayed with her parents when she went home. Her parents had thought she would leave in a couple of days, so they were surprised by the sudden change. When they saw her off, the two rather elderly parents were full of reluctance. Why are you leaving early? Your boss really is something. Seeing Lu Dai not only not complain but instead look excited, the couple shook their heads. What a fool, someone who didn't know might think there's something good happening. The honest couple had no idea what their well-behaved daughter was planning to do, they watched Lu Dai leave until she was out of sight. Qin Yan and the others had only just arrived when Lu Dai hurried over. Qin Yan looked at Lu Dai with curiosity and found that she just appeared to be an ordinary girl, with a rather lively and cheerful personality. It was impossible to tell she would come up with such a vicious idea. When Lu Dai learned Qin Yan was Chu Tianheng's younger brother, she happily greeted him. Wow, I didn't expect Chu Ji's brother to be so good-looking. Lu Dai complimented him with genuine sincerity, he really was into appearances, though she preferred looks like Song Xiaoming's. The reason Lu Dai could satisfy Chu Tianheng so well was that her professional skills were absolutely top-notch. In no time she began going over the subsequent work with Chu Tianheng, the schedule, locations, local temperatures, and what would be most comfortable to wear, she remembered everything clearly. With that kind of ability, even as an assistant she could become a top-notch one, maybe celebrities would be fighting over her. Qin Yan remembered seeing a line online, "You can steal my husband, but don't steal my nanny," and thought a really good assistant would probably be highly valued too. But in any case, this was Lu Dai's own choice, maybe others enjoyed it. Lu Dai vaguely sensed that Chu Tianheng's attitude was off, somewhat distant, but his acting was good, so she couldn't tell much and just assumed it was her imagination. Just as she was fantasizing that she would receive Song Xiaoming's gratitude, maybe even fall in love with him, the police showing up completely shattered Lidi's daydreams. Lidi turned toward Chu Tianheng in disbelief. He leisurely took a sip of his coffee, clearly having known about all of this long ago. Lidi couldn't believe it. She had been so careful, only daring to act after completely gaining Chu Tianheng's trust. Why was she found out? Why? When the police took her away, Lidi was still cursing Chu Tianheng as treacherous and whatnot. She felt Chu Tianheng had never believed her from the start, yet pretended to trust her, so scheming. Nowhere near a match for her family's son. Lidi wasn't too panicked being taken to the police station, she was sure she'd planned this, at worst it would be a 10-day detention. However, when her parents arrived and cried while berating her, she finally regretted it. Because Chu Tianheng had to give a statement, Qin Yan went along and then heard about Lu Dai's plan. She had originally wanted to be Song Xiaoming's assistant, but unfortunately Song Xiaoming's assistants were completely different from Chu Tianheng's. Since debut she had never changed assistants, it was always the same few people, so there would be no new hiring. When Lu Dai realized there was no hope, she gave up. Lu Dai also said that she originally wanted to shoot Song Xiaoming, she liked Song Xiaoming and had no interest in Chu Tianheng. If she could get Song Xiaoming she would certainly take time to appreciate her, but she wouldn't even look at Chu Tianheng, she'd sell him straight to the paparazzi. That remark made it sound as if being glanced at by her were some great honor. Oh, come to think of it, if the one photographed was Song Xiaoming, she wouldn't give the photos to the paparazzi. How could she do anything that would harm her brother's career? Lu Dai said at the time in a tone full of fantasy, if I photographed my brother, I'd blackmail him into being my boyfriend and marrying me. I like him so much, I'd definitely treat him well. When Qin Yan heard that, he felt a chill down his spine and thought Lu Dai's values were pretty twisted. Clearly their parents were both pretty good people, it's unclear what might have gone wrong now and then during their upbringing. For a moment it was hard to tell who was worse off, his second brother or Song Xiaoming. Chapter 12, The Second Brother Gets Smeared. After dealing with the Lu Dai matter, Qin Yan and Chu Tianheng left, the manager didn't follow them, she had other things to attend to. Before leaving, Manager Li said, I've temporarily brought in 3 assistants, they should arrive sometime tomorrow. Chu Tianheng responded once, wearing a hat and sunglasses, his arm thrown over Qin Yan's shoulder, got it, let's go. Qin Yan bore half of Chu Tianheng's weight, a tuft of small curls was being flattened by Chu Tianheng's head, making him look exactly like a little lamb with its wool squashed. He reached out and pushed Chu Tianheng, complaining, can you get up or not? Hearing this, Chu Tianheng looked wounded. He clutched his chest and put on an act, hey, your second brother's heart is hurt, you won't even comfort me. Qin Yan sighed speechlessly and said nothing more. He still wouldn't speak up, except to his second brother. They went back in Chu Tianheng's car. When the two returned home, Qin Yan's stomach finally realized it was hungry. He looked at his second brother, then at his own kitchen skills that were unbearable to look at, and regretted deeply, we should have eaten out just now. Now that they're back, they'd have to go out again. Qin Yan had already prepared himself to eat out. He knew Chu Tianheng's status made it inconvenient, so they would surely have to go to a more private restaurant. He never expected that Chu Tianheng, his second brother, intended to cook himself. Qin Yan was very uneasy. He followed Chu Tianheng to the kitchen door, wearing a face that looked afraid of danger. Second brother, are you really going to cook? Chu Tianheng almost laughed at his expression. Not minding the distance, he walked over to the door and pinched Qin Yan's cheek. Seeing the other's expression turn very gloomy, his own mood finally lightened a bit. Chu Tianheng, do you really underestimate your second brother that much? I stayed abroad for a while before. Qin Yan immediately understood. His second brother probably couldn't get used to foreign food, but maybe he had cooked for a while back then. When Qin Yan thought of this, he immediately felt relieved and boldly asked, second brother, can I order the dishes? Chu Tianheng scowled, no. It's not that he didn't want to cook, but that he couldn't, he only knows how to make simple things, like egg fried rice. Of course, he couldn't say that, otherwise Qin Yan would surely laugh at him. Qin Yan just asked casually, having something to eat is good enough, he isn't picky. He didn't seem as afraid of his second brother now, being more familiar, his social anxiety had lessened. And it was his first time experiencing someone else cooking for him, which made Qin Yan quite happy. With his big, round doe eyes, he followed beside Chu Tianheng, watching to see if the other needed his help. But Chu Tianheng was making the simplest fried rice. To make it a bit richer he at most added some mushrooms and diced ham, so he didn't need Qin Yan's help at all. Qin Yan could only stand there foolishly watching. Seeing the silly grin spreading across Qin Yan's pretty face, Chu Tianheng rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Can you please use your face properly?" The kid was actually quite good looking, but when he smiled like that he looked like an idiot. Qin Yan, huh? Chu Tianheng, forget it, forget it. Maybe because he had just secretly called Qin Yan a fool, Chu Tianheng unusually felt guilty. While stirring the fried rice he betrayed his big brother without any remorse. "If you want to order dishes, you can ask big brother." Qin Yan's eyes lit up, brother can cook too. Although Chu Tianheng didn't want to admit it, the facts were indisputable. His cooking is much better than mine. Qin Yan looked admiring, big brother is just amazing. Chu Tianheng felt annoyed after hearing that. Who had been working hard to cook just now? It was him, the second brother. Yet this kid Qin Yan went and, without a care, praised his big brother. Chu Tianheng turned off the heat, reached out and pinched Qin Yan's nose, threatening viciously, "Say I'm amazing." Qin Yan thought second brother was pretty good, but just a bit unreasonable. With his nose being pinched, he could only say aggrievedly, "Second brother is impressive." Chu Tianheng smiled in satisfaction, told Qin Yan to bring a bowl, and divided the fried rice into a large portion and a small portion. Qin Yan hadn't expected to get the large portion. Learning that Chu Tianheng needed to control his diet, he looked at him sympathetically, then stuffed rice into his mouth like a little hamster. As Chu Tianheng's specialty, this fried rice tasted pretty good. Qin Yan finished a big bowl and volunteered to wash the dishes. Chu Tianheng looked pleased, took a photo and posted it on Weibo with the caption, "My little brother has grown up, content." Qin Yan hummed and puffed as he finished washing the dishes, only to find Chu Tianheng had gone to the recording studio. He was delighted to be alone and happily returned to his room. He had meant to play on his phone for a bit, but then remembered he hadn't done his homework, so he had to take his books out of the suitcase again and follow the online class. He really couldn't bring himself to like this major. He wore a grim expression the whole time he studied. The room had gradually grown dark. Qin Yan looked out the window and realized it was almost night. He got up and turned on the room light, stretched lazily, and then heard Chu Tianheng knock and call him out to eat. For dinner Chu Tianheng had takeout delivered. Qin Yan ate a normal dinner, and Chu Tianheng ate a fat loss meal. Qin Yan glanced secretly and found there were only a few leaves of vegetables, and the meat was chicken breast. A star, not even worth a dog. No wonder his second brother always seems in a bad mood. If it were me, I'd probably have flipped the table. It seems Chu Tianheng's mental state is fairly stable after all, at worst he just curses people a bit. Qin Yan suddenly began to understand his second brother a little. So as not to tempt him with his delicious food, Qin Yan thoughtfully took his dinner back to his room to eat. Chu Tianheng listlessly ate the vegetable leaves, glanced at Qin Yan, and said nothing. Qin Yan ran even faster. He hadn't been mistaken, he saw jealousy in his second brother's eyes. Holding his food, he happily finished it in his room. Qin Yan wiped his mouth, put the trash in a bag, and went out to throw it away. Then he saw his second brother had gone to the gym to work out. Qin Yan looked at him with sympathy, but their eyes met, and the latter reached out to grab him. "Come on, work out with me." Qin Yan thought his second brother might be a little crazy, shook his head, and hurried back to his room to close the door. He could still hear his second brother's laughter through the door. It was terrifying, a bit chilling to listen to. It was already evening. Qin Yan, feeling perfectly justified, didn't study. After washing up he lay in bed and played on his phone. He rolled around in the duvet once. Before he hadn't thought much of it, but compared to his second brother now, he felt extremely fortunate. Moved to tears. Qin Yan scrolled through videos while feeling sorry for his second brother. As he watched, he came across a comment and frowned, opening Weibo. Then he saw the top trending topic, #Chu Tianheng Police Station #. I opened the entry and found a bunch of nonsense. Some say Chu Tianheng was arrested for using drugs, no wonder he hasn't shown up recently. Others claim Chu Tianheng solicited sex workers, presented with convincing-sounding details. If Qin Yan didn't know, she'd probably believe it. Sure enough, under those rumor-mongering comments were lines like, "I used to really like him, I didn't expect he'd be like this," Ladybug blocked him. Qin Yan didn't know how Chu Tianheng would react to seeing those comments. Anyway, he was about to explode reading them. He furiously went off on those people, cursing them 300 rounds. After cursing for a while, he got tired, thought for a bit, and went out to see how his second brother was doing. Qi Nian was quite worried his second brother might be angered to death. He stepped out in slippers and noticed his second brother looked rather calm. The other noticed Qi Nian's gaze, raised his eyes, and seeing the other's face brimming with irrepressible worry, smiled and said, "You saw it?" Qi Nian nodded, trying to comfort his second brother, "Second brother, don't be angry, those people are talking nonsense." Chu Tianheng chuckled at that, "Why should I be angry? Today your second brother will teach you, being a star, these things are unavoidable." Qi Nian breathed a sigh of relief at his words, then asked, "So what do we do next?" "Refute the rumor, of course." Chu Tianheng scrolled his phone as he spoke. "The police will probably issue a statement." That sounded plausible, and Qi Nian relaxed. Then Chu Tianheng's phone rang. He glanced at it, paused for a moment, and then answered. Just now he was calm, but Chu Tianheng immediately exploded as if he'd swallowed a bomb. "If you've got something to say, spit it out." The other party must have said something, he sneered, "None of your business." Chu Tianheng, Song Xiaoming, are you serious? Call me again and I'll let my dog chew you to death tomorrow. Qi Nian. I was wrong, my second brother's mental state seems pretty bad. Chu Tianheng hung up the phone and returned to a calm expression, smiling faintly at Qi Nian, "It's nothing." Qi Nian grew even more worried, and at the same time he noticed what his brother had been scrolling through. It was the Weibo comments section. Qi Nian had just looked at the comments himself. Yesterday fans had been calling him "Love you the most" on end, and now they were agitated, shouting for Chu Tianheng to give them an explanation. Anyone would be in a bad mood about this. Qi Nian quietly advised, "Brother, don't look." Chu Tianheng actually turned off his phone and stood up. "All right, it's late, go to bed." He opened the door, and when he turned, he found Qi Nian following him like a little tail, wearing a worried expression. Chu Tianheng smiled, raising an eyebrow, "What? You want to sleep with me tonight?" Qi Nian still didn't fully trust him, hesitated, "It's not that I won't." Chu Tianheng's smile became much more sincere, he clicked his tongue, "Fine, I'm not used to sleeping with someone else. I'll sleep by myself." Qi Nian had no choice and went back to her room, looking back every few steps. After returning he didn't go to sleep right away either, he helped Chu Tianheng scold some haters for a while, then dozed off, still fighting the haters in his dreams. The next morning, Qi Nian groggily opened his eyes, instinctively grabbed his phone, and tapped straight into Chu Tianheng's comment section. Only now the tone was completely different from before, a flood of apologies saying they should have believed Chu Tianheng, others cursing the marketing accounts for spreading lies, and some expressing sympathy for Chu Tianheng. In the space of one night, public opinion had completely reversed. Qi Nian exited the comments section and opened the trending search. Sure enough, she saw that the police had already issued a statement. Qi Nian turned off her phone, feeling somewhat conflicted. Chapter 13 Green. Qi Nian went downstairs to throw out the trash and took a walk while he was at it. Besides studying, he didn't have much to do all day. Although he enjoyed being alone, staying in his room too long made him feel a bit stuffy. It was nice to come out alone and breathe some fresh air. The landscaping in Chu Tianheng's residential complex was well maintained, the beds were neatly trimmed and there were some pretty flowers. Qi Nian didn't know what kind of flower it was, only that it was very pretty. From a distance, dewdrops clung to the petals, making the beautiful flower look fresh and vivid. Qi Nian twisted his phone around and took a photo he was happy with, then grinned and posted it to Moments. Qi Nian, am I pretty? Little flower swaying in the wind. JPG, flower picture. He was just sharing a bit of his life and didn't care about likes, so after posting he turned off his phone and began to walk circles around the flower bed. He didn't dare go too far, the complex was huge, winding and maze-like, and no matter where Qi Nian looked everything seemed the same, so he was afraid of getting lost. Getting lost meant having to ask someone for directions, or have his second brother come look for him. Whatever the possibility, Qi Nian's little heart couldn't bear it. He shivered under the warm sun and planned to circle around once more before heading back. 582, 583, Qi Nian was counting how many footsteps it would take to go around the flower bed when he noticed someone passing by. Leading them was a man dressed very professionally, several men and women followed him. With the suit on, he somehow looked a bit like a real estate agent. Qin Yen shook his head, hurriedly banishing that impolite thought, lowered his head and continued counting. However, he didn't expect the real estate salesman, no, the man in the suit, after seeing him, to stop in his tracks and frown as he walked over. Qin Yen felt the other man was a bit aggressive, took a step back and prepared to slip away. Instead, the man in the suit was extraordinarily agile and, with an incredible speed, directly blocked Qin Yen's way. Qin Yen had no choice but to stop, standing silently in place, determined to carry out the idea of, if the enemy doesn't move, I definitely won't move. The man in the suit frowned at Qin Yen, slightly incredulous. Are you really Qin Yen? Qin Yen lowered his head, avoiding the other's eyes, imagining the man in the suit as a talking cabbage. I'm not. I'm just more ordinary looking. The man in the suit seemed to hear something funny, he directly took out his phone. Qin Yen saw, on the other's screen, a photo of himself. No one knows who secretly photographed him, otherwise, given the impression Qin Yen used to give, the man in the suit might not have recognized him. Qin Yen. From now on I'll have to cover my face when I go out. The man in the suit, having confirmed he really was Qin Yen, activated his taunting, oh, I didn't believe it when others said it. What, turning over a new leaf now? Qin Yen, ah. The man in the suit continued to taunt, you weren't kicked out by the Chu family, were you? His gaze fell on Qin Yen's pretty face, malice barely concealed. Since we know each other, how about I set you up with an easy job? Don't worry, I'll find you a good sponsor. As the man spoke, the people behind him frowned, eager to leave and pretend they didn't know him. The suited man spoke until his mouth was dry, fully prepared for Qin Yen to fly into a rage and make a scene, eagerly waiting for the show, only to find Qin Yen staring at the ground without moving, head down, as if daydreaming. The man in the suit nearly ran out of breath and was about to continue taunting. Suddenly a shout was heard, ah! I found it. The man in the suit frowned, what are you looking for? Because Qin Yen was looking down, he still thought Qin Yen was the one speaking. Qin Yen didn't hear the man in the suit, he was staring with bright eyes, his mind full of juicy gossip. Having finally found information on the man in the suit, he secretly thought it was pretty hard to find, then while snacking on the gossip he muttered to himself, so he's Li Yanming, oh, the one I hit on the head before. No wonder he looked so angry with me. The man in the suit, Li Yanming, felt a headache when he heard that, his head still hadn't fully healed from the time Qin Yen cracked it before. Now being brought up again, his face went particularly sour, especially since Qin Yen, damn it, had actually forgotten him. Li Yanming almost died of anger. The few people behind him looked suddenly enlightened, no wonder Li Yanming was so furious. But glancing at Qin Yen's pretty face, they thought maybe Li Yanming just had a sharp tongue. Qin Yen was still muttering to herself, he seems to have come here to look for a certain director, hoping that director would give his little lover a role. The people behind Li Yanming immediately wore gossiping expressions. He kept saying, my sister, this and that, anyone who didn't know better might think he was actually trying to get a role for his sister. It turned out she wasn't his biological sister, but a good sister. Qin Yen, unbelievable, Li Yanming actually committed tax evasion to buy a horse-brand handbag for his mistress. Wow, what a scumbag. But he probably doesn't know that his wife actually discovered he was seeing a mistress ages ago, and his wife and the mistress have secretly been in cahoots, planning to drain Li Yanming's money and run. Oh my god, so thrilling. This was such a bombshell. Li Yanming's head wound hadn't even healed, and upon hearing such explosive news, before Qin Yen could be silenced, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. After finishing the gossip, Qin Yen was snapped back to reality by the commotion and saw Li Yanming collapsed unconscious on the ground. The people who had been following him let out high, piercing screams. Someone was shaking Li Yanming violently, trying to wake him up. Qin Yen wore an awkward expression, afraid Li Yanming might really be shaken to death and he'd have to go to the police station to cooperate with an investigation. He forced down his social anxiety and suggested, should we call an ambulance? The people accompanying Li Yanming finally came to their senses and shot Qin Yen a grateful look, then, hands trembling, dialed 120. While calling, they screamed inwardly, don't die. I haven't been paid this month's salary yet. Chu Jianheng read the script for a while, realized Qin Yen, who had gone out to throw away the trash, hadn't returned and wasn't answering his phone, and felt uneasy, so he went downstairs to check. One of the 3 assistants temporarily transferred to him followed behind. They had just gone downstairs when they heard the sound of an ambulance. The assistant began to guess wildly, could it be? Chu Tianheng frowned, his long legs striding quickly. When he reached the ambulance, he found Qin Yan still standing there safe and sound, and Chu Tianheng breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at his assistant and snapped, "If there's nothing wrong, don't make wild guesses." The assistant scratched his head, he was just speaking off the cuff. Chu Tianheng quickly strode over to Qin Yan's side, using his long arms and legs to first reach out and ruffle Qin Yan's face. Seeing the other's look of grievance, his mood lifted a bit. "Why didn't you pick up when I called?" Qin Yan took out his phone. Sure enough, there was a missed call. "I had it on silent." "Chu Tianheng, don't put it on silent next time." Qin Yan immediately put his phone back, afraid Chu Tianheng would snatch it. Instead of doing as told, he muttered softly, "Does it have to be a phone call? Don't you know how much the sound of a phone rings their social anxiety nerves?" Chu Tianheng was almost amused into anger by his words, then pinched Qin Yan's cheek again. Seeing Qin Yan rubbing his face sullenly, he finally felt like looking at the person being lifted into the ambulance. Who else could it be if not Li Yanming? Chu Tianheng naturally understood the grudge between the two and, ignoring that the other was currently unconscious, frowned and asked, "He gave you trouble?" Qin Yan looked puzzled. "I don't know, I just suddenly fainted for no reason." Chu Tianheng, having guessed the general situation. He glanced at Qin Yan obliquely, earning a look of bafflement in return. Chu Tianheng took a few steps forward, glanced at the nurses hurriedly loading the stretcher into the vehicle. As they worked, they asked about the situation. Why did she faint for no reason? Does the patient have any illnesses? One of the people with Li Yanming was his assistant. It was the assistant's first time encountering such a situation, so not knowing what to say, he blurted it out. "Assistant, it's that his wife and her lover." The nurse's feelings were complicated. She glanced sympathetically at the stretcher-bound man, dirty and dust-covered. No wonder he thought the man's face looked a bit green. Hearing this, Chu Tianheng burst out laughing. Chu Tianheng had come down in a hurry and hadn't bothered to disguise himself. Fortunately, the nurses had been professional and were busy treating Li Yanming, so they hadn't noticed Chu Tianheng. The people living in this neighborhood were either celebrities or used to seeing celebrities, so there wasn't much of a problem. Still, Qin Yan planned to go back with Chu Tianheng. As for how many feet around the flower bed, they'd count that next time. The flower bed was not far from their building, but unexpectedly something happened on the way. The two of them and the assistant were walking when a yellow figure suddenly leapt toward them. Qin Yan was startled and nearly jumped. When he realized it was a big golden retriever, he breathed a sigh of relief. The big golden retriever enthusiastically pounced on Chu Tianheng, and there was still a leash hanging from the other's neck, obviously having broken away from its owner and run over. Qin Yan watched the enthusiastic golden retriever, a little worried his second brother would be upset. After all, his second brother had several paw prints pressed into him. But to his surprise, Chu Tianheng instead rubbed the golden retriever's head with great interest. Only, why did that motion feel so familiar? Qin Yan grumbled that his second brother treated him like a pet while watching his rarely softened-faced brother. On a whim, he snapped a photo of the moment. The big golden retriever's owner hurried over, paused when he saw Chu Tianheng, and, holding the leash, apologized to him. Chu Tianheng said nothing and left with Qin Yan and the assistant. Once in the elevator, Chu Tianheng asked Qin Yan, "What were you filming just now?" Qin Yan immediately, like offering a treasure, showed Chu Tianheng the photo, then cautiously said, "Brother, I think this would be perfect to post on Weibo." Qin Yan had been thinking about one thing, perhaps because his second brother always displayed the negative sides of his personality so vividly in public. When someone spread rumors, people's first reaction was not to believe him. Maybe his second brother should show a softer side, to turn his image around. But would his second brother listen to him? Chapter 14. What do red lips mean? Chu Tianheng was a smart man. Of course a smart man could see at a glance what Qin Yan was up to. He raised his hand, turned on the tap, let the water rinse his fingertips, and with a half-smile said, "You sure care about me." Qin Yan blinked, unsure what to say, so she didn't reply. Chu Tianheng wiped his hands, reached out and flicked Qin Yan's forehead, "No fever." Left 2 words, then turned and walked away. Qin Yan pressed his forehead in frustration, watching Chu Tianheng's retreating back, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew it. Although he had only briefly interacted with his second brother, he understood that the other man had his pride. He despised flattering anyone. But Qin Yan didn't feel like he was flattering anyone, he just wanted second brother to show his true self. But after being rejected, Qin Yan didn't know what to say. He wasn't good at persuading others, but he didn't want to give up, so he began organizing his words in his head so that he would be smoother when he spoke later. After a moment, Qin Yan repeated his arguments in his head several times and finally gained some confidence, then went to find Chu Tianheng. Chu Tianheng was about to flip through the script. He never treated his career lightly, even for a cameo. He would read the script in advance. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed someone with small, perky curls dawdling over. Chu Tianheng looked up, his gaze almost sharp as he stared at Qin Yan, tapping the script with his finger. Say something. Qin Yan's mind went blank. I forgot. Chu Tianheng immediately burst into loud laughter, like a kid whose prank had succeeded, even sneering at Qin Yan. Tsk tisk, such a small nerve. Qin Yan. Sometimes I really want to hit his brother. But she had finally summoned the courage. She couldn't give up now. But Qin Yan had already forgotten the rehearsal she'd just prepared and said dryly, second brother. Chu Tianheng lowered his eyes to look at the script. Qin Yan, post it. Chu Tianheng. Qin Yan, shoot. Chu Tianheng turned a page of the script, changed his orientation, and faced away from Qin Yan. Qin Yan took small quick steps and walked up to him. Shoot. Chu Tianheng changed direction again. Qin Yan walked up to him again. Send it. Chu Tianheng. He lifted his eyes to look at Qin Yan. The latter really had grown bolder, though still not daring to meet Chu Tianheng's gaze. He didn't move either. After a moment, Chu Tianheng was the first to break into laughter, unable to hold it in. It's the first time I've seen someone persuade others like that. Chu Tianheng, my younger brother is really talented. Qin Yan. Maybe he was driven crazy by Qin Yan. Chu Tianheng took out his phone and handed it to Qin Yan. The account is on it. If you want to post it yourself. Saying that, he threw the phone directly to Qin Yan. The latter fumbled and took the phone. Chu Tianheng looked down at the script for a moment and asked, why haven't you posted it yet? Qin Yan, you can't just post it recklessly, right? He had heard that artists' accounts were managed by dedicated people. He'd been advising Chu Tianheng that they should consult the other party's team first. Now the other party wants him to send it. Chu Tianheng didn't even look up. Don't worry, I have a lot of freedom, don't put too much pressure on me. At worst I'll go home and fight my elder brother for the family fortune. Qin Yan. His second brother really knew how to comfort people. Qin Yan, phone password. Chu Tianheng, it's my birthday. After saying that he looked up, saw Qin Yan hadn't left, and gave a dangerous glance at him. You don't not know, right? Qin Yan almost bristled under his look and didn't dare ask, hurriedly saying, I know. Chu Tianheng, huh? Qin Yan hurriedly cupped the phone and returned to the room, having gotten Chu Tianheng's birthday from Ning Min. After successfully unlocking Chu Tianheng's phone, Qin Yan didn't dare snoop, he went straight to Weibo. Qin Yan had previously done some account operations for a while and had achieved good results, which was why he dared to give suggestions to his second brother. If it were an area he wasn't familiar with, he wouldn't dare speak recklessly. He imitated Chu Tianheng's tone and posted a Weibo. As soon as the Weibo post went out, people immediately started liking and commenting. Maybe this is the influence of being a top celebrity. Qin Yan felt proud of his second brother while turning off the phone and going out to return it to him. When he went out, Chu Tianheng was still reading the script, but he was frowning, as if scratching his hand. Qin Yan went over curious, then was startled to see his second brother's hands covered in small red dots. Qin Yan, second brother, are you allergic? There was a commotion, assistants running back and forth, the manager rattled too, only Chu Tianheng seemed calmly unhinged. Oh, I'm allergic to dog hair. Qin Yan. You're allergic to dog hair and you still pet the dog. Chu Tianheng seemed to have anticipated Qin Yan's complaint. He reached out and pinched the other's cheek. A budget version. Qin Yan, exclamation point. Really wanted to hit someone. But seeing his second brother's arms covered with little red dots, and an assistant now applying ointment to the places he couldn't reach, he looked rather pitiful. Qin Yan quickly raised his hand and took a photo of his second brother. A few more red spots had appeared on Chu Tianheng's face, but they couldn't compete with how attractive the other person was. The spots made their features even more striking, giving them a different kind of breathtaking look at a glance. The person who was allergic looked a bit fragile. Of course, it could also be the photo, but in any case, it made one feel tender pity. Qin Yan was very satisfied with the photo, then her fingers flew as she edited another Weibo post and clicked send. Chu Tianheng took the phone, opened it, and looked down at the latest Weibo. He nearly laughed in anger. I was wrong. Not only have you grown bolder, you could practically fly to the heavens. After speaking, he moved his finger, intending to delete the Weibo post. Chu Tianheng cared a lot about his image. How could he allow such ugly photos to remain on his Weibo? Qi Nian saw him about to delete it and didn't stop him. He knew how fast fans' fingers were. Would fans not save such beautiful photos? Besides, if his second brother deleted the photos, it would only spark the fans' interest even more. Qi Nian felt like he was grinning like a crafty merchant. Sure enough, not long after, Qi Nian opened Weibo again and found many people crying and begging for the photo from earlier to use as wallpapers. Wah, I hate myself, I was so busy fawning over his looks that I didn't save it the first time. Is Tianheng shy? One day I actually got to see him shy. No, my nose is bleeding. Ha ha ha, I saved the image, and luckily I'm fast. Under that reply, there was a flood of comments asking for the image. Soon after, hashtag Chu Tianheng allergic hashtag shot up the trending list. Qi Nian glanced at it and felt it matched her expectations. Many people felt that Chu Tianheng, who once seemed unattainable, suddenly felt much closer to them. So Chu Tianheng also liked fluffy animals that much. Even knowing he was allergic, he still reached out to pet a friendly big golden retriever by the roadside. Someone put the two Weibo posts Chu Tianheng made, before and after, side by side. It was quite comical. Knowing that Chu Tianheng had immediately deleted the second post made the comedic effect reach its peak. Qi Nian also saw that someone claiming to be the owner of the big golden retriever had posted on Weibo. Coincidentally, the person was a pet influencer with a sizable following. The other party said they hadn't managed to hold back the golden retriever at the time, and watched helplessly as their silly dog leapt onto someone else, their heart nearly stopping from the fright. She had been prepared to apologize to the other person, but didn't expect her golden retriever to have jumped on a celebrity. Chu Tianheng was nothing like what people said online. He had a particularly good temperament, and didn't mind that his clothes got several muddy paw prints from her dog. She concluded that, as expected, you can't believe everything you read online. This blogger really has a talent for storytelling. A very ordinary little incident was written in a way that pulled you in. The comments below all say their perception of Chu Tianheng has changed a lot. Some even said, how terrible could someone the big golden retriever likes be, and that line immediately got a lot of likes. Meanwhile, Chu Tianheng's manager had already started controlling the online narrative at the first opportunity, worried someone might try to take advantage of the confusion. Public opinion was almost unanimously praising Chu Tianheng. It's hard to imagine that just a few days ago he still carried the bad personality label, and now he's had such a sudden reversal. Chu Tianheng's fans instantly grew by several million. After this matter was settled, the manager contacted Chu Tianheng again. The manager was clearly in a good mood and said with a smile, Tianheng, have you finally seen reason? The manager had suggested it before, but unsurprisingly, each time it was rejected by the proud and haughty Chu Tianheng. Chu Tianheng is capable and well-connected. He doesn't need others' affection to maintain his popularity, so he naturally looks down on doing those things. The manager couldn't control him either, so he let him go. Unexpectedly, the other party seemed to have come to terms with it. Chu Tianheng was also checking Weibo at the time. How to put it, his feelings were quite complicated. The agent continued, by the way, where did you hire this person from? They're amazing. Chu Tianheng's tone carried a faint boast, oh, my younger brother. Ah, people always say it's normal for stars to get hate, but he won't listen. Maybe he doesn't want to see me being insulted. Agent. Farewell. Qi Nian sneezed, rubbed his nose, and put down his pen. After studying for a while his head began to ache. He thought he should rest a bit, then opened his phone with a clear conscience. Many people had liked the Moments post he'd made earlier, and Qi Nian even saw his brother there. Glancing at what he'd posted on Moments, Qi Nian immediately raised a hand to cover his face. He had only been speaking in the tone of a flower, not asking if he was pretty. His brother should understand what he meant, right? Even if she didn't understand, there was no way to explain it. Qi Nian sighed, shook his head, and tried hard to ignore the awkwardness. There were also comments from Lu Zhe below. Lu Zhe, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thumbs up. JPG. Qi Nian didn't want to look at that Moments post any longer. She hurriedly replied with a single, red lips. JPG, then turned off her phone. On the other side, Chu Rongshi sat in a rattan chair in the tea room. He often came here after work, and the tranquil surroundings helped him relax. His long fingers pinched the cup handle as he sipped some tea. Hearing his phone ring, he set the cup down and opened the phone. Seeing the redlips.jpg, sent by Qin Yan, he fell into thought. Chapter 15 Quite explosive. Qin Yan checked the online chatter again. The trend was favorable. On another letter site where he usually watched videos, he also came across quite a few videos about his second brother. He had to admit, some influencer accounts really had talent, they were very good at stirring up people's interest. Qin Yan only realized after a while that he had unconsciously looked at several of them. Judging by the frequency of these posts online, there's probably the push from his second brother's agent behind it. Qin Yan felt that in this success, his role was actually the smallest. 2 Weibo posts were enough to explode onto the trending list. The most important reason was that his second brother was a top-tier celebrity himself, and just a few days earlier had been at the center of a controversy that hadn't yet died down. This was the moment that drew the most attention, so it easily trended. If it had been someone not so popular, forget 2 posts, even 10 or 8 posts wouldn't have helped. Actually, Qin Yan felt it was thanks to his second brother's team, even though they hadn't discussed it before, his brother's team was able to react quickly and take action, which showed they were no slackers. All things considered, Qin Yan thought this was completely due to the right timing, place, and people. Qin Yan was scrolling videos while thinking, when he saw a message from his second brother. A small question mark popped into Qin Yan's head. His second brother was in the room just on the other side of the wall. Did he really need to send a message? But compared to interacting with people in real life, Qin Yan was clearly much more at ease online, so he was happy not to have to expend energy. He opened WeChat, expecting his brother to mention the trending topic, but instead the other party brought up something completely unrelated. Chu Tianheng, what did you send big brother? Chu Tianheng, eating melon.jpg. Qin Yan's small question mark turned into a big one, and she replied to Chu Tianheng with a question mark. After a while, Chu Tianheng replied and sent over a screenshot. The immediate background should be the moment's interface. Qin Yan caught sight of the big red lips he had replied with at a glance, except, why was his brother's name in front of the red lips? Ah! Qin Yan's fingers trembled, and he let out a sharp squeal. Qin Yan, I sent it to the wrong person. Chu Tianheng, I knew it, ha ha ha. Obviously, Chu Tianheng came with the intent to make a joke out of Qin Yan. Qin Yan found those ha-ha-has especially grating. Then what made it even more grating came. Chu Tianheng, but, big brother doesn't know. Chu Tianheng, tisk tsk, I can't imagine what expression our usually serious big brother would make if he saw this. Chu Tianheng, black person question face.jpg. Qin Yan, gua. Qin Yan, wanting to cry but having no tears, hurried to her moments and deleted that garish, eye-searing bright red lip. Not long after, Chu Tianheng's message popped up again. Chu Tianheng, deleting it won't help, big bro has already seen it. Chu Tianheng, I asked. Qin Yan felt a bit unwilling to engage with Chu Tianheng anymore, her second brother really had terrible tastes. Completely unaware, Qin Yan's embarrassed toes curled up, he wished he could dig a hole and hide immediately. But avoidance wasn't a solution. Qin Yan, who had no tears left to cry and didn't know how long he'd been that way, finally mustered the courage to pick up his phone again. He first cautiously sent Chu Rongshe a cat knocking on the door sticker. Chu Rongshe remained so calm it was as if he had seen nothing, and asked him what was wrong. Maybe calmness is contagious too. Qin Yan inexplicably relaxed a lot and explained himself. Qin Yan, I sent that red lip message to the wrong person. To make it more vivid, he sent another red lip emoji. Qin Yan, it's this one. Chu Rongshe, no need to give an example like that. Qin Yan, oh. Qin Yan thought for a moment and decided to get his embarrassment over with at once. Qin Yan, you know what? In my moments today, I posted a personification. Qin Yan, speak from Xiaohua's perspective. Chu Rongshe, if you hadn't said it I almost wouldn't have noticed. Qin Yan, ha ha ha, brother, you're quite funny. Qin Yan exhaled in relief. Ah, that feeling of no longer suddenly remembering something and falling into embarrassment is really wonderful. Qin Yan felt completely relaxed, happily hugged the quilt and rolled on the bed, accidentally pressing her phone and sending a string of gibberish. Chu Rongshe. Qin Yan, oh dear, my face just accidentally pressed the phone. Chu Rongshe. A little curious about what position the other person is typing in right now. Chu Rongshe, it's getting late, go to sleep. Qi Nian, okay, good night. Qi Nian, raises one leg while playing with phone.jpg. Recall a message. Qi Nian, piggy, tuck the blanket in .jpg. Chu Rongshi, mm. Chu Rongshi glanced once more at the pig on the screen, then turned off his phone. Qi Nian yawned, ready to sleep, when he noticed his second brother had posted on Moments. Curious, he tapped it and found a screenshot of a chat. Caption, a weasel wishing the chicken a happy new year. The screenshot showed a conversation with Qi Xiaoming. The other person asked if his second brother's allergies had flared up and whether he was okay, things like that. His second brother replied, heh, very fine. Qi Nian felt a pang of sympathy for Qi Xiaoming, then pulled the blanket up over himself and closed his eyes. If Chu Rongshi were here now, he'd notice that this movement matched the pig covering itself with a blanket emoji perfectly. On the other side, Chu Tianheng looked at the like from Qi Xiaoming under the Moments post and muttered, no way, is he sick? Don't know if I'm jinxing him. Chu Tianheng angrily deleted the Moments post outright, out of sight, out of mind. The next day, at Qi Nian's request, Chu Tianheng made egg fried rice again. Not surprisingly, it was posted by Qi Nian on Weibo. The man in the photo was wearing an apron, his blue hair was strikingly eye-catching, creating a sharp contrast with the apron and giving off a kind of cute contrast. As expected, that Weibo post trended. Compared to celebrities who never touch a kitchen utensil, Chu Tianheng being able to make egg fried rice already counted as a gourmet. The fans' reactions were intense too. Well, it was kind of like, they'd given up hope in him, then kept getting one surprise after another. Having a poor image isn't without benefits. It's like the perfect student who always gets full marks versus the barely passing student. If the perfect one scores 99, people feel disappointed. If the barely passing one gets a 70, it's a delightful surprise. People are just like that, it's strange. Qi Nian pondered a little life philosophy, then was led out the door. Today Chu Tianheng went to dye his hair. He was joining a shoot, and the blue hair didn't fit the character, so he had to dye it back. Qi Nian didn't want to go. After all, going out each time was a torment for someone with social anxiety. However, Chu Tianheng said his hair was a bit long and it was a good chance to get a trim. Qi Nian had indeed felt his hair was poking his eyes a bit these past 2 days, but he thought it was still manageable. Chu Tianheng looked at him and said, if you don't want to cut it, that's fine. When we get back I'll buy a hair tie and make you a little top knot, how about that? Qi Nian swore he could see eagerness in his second brother's eyes. To escape his second brother's perverse sense of humor, Qi Nian had no choice but to go get his hair cut. When he agreed, he even saw disappointment in his brother's eyes. Qi Nian. He muttered softly. His second brother, with those dog-like ears, immediately pinched his face. What did you say? Qi Nian finally freed his face with difficulty and pitifully shrank to the side, rubbing his cheeks. As a top star, Chu Tianheng even had a dedicated team for his hair. When they arrived, several stylists were already on standby. The moment Qi Nian stepped outside, his social anxiety flared up, so he quietly played the part of a curly-haired little lamb and sat to the side. They styled his second brother's hair first before doing his, so Qi Nian quietly waited nearby, watching a group of people circling around his brother. In that instant, he finally felt the reality of his second brother's superstar status. Qi Nian took out his phone and started scrolling. After playing for a while, feeling bored, a message from LVZ popped up. LVZ, do you have some grudge against Li Yanming? Li Yanming. Qi Nian thought for a moment before remembering who that was. Oh, the one about his wife being with his mistress. Qi Nian vaguely felt that Lu Zhe wanted to share something with him, so he did not deny it. Sure enough, Lu Zhe said that at his part-time job he had heard news about Li Yanming from several people. Gossip in high society is hard to get out, but it spreads quickly within the circle, especially since gossip about Li Yanming was so rare. Gossip is human nature, so it soon spread. That day, after Li Yanming was brought to the hospital, he woke up quickly. His assistant cried tears of joy. Great, he's awake, that's good, no need to worry about his salary. Li Yanming's head still felt a bit dazed. He felt like he'd had a dream, dreaming about his wife and her lover. How could that be? Li Yanming smiled, then a sudden headache struck. He came to his senses and the memories in his mind gradually clarified, almost causing his eyes to roll back as he fainted again. Fortunately, the assistant reacted quickly this time and immediately squeezed Li Yanming's philtrum hard. It was pinched until it was swollen before Li Yanming stopped fainting. If it had been an ordinary time, Li Yanming might have thought the assistant was deliberately getting back at him, but at this moment he couldn't bother with such trivial matters. He raised his hand. Quick, I need to go home. He suddenly remembered that his wife had deliberately kept him away today, and his mistress had also used a family emergency as an excuse to refuse to meet the director with him, saying they'd postpone it. He now had to suspect. So, he had to go back. Li Yanming almost opened the door with trembling hands, and was met by his wife in a red robe, carefully made up. In his memory, his wife had never dressed this beautifully in front of him. There had to be something going on. Sure enough, the next moment a soft voice came from the room. Darling, please hurry and untie me. I'm sorry, I really don't like that pig head. I feel disgusted whenever I see him. When Li Yanming heard that familiar voice, he ignored his wife's attempts to stop him and pushed the door open. The room was in disarray. The pure, adorable little lover, barely clothed, had red ropes tied around her. Li Yanming's eyes rolled back again. Chapter 15 joined the film crew. Lu Zhe described the details so vividly that anyone who didn't know might think he was at the scene. Lu Zhe, Li Yanming's wife, is also a tough one. For some reason back then they signed a prenuptial agreement. If one party cheated, all the assets would go to the other. Qin Yan, would Li Yanming agree to that? After all, it seems Li Yanming isn't the only one who cheated. Lu Zhe, Li Yanming's wife, has long had all the evidence of his affairs. She was going to hire a lawyer, and now her evidence is complete, while Li Yanming has none at all. Qin Yan drew in a cold breath, thinking this woman was pretty ruthless. Lu Zhe, both sides are preparing to go to court now, but Li Yanming isn't exactly someone to be pitied. Qin Yan, yeah, he's not a good person either. LVZ, no, who allowed him to bully you? LVZ, hates evil like a dog. JPG. Ever since Qin Yan saved his life, LVZ has completely treated him as his benefactor, blindly defending Qin Yan. I never would have thought it, the former Qin Yan wasn't exactly someone to be taken lightly either. Qin Yan felt a little embarrassed from what he'd said, but fortunately Lu Zhe didn't continue on that topic. Lu Zhe, I'll stop talking. I'm going to check on Han Jie's status to boost my happiness. Qin Yan was a bit curious about how he planned to do that. Then Lu Zhe sent a photo. It was the delivery rider uniform from a certain food delivery app. Lu Zhe, a friend of mine got a takeout order that might be from Han Jie, I helped him deliver it. Qin Yan, aren't you working at the XX Club? Lu Zhe, oh, that place only requires me to work 2 hours a day, delivering food is a side job. Qin Yan's mouth twitched. He thought Lu Zhe was incredibly impressive, and sent him an encouraging sticker. Lu Zhe said he'd have a chance later to take some current photos of Han Jie for him. Qin Yan was too curious, so he didn't refuse. They were chatting when a tuft of hair was gently tugged. Qin Yan looked up. Chu Tianheng, whose hair had been dyed back to black, was looking at him at leisure. The black hair still couldn't hide his flamboyant temperament. Chu Tianheng, I think, giving you a little top knot wouldn't be bad either. Qin Yan immediately snatched back his little curls, covering his head, watching Chu Tianheng warily, determined to defend his hairstyle sovereignty. Seeing him refuse so decisively, Chu Tianheng clicked his tongue a little in regret, then raised an eyebrow slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Is your second brother the kind of person who would force others? Qin Yan rolled his eyes, then went to Tony to get his hair cut. Although he felt his current hairstyle gave him a lot of security, because his second brother, who wanted to tie little pigtails on him every day, was around, he still decided to cut his hair shorter. When teacher Tony saw another handsome guy again, his eyes practically lit up. He was ready to show off his skills on that head. He took out a book filled with all kinds of hairstyles and enthusiastically introduced them to Qin Yan. Which one would you like? I think these are good, you're able to pull off any of these styles. He said a lot, and Qin Yan didn't know how to reply, casting a pleading look at his second brother, only to find his brother looking at him with schadenfreude. Qin Yan. In the end, he could only, when Tony paused, hurriedly say, just cut it short. Tony sounded disappointed and asked again, are you really not going to do any styling? Qin Yan shook his head like a rattle. Tony could only sigh and get on with the haircut. Qin Yan closed his eyes and pretended not to hear him. The haircut was quick, before long it was done. His hair was a bit shorter, revealing Qin Yan's pretty brows and eyes, and his delicate little face looked even more striking. Needing almost no adornment, the little curls obediently flipped up. In the sunlight they looked even fluffier, seeming as if they would feel very soft to the touch. The most important thing was that his face was just too beautiful. Teacher Tony and a few assistants looked stunned. After that, Qin Yan reached up and smoothed the hair at his forehead, feeling very insecure. Chu Tianheng glanced at the people gathered around his younger brother. Proud as he was also quite displeased. Chu Tianheng didn't know if he was joking. In any case, he said with a completely serious expression, "Don't crowd around, my brother easily gets short of breath." Several of them. They didn't surround her that tightly, did they? However, when they saw Qin Yan's flushed, red face, they immediately fell silent. Looking at it, she really is a bit short of breath. A few of them immediately stepped away on their own. Qin Yan finally felt a bit more at ease, and then he saw Chu Tianheng take out his phone and quickly snap a photo of him. On the way home, Chu Tianheng opened the "A Family Who Loves Each Other" group chat. Chu Tianheng, freshly baked. Chu Tianheng, image. Ning Min, pretty. Chu Zhen, pretty. Chu Rongshi, pretty. Qin Yan naturally saw the messages in the group. Seeing a string of beautiful comments, his face flushed a little. He reached out to cover his slightly burning cheeks. The temperature had finally dropped a bit. He pressed his lips together and typed, then hit send. Almost at the same time, another message appeared in the group. Chu Tianyan, which handsome guy is this? Qin Yan, thank you, everyone. The group suddenly fell silent, and an awkward atmosphere spread. Almost immediately, Chu Tianyan retracted a message. Chu Tianyan, hahaha, it's too late here, it's the middle of the night and I'm half asleep, plus I got a little rained on yesterday so my brain might be a bit foggy. No wonder things felt off, haha. That said, Nian Nian really is getting more and more beautiful. Qin Yan. Sis, you don't have to do this. Chu Tianyan, the twin sister of Chu Tianheng, now doing a direct PhD abroad. Because she hasn't been home much, they haven't spent much time together, so she doesn't have strong feelings toward Qin Yan. Well, at least not the same hatred that Chu Tianheng used to have for Qin Yan. That night, Qin Yan scrolled through Chu Tianyan's moments. Chu Tianyan, who would know, suddenly there's a handsome little brother, hee. Qin Yan's face flushed again, and in the end he still didn't have the nerve to like that moment's post. Everyone in the Chu family liked it except him. Qin Yan bit his finger and shyly pulled the blanket over his face. The next day, Qin Yan was sitting in the nanny van as his brother left for the film set when he received Lu Zhe's belated forwarded gossip. Lu Zhe, there were too many scripts yesterday, I'm setting aside time today to tell you. Soon, Qin Yan understood why Lu Zhe had insisted on taking the time. Because the delivery person saw the explosive scene while dropping off the food. They happened to run into Mrs. Han and Han Jia arguing. Since Han Jia screwed his father over, his father Han Jinqi is now under investigation and his career might be ruined, so the family has effectively abandoned Han Jia. With no other options, Han Jia had to turn to his mother. Although Mrs. Han was very disappointed in her son, he was still her son, and she couldn't bring herself to abandon him, so she didn't say anything. Then the mother and son moved into Mrs. Han's only house. It was an ordinary residential complex, not at all comparable to the upscale neighborhood Han Jia used to live in. Han Jia had grown used to a wealthy life and couldn't bear such a drop. He stayed home playing video games every day, becoming increasingly twisted in character. Han's mother has now found a job. She used her connections and, with her high education level, barely managed to get a decent position. But aiming for a high salary and a high position is impossible now, she has to start from the bottom. She's busy with work every day and has no time to look after Han Jia. One day, when Han's mother pushed the door open, she saw garbage scattered all over the floor. She had worked so long, and today, finally not having to work overtime, she planned to come home and rest properly, only to have to clean up after her son again. Han's mother immediately blew up and spoke to Han Jia in a somewhat harsh tone. Han Jia was already in a bad mood, so unsurprisingly the mother and son started arguing. When Lu Zhe was delivering food, he saw the scene. At that time Han Mom's door was left open, and quite a few neighbors had come over out of curiosity. Lu Zhe blended into the crowd and didn't stand out. In the end, for reasons Lu Zhe didn't know, after whatever Hao Jia said, an angry Han Mom slapped him. Han Jia immediately shouted that he was going to find his dad, then covered his face and ran off. The whole farce ended just like that. Lu Zhe didn't know what happened afterward. Because he had spent a lot of time watching the commotion, he was rushing to deliver a nearly late order and naturally couldn't bother to share it with Qin Yan. Qin Yan was a bit curious about what happened next, but unfortunately had no way of finding out. He posted on Moments, "Who knows, I only watched half the drama, it's so upsetting, does anyone know what happens next? Shaking like crazy. JPG. Qin Yan was just venting, not expecting to learn the outcome. He sighed and leaned over the bed to look at the scenery outside. Soon the road became more and more remote, and finally they arrived at a place like a small mountain village. Qin Yan looked at Chu Tianheng, who explained, "This show is a period drama." After he finished speaking, he thought for a moment and said sincerely, "If you can't handle this environment, tell me and I'll have my agent send you home." Qin Yan looked at his earnest expression, and before she could feel moved, his brother laughed, "Don't come crying later." Qin Yan. "Yeah right, moved my foot." He hadn't never had it easy as a child either, so it didn't bother him much. What surprised him was that his second brother adapted well too. Seeing the mud house and the wooden plank bed, he didn't even blink. They had just arrived today, and it was getting late. After meeting the director and the screenwriter, there wasn't much else to do. Chu Tianheng said it was too late today, he had to meet other actors tomorrow, and whether they knew each other or not, saying hello was the most basic courtesy. Of course, it was mainly necessary to meet the lead actors. Unimportant people didn't need to be bothered with, otherwise Chu Tianheng would be exhausted. Socially anxious Qin Yan listened and felt despair, looking up at his second elder brother with pleading eyes. "Do I have to go?" Chu Tianheng had originally considered not bringing him, but then thought people should definitely meet, otherwise, if someone rude bullied his brother, what would he do? He smiled kindly, "What do you think?" Qin Yan. Recently Chu Rongshi would deliberately pay attention to Qin Yan's condition. He didn't want Qin Yan to go through the same changes as before again. The others didn't know that he had subconsciously come to see the current Qin Yan and the previous one as two different people. So he would intentionally find reasons to chat with Qin Yan from time to time. Thus, the moment Qin Yan opened his phone, he received a greeting from his brother. "Chu Rongshi, what gossip?" Qin Yan. "What's going on?" His brother actually asked that. Qin Yan was a little confused, but he didn't dare lie to him, so he told the truth obediently. Chu Rongshi, got it. Qin Yan, question mark. "No what?" Qin Yan had a face full of question marks, completely unaware that his serious older brother had already gone to dig up gossip for him. Chapter 17 My brother is really great. Chu Rongshi, Han Jinqi has shut Han Jia out, and now Han Jia is missing. Qin Yan. He looked at the message from his brother with a face full of question marks, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. He turned off his phone and turned it back on again. It really was a message from his brother. Qin Yan was shocked, bewildered, puzzled, and panicked. After a series of reactions, he looked at the previous chat history with his brother. So, when his brother said, "Got it," last night, it wasn't just a simple, "got it." Actually, it's nothing haha, just kidding. Qin Yan forced a stern expression, but couldn't help showing a look that was half smile, half cry. Not replying forever wasn't good either. After calming himself for a moment, he finally replied with stiff fingers. Qin Yan, thanks, bro. Qin Yan, little lamb at a loss. JPG. A moment later, Chu Rongshi replied, he had just happened to overhear it from the assistant. Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, so he hadn't gone out of his way to find out, He had indeed overthought it, his brother was so busy every day, where would he find time to handle this? But he hadn't expected that even amid his brother's hectic schedule, he still remembered to feed his craving for gossip. Qin Yan felt a little touched. Qin Yan thought for a moment and changed his brother's contact note to, "My dear brother." On the other side, Chu Rongshi's assistant sneezed, completely unaware that he was being forced to take the blame without his knowledge. Qin Yan immediately shared the news with Lu Zhe, who praised Qin Yan for his really reliable sources. Qin Yan responded with modesty. For breakfast it was the meal cooked by the villager's housekeeper. They were now staying in a courtyard that a villager had left empty, the production team had paid to rent it. Maybe they thought an empty courtyard was better put to use. The villager who rented it out was very happy. When he heard they had just arrived, he cooked extra in the morning and brought some over for them. The farmhouse food was simple, but it tasted pretty good, and Qin Yan ate quite a bit. One meal left Qin Yan with a very good impression of the village, and they even ran into villagers on their way out. But the villagers were overly enthusiastic, even if they didn't know the visitors, they'd still greet them. Qi Nian grew more and more socially anxious, staying pressed close to Chu Tianheng the whole way. Away from the enthusiastic villagers, Chu Tianheng glanced at his timid younger brother and reached out to pinch his little face. "You're so cowardly outside, turns out you're fierce only at home." The few assistants following them lowered their heads, trying hard to hide the smiles at the corners of their mouths. Qi Nian felt a bit indignant. When was he fierce only at home? His second brother always liked to talk nonsense like that. The lead actors live not far from here. When they arrived, the female and male leads happened to be doing a scene together. The drama is set in the 1970s and 80s and tells the story of a man and woman who, ahead of the curve, changed their fates and become preeminent entrepreneurs. They are currently filming the early part of the story. The leads have just met, and each has recognized the other's ambition. In such a backward mountain village, it's hard for them to find people like themselves. It was unsurprising that the two naturally came together. Of course, this together didn't mean being in a romantic relationship. At first the two had no love between them, only a simple working arrangement. Moreover, early on each harbored their own intentions and schemed against the other. Even later on they wouldn't put love first. In today's domestic TV dramas, such a storyline can be considered a breath of fresh air. Because the script didn't fit current trends, the director couldn't attract much investment, so to save costs they naturally avoided building film sets. They needed to shoot rural scenes, and countryside locations are easy to find. After negotiating with the local village chief and the like, they could rent a place for a very low price. To save money, the director tried to match shooting to the time of day as much as possible, day scenes shot during the day, night scenes at night, so they could cut down on lighting and the like. Now the male and female leads wore bulky, plain clothes, a far cry from their usual images, but Qi Nian could tell at a glance that the female lead was film queen Chu Xiangfeng. Qi Nian had watched her in a crime drama just yesterday. Qi Nian also recognized the male lead. He was film king Lin Yunjian. Qi Nian didn't know him from watching his shows, but because Ning Min would sometimes mention that name. Ning Min is a fangirl. Before coming she even had Chu Tianheng help her get Lin Yunjian's autograph. Out of curiosity, Qi Nian searched Lin Yunjian's name at the time. Qi Nian was meeting a film emperor and empress up close for the first time and felt a little excited. Because the two were busy filming, they couldn't go over to greet them, but there were other actors from the crew who weren't occupied. The first to come over was a girl with an oval face, who looked to be just in her early 20s. From their conversation, Qi Nian learned the girl's name was Zhang Ruru. Qi Nian didn't recognize the person, so she secretly searched their name. She didn't expect Zhang Ruru to be quite popular, one of the rising young stars, but not in her early 20s, she was already 28. You really can't tell people's real ages in the entertainment industry. After a while, another handsome man came over. He was also a fairly popular young actor, named Xiao Yuliang. At this moment Xiao Yuliang had a face full of smiles, following his second brother and saying something, looking extremely enthusiastic. Aside from these few people, Qi Nian didn't have much impression of the rest. Mainly because there were quite a lot of people, and those who came later didn't get to say more than a few words. Judging by the lead cast, this crew probably wasn't that poor, not to mention award-winning actors. At least popular young male and female stars weren't cheap. And it wasn't just him, his second brother's worth was quite high too. Soon, he learned the reason from his second brother. The director of this period drama, Qian Lai, is a well-known veteran director who has made many nationally popular TV series. If this time he were shooting a commercial project, there's no way he'd accept such a small amount of investment. There would be people lining up, fighting to invest. But director Qian Lai is getting old and no longer wants to be dragged around by entertainment industry capital. He wants to make a drama he likes. Period dramas of this type rarely break out into a cultural phenomenon. Even though the director is Qian Lai, the investors weren't optimistic. The backer who agreed to invest this time was fully prepared to write off 20 million as a sunk cost. They mainly wanted to get in with director Qian Lai in case he wanted to make a commercial film next, which would give them an advantage. 20 million is nothing in today's entertainment industry where budgets easily run into the hundreds of millions, but because this drama wasn't expected to do well, no production companies were stuffing the crew with people. Qian Lai was actually pretty happy. As for the actors' fees? Ahem. The two best actor/actress winners were old acquaintances of Qian Lai. After his combination of self-pity and grand promises, they ultimately agreed to appear in the show for a rock-bottom fee. That fee is practically giving it away. As for the female and male supporting leads, Qian Lai originally planned to cast seasoned actors, but on the suggestion of Best Actress Chu Xiangfeng, he ended up choosing young stars who have both popularity and talent. Their acting, in Qian Lai's view, was so-so, nothing outstanding, but their purpose was to bring traffic and attention to the show, and since the supporting roles didn't require exceptional acting, they were actually quite suitable. As for their pay, well, the chance to work with a Best Actor, Best Actress, and a well-known director is a real prestige boost. How could they, in good conscience, take money for that? The other supporting actors' pay wasn't high either, so after all that, Qian Lai had hardly spent any money on the cast. Qi Nian's mouth twitched when he heard that. Wasn't this the classic empty-handed wolf in sheep's clothing scheme? They were talking when the shooting wrapped over there. As a junior, Chu Tianheng naturally went over to greet them. Qian Lai was a very kind little old man. The moment he saw Chu Tianheng he was extremely warm, asking a few questions about whether he was used to things, and finally mentioning that the crew's conditions weren't good, and so on. Chu Tianheng's mouth kept twitching as he listened. Everyone here was sharp. Could they not understand what Qian Lai meant? Chu Tianheng smiled and said, Xiang Feng told me before she came. I was going to tell you too, I'm still a newcomer as an actor, so you don't need to bother with my pay. When Qian Lai heard that, she immediately beamed, unable to stop smiling. She said, oh my, that's so embarrassing. She added, I remember you have a brother, what's his name, breaking out. That actually fits pretty well with my show. But your song is pretty expensive, right? Qi Nian watched helplessly as his brother not only agreed to a cameo for free, but also freely licensed his song to Qian Lai. This director Qian Lai was really, not what he had imagined. Unexpectedly, the gossip turned toward him. Director Qian Lai looked at Qi Nian with that same familiar enthusiasm, hey. This young man is not bad. My show happens to need a younger brother who secretly likes the heroine. I think you'd be perfect. Qi Nian's eyes widened, his little curls trembled. How could someone with social anxiety act? Luckily his second brother usually liked to tease him, but right now he was reliable and refused for him. My brother isn't from the industry, and he can't act. Director Qian Lai looked regretful, murmuring, I think he looks suitable, give him a try. In the end, Chu Tianheng used going to greet the leads as an excuse to take Qi Nian away. Qi Nian muttered softly, you can tell Director Qian's really short on money. Would Qi Nian be suitable? Of course, maybe quite suitable, and the most important thing is, being with Chu Tianheng means she doesn't need to be paid. Chu Tianheng laughed when he heard Qi Nian, letting Director Qian owe me a favor is a good thing for me, but there's no need to involve you. I'm not at the point of using my younger brother. As he spoke, they reached Chu Xiangfeng and Lin Yunjian. In the middle of summer, the two were wearing bulky cotton coats and had long been unbearably hot, only now were they taking them off. Qi Nian had a very good impression of the two, she felt they weren't putting on airs and were very approachable, and Chu Xiangfeng was like a big sister. But the other person looked like they weren't feeling well. After saying a few words, they went to rest nearby. Qi Nian watched Chu Xiangfeng sitting in the shade, his face a little pale, clutching his chest, and with the assistant's help lowering his eyes to take medicine. She pursed her lips, her expression carrying a somewhat unguarded worry. Chapter 18 This silly girl. Noticing Chu Xiangfeng's discomfort, Director Qian Lai and several actors hurried over, fussing and asking after him. In the end there were simply too many people, so Director Qian Lai, wearing a stern expression, drove them away. Qi Nian could hear Qian Lai asking Chu Xiangfeng to take a few days off to go home and rest. But Chu Xiangfeng shook his head and smiled, saying, no need. Maybe I got a bit carried away in that scene just now, I'll be fine after resting a little. Seeing that Chu Xiangfeng's complexion had indeed improved somewhat, Qian Lai didn't insist further and told Chu Xiangfeng to go home and rest first. Chu Xiangfeng didn't refuse this time, he was escorted away by several assistants. Qi Nian watched from afar, several times wanting to step forward, but his social anxiety kept him from mustering the courage, and in the end he didn't follow. What are you looking at? Chu Tianheng reached out and tapped Qi Nian's forehead. Qi Nian felt a mess of emotions. When Chu Tianheng flicked his head, he didn't glare back, only blankly held his forehead. Chu Tianheng raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with you? Qi Nian shook his head and, without thinking, said, Sister Xiangfeng she. Chu Tianheng, she has a heart condition, but it seems like it's nothing serious. Later you'll come with me to visit her. Qi Nian, unusually, didn't refuse and obediently nodded. Chu Tianheng raised an eyebrow at the sight, still feeling his younger brother was hiding something from him, but since it seemed he couldn't get it out of him, he pretended not to know. After filming finished, Qin Yan followed Chu Tianheng to visit Chu Xiangfeng. Chu Xiangfeng lived in a tidy courtyard. They knocked, and soon the assistant opened the door. He wasn't surprised to see them and smiled as he invited them in. On the way, Chu Tianheng asked about Chu Xiangfeng and learned that she was fine now and was reading the script. As soon as he entered, he indeed saw Chu Xiangfeng sitting on a wooden chair with the script draped over her legs, reading intently. As a top actress, Chu Xiangfeng was always professional. She was the only one in the crew who hadn't taken leave until now. If she hadn't been feeling unwell today, she wouldn't have come back to rest. Because of this, Chu Xiangfeng felt a bit guilty, thinking she had slowed the crew's progress, so after resting for a while she began studying the script, striving to get the upcoming scenes right in one take to make up for the time she had taken off. Now Chu Xiangfeng was wearing only a simple long-sleeve shirt, looking like the older sister next door. The other person was very familiar with Chu Tianheng. Upon seeing them arrive, he urged the two to sit quickly. Chu Xiangfeng exchanged a few words with Chu Tianheng, then looked at Qin Yan. "This is your younger brother, right? He seems so well behaved, completely different from you." Chu Tianheng raised an eyebrow and leisurely sipped his tea, pretending not to have heard the implication in that remark. Qin Yan greeted nervously, "Hello, Sister Xiangfeng." Chu Xiangfeng found it amusing that Qin Yan was so well behaved and spoke so formally. "Chu Xiangfeng, I've always told your brother-in-law I wanted a good, obedient child. Looking at Nian Yan now, I think someone like him would be just fine." Chu Tianheng laughed. "Isn't the generational relationship wrong here?" Chu Xiangfeng also smiled. "Ha, who cares about taking advantage of you?" Chu Xiangfeng had been filming intensely lately, and with her heart bothering her she looked a bit tired, so Chu Tianheng didn't disturb her further and left with Qin Yan. On the way, Qin Yan hardly said anything. Walking along, he almost tripped on a brick on the ground. Luckily Chu Tianheng's quick reflexes caught him, saving him from falling on his butt. Chu Tianheng frowned. "What are you thinking about, so serious?" Qin Yan came back to his senses and shook his head. Seeing him like that, Chu Tianheng thought it was from too much socializing wearing him out, so he didn't press him further and let him go back to rest early. Qin Yan nodded. Back in bed on the hard wooden planks, Qin Yan sighed, not because the bed was hard, but for another reason. While he was thinking, his phone rang. It was a message from Lu Zhe. Not surprisingly, it was more gossip about Han Jia. Qin Yan glanced through it and his attention was diverted. Han Jia was found, and someone had broken half of one of his legs. Qin Yan stared wide-eyed, read through the message from Lu Zhe carefully, and only then understood what had happened. Wasn't it said earlier that Han Jia had gone missing? Not exactly missing, he simply refused to go home. He did go to see his father, but was turned away. Han Jia had nowhere to go and didn't want to stay with his mother, so with a little money on him he spent a few carefree days out. He happened to run into his old rowdy buddies, and the group fell in together again. When they ran out of money, they pondered ways to make some, but none of them had any skills and they weren't willing to take honest jobs. After some discussion, they decided to go near an elite middle school to borrow some cash to spend. They spent several days zeroing in on a target. The kid had no friends, was reclusive, and most importantly, came from a very wealthy family. So they began extorting money from him. Of course they succeeded, but these few were also brainless. They were caught extorting and were soon discovered by the kid's family. Children from families like that don't have ordinary parents. How could they tolerate it? They were ruthless too. They pretended not to know about it and let the child go to school as usual. Sure enough, Han Jia and the others came again. This time they were caught by the bodyguards hiding in the shadows before they could reach the child. Several of his cronies ran especially fast. Han Jia was a bit slower and ended up having his leg violently broken. Qin Yan finished reading. "I have to say, Han Jia manages to shatter my worldview anew every single time. A bunch of people are useless, and on top of that they threaten a middle schooler. Sigh, I hope that middle schooler doesn't end up with any psychological scars. Lu Zhe, I sneaked into the hospital to find out. Han Jia's leg is probably ruined, he's likely going to be lame. Qin Yan, serves him right. Qin Yan, but how did you get into the hospital? Lu Zhe, oh, I was in a work group. A cleaning auntie wanted to take a day off but didn't want her attendance bonus deducted, so she wanted someone to cover for her. It just happened to be Han Jia's hospital, so I went. After saying that, he even screenshot the group chat showing his location. There were over 1,000 people. And according to Lu Zhe, he had about 10 groups like that. Qi Nian, as expected of you. He kind of admired Lu Zhe, isn't this the legendary ultimate workhorse? This scene required some extras, and Qian Lai was heartbroken because the most expensive extra cost 300 yuan a day. So Qian Lai planned to make the most of it and shoot all the scenes involving extras at once. Anyway, the lead and supporting actors weren't taking pay, so they'd focus on the extras first. To be honest, Qi Nian had never seen a crew shoot around the extras like this before. He was a little worried about Chu Xiangfeng. When he heard Chu didn't have much to do today, he relaxed. He'd been staying on set these past few days and had become somewhat familiar with a few of the leads. The second female lead, Zhang Ruru, quite liked to seek him out, because besides Chu Xiangfeng there was only one other actress here, the rest were actors, and she wanted to avoid suspicion. As for the other supporting roles, there were female actors, but because of looks, Zhang Ruru has a cute appearance, and since her debut many people have said she isn't pretty. Among those supporting actors there were female performers who even put her down about her looks. Zhang Ruru is sensitive about that, so she wasn't keen on hanging out with them. We searched everywhere and only Qi Nian fit. Qi Nian didn't worry her, after all, she wasn't someone from the industry, so there was no fear of scandal. The other party was backed by the Chu family, and Qi Nian wasn't a public figure. Any paparazzi wanting to fabricate things would have to think twice. Besides, Qi Nian had a good temperament. The other person didn't talk much, and Zhang Ruru was a talker. Qi Nian wouldn't mind her chattiness, and she liked talking with Qi Nian even more. Right then, Zhang Ruru somehow produced 2 candies, handing one to Qi Nian. The place they were in was so remote that getting any sweets wasn't easy. Qi Nian accepted Zhang Ruru's bribe, and would try to say a few more words. Luckily, now that he was familiar, he wasn't so nervous speaking. As usual today, Zhang Ruru complained, I'm under so much pressure, their acting is so good. Qi Nian thought for a moment and said, your acting isn't bad either. Although it was only one sentence, Qi Nian spoke very earnestly, those deer-like eyes were incredibly pure, and hearing it made people believe him. Zhang Ruru had been a little lacking in confidence, but after hearing it her mood inexplicably improved. She cupped her face and tried to persuade herself, that's true, I can't compare myself to those seniors, they're definitely better than me. I'm not the gifted type, and Xiang Feng really works so hard. When I was on set before. Zhang Ruru chattered on and on, but fortunately her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller, she felt a bit guilty, told Qi Nian, and ran to a corner to take the call. He looked left and right as he left, as if afraid of being noticed. Qi Nian didn't pay attention to that, because he had seen a familiar person. That person saw him too and hurried over. As he got closer, it became certain, indeed, it was Lu Zhe. Qi Nian looked at him somewhat surprised, how did you get so thin? Lu Zhe laughed loudly, rubbed his face with his hand, this is makeup, I'm an extra here, playing someone starving to death. So? Do I look like I'm about to starve? Qi Nian nodded, but he was still very shocked, why are you an extra again? Part-time. How many part-times was that now? Lu Zhe complained, they say film crews are easy, but I think the director here treats us like beasts of burden. I'm already filming the 8th scene. Saying that, someone whistled in the distance again, Lu Zhe hurriedly said goodbye and went off to film another scene. Qi Nian. After Lu Zhe left, Zhang Ruru came over again, her face still flushed, perhaps afraid of being seen by the assistant, she sat down next to Qi Nian. Qi Nian glanced at her rosy face and sighed. Zhang Ruru asked curiously, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Qi Nian shook his head and said nothing. Zhang Ruru was puzzled when she heard a voice from beside her. This silly girl doesn't realize that young Master Chen has ulterior motives, the other party has an older brother. Zhang Ruru was first startled, how did Qi Nian know about her and young Master Chen? Then she found it strange. She really didn't know that young Master Chen had an older brother, but what did that have to do with the other party having an older brother? Chapter 19, Qixing's Love. Zhang Ruru's mind was full of, the other party has ulterior motives, and, young Master Chen has an older brother, she didn't even bother to notice whether Qi Nian had just spoken. She couldn't bother wondering how the stranger knew about her relationship with Master Chen. Master Chen was Chen Si. The Chen family, being a wealthy clan, already drew attention, and Chen Si himself acted conspicuously. The Chen family's businesses were somewhat connected to the entertainment industry, so Chen Xi's news circulated actively on social media. Unlike other second-generation rich heirs, Chen Xi was ostentatious in his actions but had never been involved in gossip. He had always kept himself clean. Some young celebrities had tried to sleep their way up, only to end up being blacklisted by their agencies. After a while, no one dared to provoke that madman Chen Xi. Zhang Ruo had once paid attention to Chen Xi for a while. He was fairly handsome, young and accomplished, and kept himself pure without messy affairs, so she couldn't help feeling a little flutter. But she was very clear-headed and knew that, in Chen Xi's eyes, she was no different from those minor celebrities, so that flutter quickly faded from her mind. What surprised her was that, at some point she couldn't pinpoint, she kept running into Chen Xi, and his attitude toward her was completely different from that toward others. Zhang Ruo kept telling herself these were all illusions, but unexpectedly, Chen Xi actually confessed to her and said he would pursue her. Zhang Ruo already had a fondness for him, and coupled with the way he respected her, never giving her looks that made her feel offended like some men, she gradually fell for him. After being together with Chen Xi, at most they only held hands. She discovered that Chen Xi was actually quite shy. He even said he would respect her and that some things would only happen after marriage. This made Zhang Ruo increasingly certain that Chen Xi truly liked her. The other party just called and said they would arrange everything soon, and then they would register their marriage. Zhang Ruo was terrified and at the same time a little excited. But her manager didn't yet know about her dating, which made her very worried. After all, her manager had repeatedly emphasized that she was not allowed to date secretly. Chen Xi only said to let her rest assured that he would take care of everything. Zhang Ruo was almost completely immersed in happiness until she heard Qin Yan's words, which brought her somewhat back to her senses. They say a girl's sixth sense is always accurate. At this moment Zhang Ruo's sixth sense told her that perhaps those two sentences concealed information very important to her, something she couldn't ignore. Zhang Ruo hesitated for a moment. Since Qin Yan already knew about her and Chen Xi, she wasn't afraid anymore. She wanted to ask exactly what was going on. Qin Yan is a member of the Chu family. She might have heard something. However, before she could speak, Chu Tianheng called Qin Yan away. Zhang Ruo couldn't find an opportunity. Her heart was full of worry. The assistant saw her frown, not knowing what was wrong, and kept asking. Zhang Ruo didn't want them to notice, so she shook her head and said she was a bit tired. The assistants didn't suspect anything. After all, filming had been hard recently, and she had no scenes today, so they urged her to go back and rest. Zhang Ruo wasn't in the mood either. She told the director and went back to rest. LVZ finished shooting the extras scenes and came to find Qin Yan. I really didn't expect you to be on this set too. If I'd known, I would have asked you in advance. Qin Yan felt bad too. If I'd known you were coming, I would have had you bring me some fried chicken or something. The food on set was just too healthy. The ingredients were all bought from villagers in the town. But eating too much healthy food also makes you kind of crave junk food. Qin Yan even dreamed yesterday about gnawing on Grandpa and fishing things out of the sky. Lu Zhe burst out laughing when he heard it and said, "Is it really that serious?" Qin Yan held her little foot, her face full of plaintive grievance. LVZ didn't bring fried chicken, but he brought instant noodles, and in the end gave them all to Qin Yan. When Qin Yan was eating the noodles, Qian Lai came around with his hands behind his back, muttering, "What is that? Smells so good." Qin Yan felt a bit embarrassed to eat. But he'd already had a few bites, and it wouldn't be right to give them away, so in the end he kept eating. After filming the extra scene, Lu Zhe left. He had to hurry to his next job. Zhang Ruo was distracted for most of the day. When her assistant asked what was wrong, she only said she was too tired, which worried the assistant terribly. Fortunately, she seemed physically fine, otherwise they would have insisted on taking time off to check on her. Zhang Ruo pressed her head. "You all go rest, I'm fine." After repeated persuasion, the few of them left, glancing back every few steps. Zhang Ruo breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her eyes to unlock her phone. She knew that in a little while Chen Xi would call her on video. To prevent him from noticing anything, she rubbed her face and tried to look as ordinary as usual. She instinctively didn't want to doubt Chen Xi, but after all, Zhang Ruo was almost 30, not an innocent little girl. She had thought for a long time today, and details she had previously ignored resurfaced, making her instinctively feel that something was off with Chen Xi. But in the end she still had feelings for Chen Xi. Perhaps it was just a misunderstanding. Staring into space, her phone rang. sure enough, it was Chen Si who had called. Zhang Ruru blinked, gave a smile, and, having confirmed there was nothing wrong, answered the video call. As soon as the video connected, Chen Si's handsome face appeared on the screen. There was no denying that part of why Zhang Ruru fell so quickly was thanks to that face. Especially now that he was smiling at her, it gave her the feeling that he loved her deeply. At this moment Zhang Ruru vaguely felt a bit of regret, perhaps she shouldn't have doubted her lover over someone else's words. Maybe Qin Yan had a misunderstanding about Chen Si. Zhang Ruru thought, and instinctively hid it from Qin Yan. Chen Si was wearing a suit and shirt, seemingly in a bedroom, and gently complained in a soft voice, "Why did you take so long to answer? Don't you miss me?" Zhang Ruru's little face flushed a bit. "I was just too tired today." Chen Si naturally comforted her again. They talked for a while. Zhang Ruru hesitated for a moment, then said, "About us getting our marriage certificate." Chen Si's eyes showed delight. "You agreed?" Zhang Ruru couldn't help smiling and added, "I'm still a little worried." "Could you, tell me about your family?" "Of course." Chen Si gently began describing his parents and their personalities. Zhang Ruru listened, then smiled again, "You don't have any other family? Tell me more." Chen Si sighed, "My grandparents passed away early, in my memory they were very good people." Zhang Ruru also happily talked about her family, and by the end she yawned and rubbed her eyes. Chen Si said with a smile, "Tired? I shouldn't have kept pulling you into this. Go to sleep, we'll continue tomorrow." Zhang Ruru nodded, said good night, and then ended the video call. After the call ended, she put down her phone, her eyes were clear and awake, not the least bit sleepy. In that instant she had felt a twinge of panic, as if a warning from the depths of her soul. She blinked, and before long tears streamed down her face. She couldn't understand why Chen Si had deliberately kept things from her. When she asked if he had other family, she had seen a flash of coldness cross his eyes. The chill faded quickly, but Zhang Ruru kept her eyes fixed on the other's expression and didn't miss it. In that moment just now, she was so scared she almost dropped her phone. Luckily her acting was pretty good and she wasn't discovered. She was a little afraid of Chen Si now. She didn't know what to do. Unlike Zhang Ruru, Qin Yan actually slept quite well, but woke up hungry in the middle of the night. Tossing and turning on the hard bed for a long time, still couldn't fall asleep. Qin Yan took out his phone and posted to Moments. "Qin Yan, I really want hot pot, barbecue, spicy rabbit head, woo-woo. Sitting on the floor crying.jpg." After posting to Moments, Qin Yan sighed, tossed his phone aside, closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. Fortunately his sleep quality was pretty good, and it wasn't long before he finally fell asleep. Early in the morning when Qin Yan saw Zhang Ruru, she noticed the other's complexion looked a bit off. She heard she hadn't rested well. After all, they'd shared candy before, so Qin Yan went over and sat next to her, expressing concern, "If you're too tired, just take the day off." Zhang Ruru shook her head, looking at Qin Yan as if she wanted to say something but held back. Qin Yan gets nervous when facing people, so she rarely looks at others' faces. At that moment she was looking down counting ants and didn't notice. Zhang Ruru wanted to ask, but didn't know how to start. It was already not easy that he had reminded her about so much, maybe Qin Yan didn't know much either. Thinking that, she still felt too embarrassed to ask. Just as she was about to look at the script to distract herself, she heard Qin Yan's voice again. "Hey, she wouldn't be like that because of that Chengongzi, would she? If you ask me, she should run away as soon as possible. What good fortune in the 8 characters is suitable for a marriage to change one's luck? It's simply a futile smear. Ah. I hope they break up soon, otherwise it's too tragic." Zhang Ruru was dazed for a long time. She wasn't stupid, she had almost guessed what was going on. Chen Si was not an ordinary person, not someone she could deal with. She gritted her teeth and dialed her agent's number. Her agent was very good and well connected, maybe they could still save her. At the same time, in an old-fashioned villa, a young man hurriedly pushed the door open. The young man was Chen Si. At this moment he looked excited, nowhere near his usual composure. He hurried down the corridor and stopped in front of the silhouette in a wheelchair. "You're here." Coughing broke out intermittently. Chen Si frowned, immediately took off his coat and draped it over the other person, gently patting their back. The coughing subsided. Chen Si exhaled in relief, his brow furrowed as he looked at the servants around him, his voice cold. how have you been taking care of the young master? The servants kept their heads down, not daring to speak. It was my choice to come out. When Run's voice sounded. He raised his pale finger and said to the servant, "You may go about your duties." The servant immediately left. Chen Si muttered in discontent, "Brother, you're just too kind-hearted. I can't even say a few words." The young man whom Chen Si called brother turned his head, revealing a face almost identical to Chen Si's, except that he looked much paler and the two carried completely different temperaments. He looked at his younger brother with a gentle smile and said, "Why are you still behaving like a child? If I'm not around in the future." "Brother." Chen Si anxiously interrupted, his eyes bearing a sickly possessiveness. He pressed his face tightly against the other's cheek and whispered, "No. That day will never come. Never." Chapter 20 He lives with me. Qi Nian rubbed his eyes, thinking for a moment that he must have seen it wrong. He actually saw his big brother. Chu Rongsher didn't know if he had sensed his gaze. His eyes looked over and finally settled on Qi Nian's face. Qi Nian's skin was on the pale side, he had just rubbed his eyes hard, so now his eye sockets were red, and his doe-like eyes looked at him as if wronged, pitiful. Chu Rongsher couldn't help but recall the moment's post he had seen yesterday. He was lost in thought when Qi Nian came running over in quick little steps, his voice trembling with excitement, "Brother." Chu Rongsher smiled rarely, letting out a low, He was already handsome, and his usual expression kept people at a distance. For someone like him, even a slight smile was striking. Qi Nian was still dazed when someone poked his head. He turned and, sure enough, it was his brother. Chu Tianheng crossed his arms, looking at his younger brother with displeasure. "Is it necessary to be that happy?" Qi Nian covered his forehead, complaining that his second brother was being childish. But this Chu Tianheng fellow, Qi couldn't tell if he had grown dog ears, immediately took offense and reached out to pinch Qi Nian's face. How could Qi Nian not dodge? He might shrug it off any other day, but his brother was here today. If his brother was going to pinch his face anyway, didn't that make his brother's visit worthwhile? Qi Nian immediately hid behind Chu Rongsher like a little lamb stamping its feet, and took the opportunity to tattle, "Brother, second brother pinched my face the exact same way people pet dogs." He'd remembered this for a long time. Finally he'd caught a chance to snitch. Just now Chu Tianheng had been looking fierce, but suddenly he couldn't help laughing out loud, even Chu Rongsher lowered his eyes to hide the amusement in them. Unfortunately Qi Nian was behind Chu Rongsher and didn't see it. In his eyes, there was only his second brother, that one rascal, laughing at him. It was infuriating. Chu Rongsher cleared his throat lightly and said at the right moment, "Don't keep bullying him." Qi Nian heard it and thought, feeling good. JPG. Chu Tianheng finally stopped laughing, wiped his eyes and said, "Was I bullying him? It's mainly that our younger brother is just too amusing." Qi Nian sneered, took advantage of Chu Rongsher being there, and glared at his second brother. Chu Tianheng didn't argue with him either, sigh, just let his brother bask in his pride for a bit. Anyway, big brother won't be around forever. Qi Nian had no idea what his second brother was thinking and asked Chu Rong curiously, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Just now he really thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. But with his brother's bearing, looks, and stature, it was basically impossible to have mistaken him for someone else. Chu Rongsher sat on the wooden chair on the set. The chair was a bit old, in places the paint had chipped off, but at this moment it somehow felt like a piece of art. Qi Nian asked while attentively pouring a glass of water for his brother. Chu Rongsher smiled, took the water, and, under Qi Nian's watchful gaze, took a sip. Qi Tianheng immediately protested, "How can you be so biased? Aren't I your brother too?" So, at Chu Tianheng's explicit gesture, Qi Nian poured another glass of water for him, and only then was Chu Tianheng satisfied. Qi Nian wanted to say that his second brother was really childish. Chu Rongsher explained his purpose. It turned out he was heading to inspect a project nearby and happened to be passing by, so he came to see them. "I see." Qi Nian propped his chin and asked, "So are you leaving soon, brother?" Chu Rongsher, "I'll leave this afternoon." Qi Nian felt a little disappointed upon hearing that, but it wasn't surprising, his brother was so busy, and it was already good that he could spare some time to come. Despite the disappointment, Qi Nian's attention was quickly diverted. Because he heard that today at noon they were having hot pot and barbecue. Qi Nian was ecstatic, it felt like New Year was coming, he could actually eat such a feast. He subconsciously glanced at Chu Rongsher and asked, "Bro. Did you see my moment's post?" Chu Rongshi did not deny it. Qi Nian instantly felt joy bubbling up. Of course it wasn't just because of the hot pot and barbecue, but because he had casually posted on moments and someone had actually made it happen for him. This was something he had never experienced before. Although his brother was just passing by, that was enough to make him especially happy. They hadn't been talking long when director Qian Lai arrived. The man, of course, had heard of Chu Rongshi's great name and greeted him very warmly. In the end he even asked whether Chu Rongshi was interested in investing in the drama. Qi Nian twitched at the corner of his mouth as he listened. He had realized that director Qian Lai really wanted to grab every resource he could. Actually his second brother was only doing a cameo and didn't need to stay on set that long. But after learning that his second brother wouldn't accept any pay, director Qian Lai stayed up all night dragging the poor screenwriter along and forcibly combined several small role scenes and gave them all to his second brother. He could already guess director Qian Lai's train of thought. Qian Lai, saved some money again. Of course Qian Lai couldn't get his way this time. Both Chu Rongshi and he were sharp people, he couldn't fool the other. Besides, this drama had no script or actors. Chu Rongshi wasn't some clueless investor, he never judged people, only what they could bring to the table. He wouldn't invest in something like this. But director Qian Lai was actually quite happy. Being able to have a say was enough. Next time if he really planned to shoot it, he'd go to Chu Rongshi. After this incident, he would at least have a reason to keep pestering him next time. Qi Nian watched in awe. One can only say that some people's success has reasons behind it. But that's not something he could worry about, because it was time for lunch. This was the fastest run Qi Nian had ever made. Even though hot pot and barbecue require several people to eat together, it didn't make him feel as miserable. Besides, the people at the table were all acquaintances. Chu Rongshi was considerate and could make sure everyone on the crew got something to eat. But there were too many people, so they sat at several tables, and a few of the tables were even borrowed from generous villagers. The people at their table were fairly familiar with one another, but maybe because Chu Rongshi was there, the usually chatty ones were unusually quiet today. Qi Nian thought this was pretty good, seriously eating his meal, how nice. After half a month apart, Qi Nian hadn't changed much, he still stuffed his cheeks full when he ate. He kept his head down the whole time, as if nobody at the table was worth his attention compared to the food in front of him. Qi Nian ate a bit quickly and accidentally bit into a Sichuan peppercorn, his mouth going slightly numb, he instinctively reached for water. The next moment, a cup of water was pushed toward him from both left and right. Qi Nian glanced at the 2 cups of water in front of him and, when he looked to the right at Chu Rong, the latter had his eyes down, elegantly eating as if he had only acted casually a moment ago. Turning to the left, Chu Tianheng, after all an artist, had stopped eating after just a little. He was now leaning back in his chair, holding his phone with one hand, his gaze on him. Drink. Before Qi Nian could feel moved, he heard his second brother tease him, your mouth's about to swell up like a sausage. Qi Nian was furious, deliberately refusing the water his second brother offered and taking a big gulp from the other cup. Chu Tianheng laughed heartily, why don't you drink mine? When there were many people around, Qi Nian always instinctively lowered his voice, I'm afraid you'll poison me. Chu Tianheng, pfft. Although he said that, he still drank the other glass of water afterwards. This hot pot finally satisfied their craving. Some people couldn't control themselves. As performers, they accidentally ate too much and felt a bit annoyed, thinking they'd have to do more push-ups when they got back to outdo the others. But most of them didn't eat too much, especially Chu Xiangfeng and Zhang Ruru. The former seemed to have a poor appetite, while the latter appeared distracted, as if she had something on her mind. But to Qi Nian's surprise, his brother didn't eat much either. Chu Rongshi said he had eaten before coming, and he nodded. In the afternoon, when Chu Rongshi was preparing to leave, an accident occurred. A heavy downpour came on fiercely. They were in the mountains, so setting aside the condition of the roads, if they set out rashly they might encounter danger. So Chu Rongshi had to stay for the time being. Qi Nian sighed as he looked at the torrential rain outside. The weather forecast clearly didn't say it would rain. Their work over there would probably be delayed, because his brother had already gone to make a phone call. They weren't the only ones fretting. Qian Lai was stomping his foot as he watched the steady downpour outside and sighed, ah, this damned sky. He thought for a moment, then hurriedly called the screenwriter over. Murmuring to the screenwriter, check if there are any rain scenes later, when the rain eases up a bit, we'll shoot. Hearing that Qian Lai was still planning to film in the rain, Qi Nian grew a little worried and asked his second brother to inquire, learning that the rainy scenes didn't involve the female lead, Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The others were in good health, getting a little wet in the rain wouldn't be a problem. He was just thinking that when his second brother said softly, "I said there's a part for me, and you seem pretty happy about it." Qin Yan looked up and met his second brother's face, which had darkened several shades. He wasn't paying attention to his second brother because he was too anxious. Seeing his second brother about to make a move, Qin Yan hurried over. Just as Chu Rongshi was walking toward them, Qin Yan immediately slipped behind him. Because he was running a bit fast, he almost fell, but fortunately he reacted quickly and grabbed something. Qin Yan felt the thing he had grabbed immediately go stiff. He hadn't had time to breathe out when, puzzled, he opened his eyes and discovered he was holding his brother's waist. Qin Yan looked up and met his brother's deep phoenix-like eyes, immediately blushed and let go, lowering his head and murmuring softly, "It's all second brother's fault for scaring me." Chu Rongshi only replied with a nonchalant as if he didn't care much. Qin Yan relaxed and didn't feel so awkward anymore. Chu Tianheng didn't notice the interaction between the two and complained, "Qi Xiaonian, you're a rabbit, right? You run really fast." Qin Yan didn't talk to him, after all, the other guy had just deliberately frightened him. As it got dark, the rain eased a bit. Chu Tianheng was called to film a scene. It was still raining, and several assistants followed, carrying warming items to keep Chu Tianheng from catching a cold. Qin Yan had planned to go but, seeing so many people, didn't follow. Besides, his brother was still here. A few others had come with Chu Rongshi, they were all assigned rooms to rest in, but by a stroke of bad luck they filled all the remaining empty rooms. Which meant his brother had nowhere to stay. Qin Yan heard the news and, without thinking, said, "Brother, you can stay with me." Chapter 21 The big brother left. Not to mention anything else, the self-built house in the countryside was quite spacious, and the bed Qin Yan had always slept on sounded roomy too. He roughly estimated that it should be able to fit 2 people. There really was nowhere to stay for the time being, so Chu Rongshi did not refuse Qin Yan's offer. The other person was outside at the moment, it looked like he still had some work to give instructions on. Once it rains in the mountains, the temperature drops especially quickly. Qin Yan had already put on a jacket and still felt a bit cold. Worried Chu Rongshi would be cold outside, Qin Yan pushed the door open with a shiver, revealing a fuzzy little head, the small curls trembled. Chu Rongshi was standing under the eaves on the phone. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned, said something to the person on the line, and hung up. Actually this scene felt quite atmospheric, especially with Chu Rongshi as the leading figure. "Qin Yan, brother, come in quickly, it's cold outside." Chu Rongshi glanced at Qin Yan, who was struggling to keep his clothes together, and said, "There are a few more calls, they'll disturb you." "It's okay." Qin Yan held the doorknob, his face pressed against the doorframe, his pretty features squished and a little distorted, strangely cute. He said, "I'm not sleeping yet. I'm going to play on my phone for a bit. Come in quickly, I'll go take a shower first." Chu Rongshi's hand tightened slightly around his phone. Qin Yan's eyes curved into a smile. She went back to her room to get clean clothes and went outside to take a shower. The bathroom was built in a very impractical spot, you had to cross the courtyard to the other side to wash. Qin Yan held an umbrella and hurried across the courtyard with quick, small steps. Luckily the courtyard had a long path made of stepping stones, very narrow, about the width of 2 rows of bricks. When it rained, stepping on them would splash some dirty water, but at least there was no mud. Under the eaves on the other side, Qin Yan held his clothes with one arm and closed the umbrella with the other. When he turned his head, he found his brother still standing under the eaves on the other side. The rain blurred the other's face a little. Qin Yan raised his hand to wave, he felt his brother move, and only then happily went to the bathroom. After a quick shower, Qin Yan, wrapped in a blanket, pushed open the door. In the dim light, Chu Rongshi sat on the room's only stool. Seeing the other was busy, Qin Yan didn't disturb him. He went out to find a hair dryer to dry his hair, and when he came back his brother was still in the same position, he really did seem very busy. He slipped into the quilt quietly and let out a soft sigh. A clean quilt and pillow had already been set on the other side of the bed, and Qin Yan was playing with his phone. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Rongshi finished his work, loosened his stiff neck, and turned to look. Qin Yan's little face was buried in the quilt, only the upper half exposed, and his phone lay on his chest. He must have fallen asleep playing on his phone, his hands got too cold and he drew them back under the quilt. Chu Rongsha reached out, turned off the room light, and went out to take a shower. There was some noise outside. Qi Nian frowned, pressed his hands to his ears, but it didn't help, so he had to open his eyes. He thought of something and instinctively turned his head to look beside him. The other bed was already empty, the blanket folded neatly and placed at the head of the bed. The bed that Chu Rongsha had made before leaving was a bit rumpled now. Qi Nian, along with the blanket, had slid considerably toward the other side. Qi Nian sat up, blinked, and felt puzzled. He didn't sleep that deeply, did he? He couldn't even tell when his brother had gone to bed, much less when he had gotten up. If the quilt hadn't been folded neatly, he would have suspected his brother hadn't actually slept at all yesterday. Qi Nian dazed for a moment, rubbed his eyes, grabbed his phone from the bedside, and found it out of battery, so he hurriedly plugged it in. The sun was already high in the sky, but it was only a little past 8. The air still held a faint moisture, indicating that there had been a heavy rain here yesterday. He happened to run into his second brother as he stepped out. Qi Nian, second brother, where's big brother? Chu Tianheng said, he left early this morning. Qi Nian scratched his head, I didn't even know, why didn't anyone tell me? Chu Tianheng immediately showed his sharp-tongued nature, laughing loudly, big brother wanted to tell you, who told you to sleep like a little pig. Qi Nian immediately flared up, you're the pig. By the way, why do you only ask about big brother? Your second brother here was filming in the rain yesterday, you have no idea how miserable I was. Chu Tianheng sneezed as he spoke. You don't even care whether I caught a cold, you little heartless one. Qi Nian felt a bit guilty at the remark and cleared his throat, so, second brother, you're not sick, right? Chu Tianheng, not sick. Qi Nian. He shouldn't have listened to second brother's nonsense. Because it had rained only yesterday, it was a bit chilly today. Qi Nian, as usual, sat on his little stool. Watching other people film was actually quite interesting. Chu Xiangfeng's assistant brought him hot water. Qi Nian cradled the steaming cup and craned his neck to look at Chu Xiangfeng. The latter looked in good spirits, noticing Qi Nian looking his way, he raised a hand and waved at him. Qian Lai said something, and Chu Xiangfeng took the script to discuss it with the other person. Qi Nian exhaled, absent-mindedly sipping his hot water. The hot water went down, warming his whole body. Just as he was lost in thought, someone vigorously ruffled his hair. Qi Nian paused, he didn't need to look up to know who had done it. Sure enough, his second brother's teasing voice came from beside him, unusually tinged with concern. What are you thinking about, so serious? Qi Nian instinctively said, nothing. After a moment, he couldn't help but pull the stool and scoot it a bit closer to Chu Tianheng. Chu Tianheng raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Something up? Qi Nian held it in for a long time, then said, second brother, say I have a chance to save someone, but, the other person might not believe me. After all, he couldn't explain how he knew those things. Qi Nian, tell me, should I help her or not? Chu Tianheng smiled at his words, raising both hands and resting them behind his head, looking at him with an ambiguous smile. Qi Nian felt his scalp tingle under that gaze, his cheeks flushed, stammering, what is it? Chu Tianheng, maybe you've already helped a lot. Qi Nian, what? Chu Tianheng, it's nothing. One sentence, do your best and leave the rest to fate, understand? After speaking, he reached out and poked Qi Nian's forehead. Seeing Qi Nian's bewildered face, he clicked his tongue. So stupid. Qi Nian. You're the stupid one. He took advantage of Chu Tianheng being distracted and secretly shot him a glare. Sigh, there's nothing he can do, his brother isn't around now, no one to back him up. Thinking this, Qi Nian missed his brother a little, maybe if his brother were here, he could give him some advice. That said, he had originally worried that Zhang Ruru would be deceived and jump into the fire, but somehow the other person seemed to have sensed something, and Qi Nian was quite happy. He couldn't help thinking how nice it would be if Sister Xiangfeng would also listen to the doctor. Over the past 2 days Chu Xiangfeng noticed that Qi Nian had come to see her much more often. To be honest, Chu Xiangfeng quite liked Qi Nian as a child. After so many years in the entertainment industry, she had seen too much filth and rarely encountered someone so pure. Being with Qi Nian was always very comfortable. But it seemed he had something on his mind. Chu Xiangfeng asked, but couldn't get anything out of him, so she went to find Chu Tianheng and asked what was going on. Chu Tianheng looked at her in surprise, then shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe the kid's going through puberty. Chu Tianheng, He'll be fine once he figures it out. Chu Xiangfeng thought that was probably true, so she didn't ask any more. That day, Chu Xiangfeng distributed the food her husband had sent among the crew. She liked Qin Yan quite a lot and gave him a bit more. Her face showed a sweet annoyance. I told him he didn't have to come, but he still came. He never listens to me at all. Chu Xiangfeng had married several years ago. She was just in her early 30s then, which counted as marrying young in the entertainment industry and caused quite a stir. But her husband was accomplished, a well-known host, and the two suited each other, so announcing the marriage wasn't particularly difficult. They'd lived very happily together all these years. If there was one worry, it was probably that they still didn't have any children. Chu Xiangfeng loved children very much and had always wanted one as soon as possible. She had gotten pregnant before, but had a miscarriage due to an accident. She and her husband were both very upset. Chu Xiangfeng thought that if she could get pregnant again, she would definitely keep the child. But there had been no sign of it, perhaps because she and her husband spent so little time together. Thinking this, Chu Xiangfeng felt a little sad. As she was lost in thought, her gaze happened to fall on Qin Yan beside her. The latter was eating the cookie she'd just been given, seemingly lost in thought, munching away without really chewing, her cheeks puffed out. Chu Xiangfeng found it amusing and was about to remind Qin Yan, when he heard the other sigh. Chu Xiangfeng, ? Had she misheard? She hadn't seen Qin Yan's mouth move. I was just thinking it was strange when I heard Qin Yan's voice again. Xiangfeng's sister is really nice. Chu Xiangfeng was momentarily stunned, then smiled. However, she soon couldn't keep smiling. The voice continued, but why is it necessary to have a child? Although the child is very cute, I still don't think it's worth risking everything for childbirth, even to the point of losing your life. Is doing that really worth it? Chu Xiangfeng. Qin Yan, how on earth do I tell Xiangfeng Jie? She's already pregnant now, but she has a heart condition, it's really dangerous. If she gives birth later then. I'm pregnant. I'm going to give birth. Chu Xiangfeng smiled. Wait. Will I die from giving birth later? Damn, I suddenly don't want to give birth anymore. Chu Xiangfeng alternately smiled at her belly and wiped her eyes, her expression particularly horrifying. Chapter 22, Take It Down Quickly. Chu Xiangfeng's husband is Yu Mingxiang, a well-known host at Eggplant TV. When he was young, he hosted a popular program on Eggplant TV, and over the years hosts have come and gone, only he has remained at Eggplant TV without leaving. Everyone joked, ever-changing hosts, the rock-solid Yu Mingxiang. Yu Mingxiang is now nearly 40, and his position at Eggplant TV remains firm, undoubtedly the channel's #1 host. Perhaps no one would have expected it. Yu Xiangming came over to see Chu Xiangfeng, but didn't dare disturb her work. After greeting the director, he returned to Chu Xiangfeng's room. After returning to the room, Yu Xiangming didn't rest either. Although Chu Xiangfeng's room had been tidied nicely by the assistant, Yu Xiangming was meticulous and still felt it wasn't good enough. The moment he entered the room, he rolled up his sleeves and started a thorough cleaning. When Chu Xiangfeng pushed the door open and walked in, she saw Yu Xiangming with his back to the door, straightening her bed. Hearing the noise, Yu Mingxiang turned around and, seeing Chu Xiangfeng behind him, was a little surprised. Before he could even smile, the mature, intellectual queen of cinema, who kept her composure in front of others, suddenly burst into tears with a "Wah." Many people didn't know that Yu Mingxiang and Chu Xiangfeng had known each other since they were young. When Yu Mingxiang first met Chu Xiangfeng, he was already a well-known host, while Chu Xiangfeng was just a girl who had recently entered the industry. At that time Chu Xiangfeng's personality was still immature. When she was scolded she would cry. After becoming familiar with Yu Mingxiang, she found him to be a decent person and treated him as someone to vent to, often breaking down and crying loudly in front of him. Gradually Chu Xiangfeng shed her naivety and, through her own efforts, won everyone's recognition. Over time she rarely had those emotional breakdowns and cried like that anymore. So, seeing Chu Xiangfeng suddenly cry like that, Yu Mingxiang felt nostalgic but quickly anxiously asked what was wrong. Chu Xiangfeng wiped her tears. In that moment she seemed to become that little girl again, telling Yu Mingxiang about her fear. I might be pregnant, boo-hoo. Yu Mingxiang was taken aback for a moment, thinking shouldn't this be good news? The two of them had been looking forward to having a child, but knowing Chu Xiangfeng, she was clearly not crying out of excitement, it sounded like fear. He anxiously asked what exactly was going on. Chu Xiangfeng's emotions stabilized a little. She cried, I want to give birth to this child, but, if I do, I will die. Yu Mingxiang's face changed drastically when he heard that, and he hurriedly said he would take her to the hospital to get checked. But Chu Xiangfen wiped her tears and said, "Don't rush, I still have to film." How could Yu Mingxiang not be anxious? He was sweating profusely. "What time is it now?" "You still have to film." Chu Xiangfen seemed to have passed his emotions to Yu Mingxiang, and instead grew a bit calmer himself. "You go buy a pregnancy test for me first, I'm still not sure whether I'm pregnant." Yu Mingxiang. In the end, after Chu Xiangfeng's urging, Yu Mingxiang still went to buy the pregnancy test, full of question marks on his face. Halfway there, he came to his senses. He could easily have someone deliver it. If he went in person, he might be photographed by paparazzi. Yu Mingxiang made a phone call, asking someone to buy more pregnancy tests, then returned to the crew. When he got back he found Chu Xiangfen was filming again, and you couldn't tell at all that he'd just been crying. Even knowing Chu Xiangfen well, Yu Mingxiang couldn't help but sigh. The man actually still had the mood to act. That night, the pregnancy test was brought over. The couple tested several times, and all showed she was really pregnant. Yu Mingxiang looked at the pregnancy test, a little dazed, and asked, "Did you feel like you were pregnant?" After all, pregnancy can cause symptoms like nausea and drowsiness. Chu Xiangfeng's mood was also somewhat complicated. He believed the words he'd heard a little more. She didn't explain much, saying, "I'll ask the director for leave tomorrow." Yu Mingxiang also nodded. In any case, she definitely needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. The next day, Qian Lai, heartbroken, approved 3 days leave for Chu Xiangfeng and asked, "Will 3 days be enough?" Chu Xiangfeng, "Not necessarily." Qian Lai's hand trembled. He was heartbroken. "Go early and come back early." When Qin Yan arrived, he found Chu Xiangfeng was not there. He was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that except for the one time she was unwell before, Chu Xiangfeng almost every time during filming, whether or not she had scenes, would sit nearby and watch. She actually didn't come today. Qin Yan felt a little worried and had to muster up the courage to ask director Qian Lai. Qian Lai wore an expression of heartache. Sigh. Xiang Feng asked for leave. Qin Yan was left speechless by the director's expression. Still uneasy about Chu Xiangfeng, he asked Qian Lai why she had asked for leave. Qian Lai also wasn't clear on the exact reason. He just said, "It should be that she's feeling unwell." Sigh, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't have approved the leave. Qin Yan glanced at Qian Lai and felt the other's surname shouldn't be Qian, it should be Zhou, full name Zhou Scrappicker. But Xiangfeng's sister is feeling unwell, she should go to the hospital for a checkup, right? Qin Yan left, full of worry. On the other side, Chu Tianheng lowered his eyes to look at the message Chu Xiangfeng had sent. The other party specifically said one sentence, "She went to the hospital." And she made a point of adding that Chu Tianheng should tell Qin Yan. Chu Tianheng slightly raised an eyebrow. Qin Yan felt slightly relieved when he learned that Chu Xiangfeng had indeed gone to the hospital. He thought that if Xiangfeng really hadn't listened to the doctors, he should still remind her. But he hoped there was no such if. When they reached the city, Chu Xiangfeng was feeling a bit unwell. Yu Mingxiang suggested she rest for the night, but Chu Xiangfeng sipped hot water and shook her head. "Let's go straight to the hospital." Yu Mingxiang thought that since they were going to the hospital anyway, he might as well agree. They disguised themselves and went to the doctor they had booked in advance. After a series of tests, the doctor looked at the results and frowned. Chu Xiangfeng was indeed pregnant. Her pregnancy didn't come with the nausea and vomiting that many experience, and her menstrual cycle had been somewhat irregular. She had missed periods before, so she hadn't noticed. If she had heard the news earlier, Chu Xiangfen would probably have been very happy, because she had always wanted a child. But now, she couldn't feel happy, she was waiting for what the doctor would say next. Yu Mingxiang did the same, he nervously grabbed Chu Xiangfeng's hand. The doctor said, "The patient has heart disease and is not suitable for pregnancy. Have you lately felt your heart getting more uncomfortable? That's because, as the fetus grows with each month, it will press on your heart and increase its burden, making it more dangerous for you. That miscarriage you had before was probably also due to your heart. You'd better not consider having children with this body." Chu Xiangfeng had thought she was mentally prepared, but when she heard the doctor's words, tears immediately fell. Yu Mingxiang hugged her as well. The doctor was more concerned about the patient's health. Although it sounded a bit cruel, he still said, "This fetus, it's best to arrange for a surgical termination as soon as possible." Although they didn't say exactly what kind of surgery it was, they all understood in their hearts. Chapter 23, Thanking Qin Yan. Chu Xiangfeng thought for a long time. She thought that if she hadn't heard Qin Yan's words, no matter how dangerous the doctor said it was, she would stubbornly want to give birth to the child. People always have a mindset of hoping for luck, and indeed there are cases where someone with a heart condition gives birth to a healthy child. Chu Xiangfeng would think that maybe she would be that lucky too. Moreover, there has always been one child who has been her obsession. But now, she no longer thinks that way. Now she clearly knows that if she chooses to give birth, it isn't that there might be a risk to her life, but rather, she will definitely die. Chu Xiangfeng did want a child very much, but she still couldn't bring herself to choose to give birth knowing it would kill her. Moreover, it would be irresponsible. She had a husband, parents, and friends, especially her parents, who only had her as a daughter. She couldn't imagine what would happen to her parents after she died. So Chu Xiangfeng tremulously reached toward her abdomen. There was a small life inside, but she couldn't keep that little life. Chu Xiangfeng, I'm sorry. Yu Mingxiang had been staying by Chu Xiangfeng's side the whole time. Seeing her make a decision, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The other person held Chu Xiangfeng. This outsider, a famous host and industry senior in everyone's eyes, was now crying like a child. It's not your fault. We are not meant to have children in this life. Compared to a child, I care more about you. The couple held each other and cried for a long time. Finally, Yu Mingxiang wiped his tears and got up to find a doctor to arrange the surgery. Chu Xiangfeng's condition was still fairly good, and the longer they waited, the more dangerous it would become, so the operation had to be scheduled as soon as possible. The abortion went very well. Chu Xiangfeng was just a bit weak. She looked at her husband standing vigil at the bedside, and an inexplicable feeling stirred inside her. A feeling of diverging from her original destined path. What Chu Xiangfeng didn't know was that in the original fate, she had never met Qin Yan, nor had she heard his thoughts. However, not long after filming began with the crew, she discovered she was pregnant. She and her husband went to the hospital with joyful hearts, only to be told that giving birth would be very risky and were advised to abort. When Yu Mingxiang heard about it, he urged her to terminate the pregnancy, but Chu Xiangfeng refused. Chu Xiangfeng thought the doctor was only saying there were risks, and besides, there were cases of babies being safely born. She believed she would be the lucky one. So, no matter how others tried to persuade her, she insisted on keeping the baby. Her family had no choice but to go along with her. At first it was fine, but as the months passed Chu Xiangfeng's heart had to work harder and harder. She needed to have an oxygen tube and couldn't sleep lying flat like a normal person. She had been looking forward to the birth of the child every day. Fortunately, she held on until she was about to give birth, but her heart ultimately couldn't bear the strain. It kept sending alarms, and an emergency cesarean was necessary. In the hospital operating room, at the first cry of the baby, Chu Xiangfeng finally couldn't hold on any longer. She didn't even have time to look at the child before she passed away. Her child's birthday was also the anniversary of her death. Fortunately, because of Qin Yan's arrival, Chu Xiangfeng made another choice. She would continue on, a completely different life. At this moment, in the ward, Yu Mingxiang was taking care of Chu Xiangfeng, unaware that in the building across the way, a man in black had pressed the shutter. These past few days Qin Yan found himself thinking from time to time about how Chu Xiangfeng was doing, but unfortunately there had been no news. Originally Chu Xiangfeng had granted Qian Lai 3 days off. When the 3 days ended, she still hadn't returned. Rumor had it Chu Xiangfeng had asked for a few more days off. This made Qin Yan even more worried. In the distance, Zhang Ruru was summoned by Qian Lai to stand in front of the monitors. At times like this Qian Lai was always especially stern, completely different from the kindly old man he usually appeared to be. After all, he'd been a professional director for many years. His presence was enough to intimidate young actors. At this moment, Qian Lai pointed to the monitor and, without scolding Zhang Roro, simply said, "Look for yourself." Zhang Roro looked at her own pitifully unwatchable acting and felt ashamed. These past few days she had been distracted by the matter with Chen Si, and she couldn't focus, but she couldn't help herself. Until the issue was resolved she couldn't calm down. Moreover, it turned out Qin Yan had been right. Because the agent asked around, she learned that Chen Si did indeed have a twin brother, but the other was frail from birth, rarely showed his face, and had been getting worse recently. The Chen family was so desperate they'd tried anything. Not long ago they'd even brought in Taoist priests and Buddhist monks. The agent couldn't find out the specifics, but when Zhang Ruo remembered Chen Si saying he wanted to register their marriage, and Qin Yan mentioning a marriage to bring good luck for the sick, she came up with a terrible suspicion. Chen Si wanted to pull a switcheroo, maybe he didn't intend to register marriage with her at all, but planned for her to register with his brother. Zhang Ruo thought of some other details. She remembered that when she first started dating Chen Si, he asked her for her birth date and time. Zhang Ruo found it strange at the time, but Chen Si said his family believed in that and wanted to consult a master to see if their botzi matched. Now it was clear it wasn't to check with Chen Si, it was to check with Chen Si's brother. Thinking of this, a cold chill ran down Zhang Ruo's spine. Zhang Ruo's agent hurried over and smiled as she apologized to Qian Lai. Yushi, backstage 1. Qian Lai saw Zhang Ruo looking absent-minded and shook his head, guessing she must have run into something. He waved his hand, all right, give her a few days off to sort things out properly. Although Qian Lai liked to squeeze his actors, that was when they were in good condition. In Zhang Ruo's current state, he'd rather not have her film. Fortunately the male lead and the second male lead still had plenty of scenes together, so they'd film those first. He'd heard that mixed CPs were popular now, he thought the male lead and the second male lead worked well together and had good chemistry. If filmed well, they could even win the show a group of CP fans. These days, shipper fans are really fierce. The more Qian Lai thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and she happily went to discuss it with the screenwriter. On the other side, the male lead Lin Yunjian and the second male lead Zhao Yuliang still had no idea what was about to happen to them. Qin Yan didn't expect to see a follow-up about Chu Xiangfeng on Weibo. A tabloid revealed that Chu Xiangfeng, accompanied by her husband Yu Mingxiang, went to the hospital for a checkup. They even asserted with certainty that Chu Xiangfeng was pregnant. At this point the paparazzo changed tone, saying that what should have been happy news somehow turned sorrowful. Chu Xiangfeng sat alone in a chair crying, while Yu Mingxiang stood with his back to her. That camera angle was downright vicious, the paparazzi were clearly trying to steer things in a particular direction. Sure enough, the paparazzi released another piece, Chu Xiangfeng had undergone an abortion. This one came with a photo as well. Qin Yan had no interest in the paparazzi's petty schemes, he enlarged the photo and looked at it for a while, then broke into a smile. It seems Sister Xiangfeng is fine, there's no danger. Qin Yan exhaled and kept scrolling Weibo. But soon she realized the trend was changing. Someone was deliberately steering the narrative, saying Chu Xiangfeng had cheated, the child wasn't Yu Mingxiang's, and after being discovered the two had a big fight and then aborted the baby. Qin Yan nearly fainted from anger when he saw this. And of course, some people actually believed it, even starting to speculate whose child it could be. Everyone in the industry who knew Chu Xiangfeng was dragged into it, and Qin Yan even saw his brother's name among them. Someone was clearly trying to smear Chu Xiangfeng. Qin Yan, furious, clutched his phone and kept arguing with those gossipmongers. Even though he knew they were many and powerful and shouting wouldn't help, he couldn't swallow this anger. Fortunately he wasn't fighting alone, fans of Chu Xiangfeng and Yu Mingxiang joined in to insult them too. But the smear campaign didn't last long. Chu Xiangfeng and Yu Mingxiang posted evidence to clarify things and said they would hold the haters legally accountable. After learning the reason, Chu Xiangfeng's fans felt even more sorry for their sister. She was already hurting, and then certain paparazzi and haters stirred things up, those people were simply outrageous. However, more people were curious, who exactly is this Qin Yan? That's right, Chu Xiangfeng posted a separate Weibo post, thanking and at ing Qin Yan. The other party didn't say much, only that Qin Yan is their benefactor. Before long, Yu Mingxiang also reposted the Weibo post, joking that from now on Qin Yan should come to him if she needs anything. Qin Yan. I didn't do anything, did I? Something feels a bit off. Qin Yan kept feeling there were details he hadn't noticed. Chapter 24, Inner Voice Exposed. Qin Yan stared at the thank you Weibo that had been pushed to the trending list, remaining silent for a long time. Long enough that the hand holding his phone had grown slightly numb. He really hadn't helped Xiang Feng at all, so why was she thanking him? Qin Yan couldn't help but recall that day when he had sat beside Xiang Feng's sister, torn and thinking for a long time. Before he could muster the courage, she suddenly hurried off. Then, the next day she asked the director for leave and went to the hospital. Could it be? Qin Yan shook his head abruptly, a small curl of hair floating especially gracefully in the air. Just like his current mood. No, he refused to believe that guess. Though he refused to believe it, Qin Yen found himself thinking about it from time to time over the past 2 days. He decided to wait until Sister Xiangfeng returned to ask her what had actually happened. Maybe his good mood had infected her, and that's why she thanked him. Chu Xiangfeng stayed in the hospital for more than a week before returning to the crew. Although she has a heart condition, aside from that her health is fairly good, and with her husband Yu Mingxiang taking such attentive care, she recovered quickly. When Chu Xiangfeng came back, Qian Lai and Qin Yen were the most excited. Even Lin Yunzhan, the male lead who shares scenes with Chu Xiangfeng, had to tone down his excitement. After saying a few words to an excited Qian Lai, Chu Xiangfeng saw Qin Yen peeking from the corner and smiled at him. Although Qin Yen was anxious inside, he knew some things weren't appropriate to ask about in public, so he didn't speak and simply acted like an invisible person beside his second brother. As a result, his head was roughly ruffled by his second brother. Coming back to his senses, Qin Yen, hair standing up in little curls, looked like an annoyed little lamb and glared at his second brother. "Why ruffle my hair again?" Chu Tianheng smiled and tooted, "Tone down your gaze a bit, someone who didn't know might think you're secretly in love with Sister Xiangfeng." Qin Yen. He looked speechless. "Only you would think that way." After saying that, Qin Yen stomped off angrily. Chu Tianheng watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. TSK, could it be that he noticed? It was actually a little earlier than he had guessed. He wondered how his timid younger brother would react once it was certain. Would he be frightened? Chu Tianheng felt a headache from worrying about his brother once again. Over there, Chu Xiangfeng and the others had finished their greetings. Chu Tianheng thought for a moment and walked over. Forget it, he'll give his brother some time to adjust. Qin Yen knew nothing about this. As soon as Chu Xiangfeng returned, he spent the whole afternoon shooting non-stop until evening. After everyone had left, Qin Yen finally had a chance to speak with him. Before she could open her mouth, Chu Xiangfeng beat her to it. "Thank you so much, Nian. I won't say more than that. If you ever run into anything from now on, come to me or your brother Yu. That's my promise to you." Qin Yen pressed her lips together. Although Sister Xiangfeng spoke casually, she wasn't stupid, she understood the weight of those words. It meant that for any request she made in the future, Sister Xiangfeng and her husband would agree. Such a heavy promise. Qin Yen felt rather troubled instead, he kept feeling it really was as he suspected. He still clung to the last shred of hope, his deer-like eyes looking at Chu Xiangfeng. "Sister Xiangfeng, but, I don't remember helping you." Chu Xiangfeng patted his head with a pitying look. Qin Yen was actually taller than her, he was 1.8 meters, but Chu Xiangfeng could look at him with that expression. Qin Yen felt that look was somewhat familiar, it seemed his aunt always looked at him that way. Treated like a child, Qin Yen. His little face flushed, awkward and embarrassed. Chu Xiangfeng said nothing else, only, "Don't be afraid of anything you encounter. Your second brother and the others care about you a lot, and there's also me and your brother Yu." In the end Qin Yen didn't get any answers, but Chu Xiangfeng didn't deliberately hide things either, instead he deepened Qin Yen's suspicions. However, for some reason, Qin Yen didn't feel as anxious anymore. It was fine, he wasn't alone now. With that thought, he saw his second brother, who had just finished filming, and quickened his pace. He had barely reached him before his second brother, like he had no bones, draped his whole weight over Qin Yen. Qin Yen felt as if a huge stone were pressing on him. Qin Yen's face flushed with suppressed anger, and he huffed, "Second brother, what are you doing, you're so heavy." But Chu Tianheng instead started acting pitiful, sighing, "Second brother is so tired, I can only trouble you to take me home. I believe you can do it, right?" Qin Yen glanced at the assistant staring wide-eyed at each other, suspecting his second brother was doing it on purpose. Angry. Suddenly feeling that second brother was very unreliable, Qin Yen mentally brushed him off. But Qin Yen still valued the brotherly bond with Gun Yen, he didn't just toss his second brother aside. He muttered softly while helping his brother walk back. Chu Tianheng lowered his eyes, looking at Qin Yen with puffed cheeks muttering under his breath, and returned to his previous lively self. Thought, "That's more like it, before you were sighing and despondent, with none of the vitality of youth." Chu Tianheng quietly gave himself an inner thumbs up. After being on the crew for almost a month, those extra scenes Chu Tianheng had been assigned were finally finished. It meant they were about to leave the set, and Qin Yen still felt a bit reluctant. As a result, the moment he showed anything, sharp-eyed director Qian Lai noticed. The other man was thick-skinned too and said outright, How about Tianheng leaves first and our kid stays? Xiangfeng, what do you think about our kid playing your son? Brother, don't worry, even if you stay with our crew, we'll feed and house you. Qi Nian. Did they have to make working for free sound so fresh and refined? Chu Xiangfeng was actually quite happy. Sure, Nian Nian plays my son, look how much we look alike. Qi Nian silently glanced at Chu Xiangfeng's face, which didn't resemble his at all. Chu Tianheng was also unusually speechless. He looked at Director Qian Lai's face full of wrinkles. Since when did he suddenly have an older brother older than his own father? Seeing Qi Nian about to be pulled away, luckily Chu Tianheng proved reliable at the crucial moment, tugging his brother back and smiling at Qian Lai. Director Qian, don't you know whether my brother can act? Director Qian Lai looked at Qi Nian's face with regret, patting his thigh sadly. Ah, if I had that face, I'd star myself. Qi Nian. Chu Tianheng, my brother really is good looking, but he can't act. Director Qian, please try harder to find someone. It's hard to find someone as good looking as my brother, but there are people who are slightly less good looking. Qi Nian's face flushed red as he listened, feeling like his second brother was praising him into a celestial being. Director Qian Lai still looked distressed. I know, it's not that, they all want money. So Director Qian Lai's freeloading spirit really never dies. Joking aside, whether he left or not he still had to go, but after this incident, the bit of sadness Qi Nian had about the parting was gone. When the car drove out of the small mountain village he even breathed a sigh of relief. On the road, Qi Nian sneezed. Chu Tianheng, who had been sitting with his legs crossed and looking at his phone, glanced at him, caught a cold. Qi Nian rubbed his nose, I don't think so. Chu Tianheng breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. He had only sneezed, yet second brother was so concerned that Qi Nian felt a little touched. Just as those doe-like eyes had shown some feeling, he heard his brother say again, I have an advertisement shoot tomorrow, don't pass it to me. Qi Nian. He shifted his butt and sat at the diagonal opposite of Chu Tianheng. Chu Tianheng raised an eyebrow, asking knowingly, what's going on? Qi Nian glanced sideways at her second brother and said angrily, stay away from me, so you don't catch it. Her deer-like eyes were full of fury, trying to look fierce, she instead resembled a little sheep with its fur all puffed up. No matter how the hair stood on end, it didn't make her scary, it made her look like an enlarged marshmallow, especially adorable. Instantly, the car filled with Chu Tianheng's laughter. Qi Nian was too lazy to bother with him and opened her phone to check Weibo. After Chu Xiangfeng had her earlier, Qi Nian realized she had a Weibo account. It must have been registered by the original owner. To learn more, Qi Nian tried entering the password and surprisingly managed to log into Weibo. Scrolling through a feed full of cringe-worthy selfies and some flaunting posts, although she knew they weren't hers, thinking that others might believe they were made by her made Qi Nian's whole body uncontrollably curl her toes against the floor. Help, how embarrassing. However, there's some good news, fortunately the original owner's Weibo didn't have many followers, so hardly anyone would notice. Bad news, because of the Weibo Chong Xiangfeng posted, many of his fans came over to this Weibo. Qi Nian stared at the few thousand new followers on the Weibo, her fingers trembling slightly. Summoning my courage, I opened the comments section. Although I don't understand, our sister said he's a good person. Yeah, nobody's perfect. Actually, from the heavy makeup, you can still faintly make out a touch of delicate features. Sorry, I can't keep making this up. Ha, I don't understand it, but I'm deeply shocked. Qi Nian closed his eyes, turned off his phone, and looked out the window, wanting to calm down for a while. Finally arriving at Chu Tianheng's residence, Qi Nian expressionlessly shut the door and windows, and after making sure no one outside could hear, let out a piercing scream. He threw himself onto the bed, crawling in a dark, twisted way. After venting for a while, he finally calmed down. He mustered the courage and reopened Weibo, setting all his posts to visible for 1 month only. Then he slowly exhaled. It's okay, the internet has no memory, Qi Nian reassured himself. Just as he thought that, his fingers slipped and Weibo's big data recommendation showed him a post from a blogger. Knowledge Blogger 25, on the revival of shammake culture, the social situation it reflects, and the inner pressures of young people. Under this Weibo post there were several photos. Qi Nian didn't pay much attention and was about to exit, but his gaze caught one of them. This one, how does it look so much like him? Qi Nian's hand trembled as he clicked to open it, zoomed in, and then let out a sharp, explosive cry. He didn't know whether it was because of the embarrassment last night that he had trouble sleeping off and on, but when Qin Yan woke up he felt a little woozy. Fortunately, the wooziness made him temporarily forget the embarrassing incident. When he went out for breakfast, Qin Yan took a bite and felt a bit lost his appetite. The man beside him, Chu Tianheng, also came over and sat at the dining table, then his gaze fell on Qin Yan's face. He frowned and said, "Why does your face look a little red?" Qin Yan looked weakly at his second brother and replied, "I don't know, maybe I didn't sleep well." Chu Tianheng raised his hand and felt Qin Yan's forehead, his expression turning serious. "You're a bit feverish." After a while, Qin Yan lay in bed with a towel across his forehead, covered by the blanket. With the assistant's help, Qin Yan took the medicine. Looking at his second brother's stern expression, he fell silent for a moment. It shouldn't be that serious, right? He only felt a bit of a headache, but it felt like his whole head was going to fall off. Chu Tianheng shook his head and, with a solemn look, straightened the towel. "You don't understand." Several assistants glanced at Chu Tianheng, and they exchanged looks with each other. Chu Tianheng adjusted and took a photo of Qin Yan. The blanket was pulled up tightly, leaving only a palm-sized little face exposed. A towel lay over the forehead, making an already small face look even smaller. The cheeks were flushed, and a pair of deer-like eyes drooped listlessly, as pitiful as could be. Chu Tianheng then sent the photo to his own agent. Then he called the agent. "Did you see the photo I sent? My younger brother is this sick, how can I possibly feel at ease going to the event? That would be heartless. No, I can't do it. I won't go to today's event." Qin Yan thought it was a bit exaggerated. It wasn't that serious, was it? But I didn't expect his second brother to care about him so much. Just as I was thinking that, over there I couldn't hear what was said, and Chu Tianheng turned on the speaker. The manager's voice came through, asking one of the assistants, "Xiao Zhang, is Tianheng's condition serious right now?" Xiao Zhang glanced at Chu Tianheng's expression and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ah, yes, it's pretty bad." Chu Tianheng hadn't had time to be satisfied when Xiao Zhang added, "He's got a fever, fully 37.5 degrees Celsius. Qin Yan. Chu Tianheng. Manager." The manager almost laughed with anger. "Chu Tianheng. I knew it. What, you're that afraid of Song Xiaoming that you won't go just because you heard he's attending?" It has to be said, that provocation worked well on Chu Tianheng. He immediately exploded. "Afraid of him? Ridiculous. I'll go." After hanging up, Chu Tianheng looked at Xiao Zhang quietly. Xiao Zhang's scalp tingled, but he still smiled and said, "Brother Chu, I'm just a temporary assistant, the boss and the manager are the real ones." Chu Tianheng snorted, "You stay and take care of my brother." After saying that, he looked at the listless Qin Yan. "Second brother is leaving first." Qin Yan glanced up at his second brother, because he still had a towel on his head he couldn't nod, and could only signal that he understood with his eyes. After Chu Tianheng left, Xiao Zhang changed Qin Yan's towel. Seeing that he had fallen asleep, he quietly and carefully left the room. On the other side, Chu Tianheng saw Song Xiaoming walking toward him and couldn't help rolling his eyes at her. The assistant beside him whispered, "Brother Chu, be careful not to get photographed." Chu Tianheng smiled faintly, looking at Song Xiaoming and gritting his teeth. "Don't worry, I'm avoiding the cameras." Sigh, he didn't care what those reporters said, but if he got criticized, his younger brother would worry again. Thinking of that, Chu Tianheng's smile genuinely softened a little. Song Xiaoming came over and shook his hand. The other man glanced at Chu Tianheng and said softly, "You don't seem to like me very much. Is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Chu Tianheng couldn't be bothered and let go as soon as his hand was touched. Only after Song Xiaoming left disappointed did Chu Tianheng mutter quietly, "Green tea." Midway, Chu Rongshi answered his phone. "Chu Tianheng, I came back yesterday. I'm attending an event now, there's an endorsement here." Chu Rongshi asked again, "Is Nian Nian with you?" Chu Tianheng leaned back lazily in his chair. "No, he's sick and didn't come." Chu Rongshi, "Sick? Is it serious?" Chu Tianheng, "Not serious, a bit of a fever, but he looks groggy." Chu Rongshi, "This is not serious." Chu Tianheng, "No, how is it serious?" Chu Tianheng explained, "It's not a high fever, only 37.5 degrees. Chu Rongshi, send me your apartment code." Chu Tianheng, question mark. Chu Rongshi, "I'm coming over." That's it. After hanging up, Chu Tianheng looked completely bewildered. Wait, what is happening in this world? Is 37.5 degrees Celsius really that serious? The phone vibrated. Chu Tianheng lowered his eyes to look. Chu Rongshi, password. Chu Tianheng, there's an assistant at home taking care of her. He sent that line intending to tell his eldest brother that the household assistant and his younger brother weren't alone at home, so there was no need to worry. But Chu Rongshi, then you don't need to send the password. Chu Tianheng, then are you still going? Chu Rongshi, go. Chu Rongshi, tell your assistant. Chu Tianheng. Qi Nian was half asleep, probably bundled up too tightly, and the heat made him a little uncomfortable. Then he felt someone calling him. Groggily, Qi Nian opened his eyes and sensed it was his brother. Because he was sick, his voice was a bit weak, with a slight nasal tone, brother. Chu Rongshi looked into those deer-like eyes, familiar in their simple innocence, and when he heard the other person call him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He took the towel off, felt the other's forehead, sensing it wasn't very hot anymore, and said softly, sleep. Qi Nian was groggy. If he were fully awake he'd surely find it ridiculous. His brother woke him up, then told him to go back to sleep. But he couldn't think about that now. When the other told him to sleep, he obediently closed his eyes. Chu Rongshi wiped the sweat from his forehead for him and tiptoed out of the room. Assistant Xiao Zhang heard the movement. He had been playing on his phone but immediately sprang up. There was nothing he could do. He didn't know why. Even when Chu Rongshi hadn't said a word, he still made him feel a wave of pressure. Besides, right now it was just the two of them in the space. Xiao Zhang regretted it deeply. Perhaps this was his punishment for exposing brother Chu today. Fortunately, Chu Rongshi only said not to mind him and went to work on another terrace. When he opened his eyes again, Qi Nian found the room very dim. He glanced out the window and saw that it was already dark. No wonder he felt so hungry. Qi Nian sat up, shook his head, and felt much clearer, no discomfort at all. He got out of bed. When he stepped out of the room, he saw Xiao Zhang outside. Xiao Zhang looked relieved when he saw him awake. Qi Nian chatted awkwardly with him. I even dreamed my brother called me, Xiao Zhang pointed toward the balcony. Maybe it wasn't a dream. Qi Nian. He immediately hurried to the balcony and, through the glass, indeed saw his brother sitting outside. There was a laptop in front of him, the screen's glow lighting his face and making him look unusually handsome. Qi Nian looked around, pressed a switch in the corner of the wall, and light immediately poured down onto the previously dim terrace. Chu Rongshi turned his head and looked through the glass at the boy in pajamas. The latter waved his hand, baring his small white teeth, vaguely making out that he was saying, "It's okay, brother, you keep working." After Qi Nian spoke, he was about to find something to eat, but saw his brother shut off the computer, open the terrace door, and walk over. Chu Rongshi, is your head still hurting? Qi Nian shook his head, not anymore. After he spoke, he said somewhat embarrassedly, brother, why did you come over? Chu Rongshi walked closer. Jianheng told me you were ill, so I came to check on you. Qi Nian, it's not that serious. He looked up stupidly. At that moment Chu Rongshi's hand was on his forehead, which made Qi Nian falter for a moment. But it was only an instant. Chu Rongshi quickly withdrew his hand. The temperature has gone down. Qi Nian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yeah, it's not serious at all. He didn't even know what he was saying, then added, bro, are you hungry? I'll go check the kitchen for something to eat. Chu Rongshi said, let's go eat out. Qi Nian immediately agreed happily, went over to ask Xiao Zhang if he wanted to join, but Xiao Zhang frantically waved his hand, indicating he refused. Qi Nian didn't insist and followed his brother out to get into the car. He sat in the passenger seat, obediently fastened his seatbelt, and the car moved slowly. Qi Nian, finally I can have a big meal. I got back too late yesterday. I was planning to eat well today, but what bad luck, I've gotten sick. Qi Nian said, sounding a little frustrated, puffing out his cheeks. Chu Rongshi's expression unconsciously softened. Save the big meal for another day. You just broke your fever, you need to eat something light. Right. Qi Nian actually felt fine, but since his brother said so, he obediently agreed, okay then, I'll eat lightly for now and have a big meal another day. The boy obediently shook his head, his small curly hair bounced with the movement, tracing a joyful arc. At that moment, Qi Nian's phone rang. He opened it, saw the message on the screen, and his little face turned serious. Chu Rongshi asked, "What's wrong?" Qi Nian looked up pleadingly at him, "Brother, do you know if Zhuixiangju is far from here?" Chu Rongshi, "Not far, about 10 odd minutes." Qi Nian breathed a sigh of relief, then, in a negotiating tone, rubbed her fingers together, "Brother, let's go eat at Zhuixiangju." After Qi Nian finished speaking, he was still a little worried about how he'd explain it if his brother asked, but Chu Rongshi didn't ask anything, he just said, "Okay." After saying that, the other party drove the car and made a turn. Qi Nian's mood leapt, "My brother is really great." However, after seeing the message on his phone, he frowned again. "Zhang Roro, my manager and I are meeting someone at Zhuixiangju 302. If I haven't messaged you in an hour, can you call the police for me? I'm scared." Qi Nian, "Okay." Qi Nian exhaled, frowned, and thought, who is Zhang Roro meeting that's so terrifying? For a moment, all kinds of horrifying entertainment industry headlines flashed through Qi Nian's mind, and he instantly felt awful. "I still don't know what on earth is going on." 3 hours ago. Zhang Roro's manager, Tian Yong, hung up the phone, exhaled, and looked at his artist, who looked completely cowardly, and said, "Chen Xiao agreed to meet with us. Make sure you apologize properly later, okay?" Zhang Roro thought to herself that it was Chen Si who had deceived her, yet she was the one who had to apologize. As expected, there really is no fairness in this world. Tian Yong was a slightly chubby middle-aged man whose smile made him look like a Maitreya Buddha. He did have a pretty good temper, but he had one flaw: he liked to scare people. Besides, this time Zhang Roro really stirred up a big problem, secretly dating, and she even dared not tell him. Even with Tian Yong's good temper, he was a little angry. But what use is being angry? After all, she's his artist, so he still had to obediently clean up her mess. That said, he still ought to teach Zhang Roro a lesson. Seeing Zhang Roro like that, Tian Yong felt he'd finally found his chance. He immediately put on a fierce face and looked at her. "What, you're still not convinced?" Not to be rude, Tian Yong usually smiled all the time, but when his expression suddenly turned sour, it was actually a bit scary. Before Zhang Roro could speak, Tian Yong continued, "Do you know how much trouble you've caused this time? How much effort I had to put in to get Qin Xiaoyuan to agree to meet us? If you say the wrong thing later, just wait, neither of us will have a job." Zhang Roro had finally become a popular rising star and naturally valued her career. Her face immediately changed. "Is it that bad? Tian Yong, you think the Chen family is harmless?" Saying that, he kept frightening Zhang Roro, "Soon they'll come take you away and make you his wife, there's nothing I can do about it." Zhang Roro was instantly so scared she let out a sharp, explosive cry, "I don't want to marry." Exactly the reaction Tian Yong wanted, and he snorted with a laugh, "Who said anyone's getting a marriage certificate?" Zhang Roro was on the verge of tears. How was I supposed to know people like this still exist? This is nothing but feudal superstition. His brother is practically dying, and yet. "Don't you dare say that," Tian Yong said, looking at his usually clever artist, and repeated his instruction, "Don't mention Chen Xiao's brother later, understand?" Zhang Roro was now terrified. Whatever Tian Yong said, she obediently nodded. Seeing her so compliant, Tian Yong felt it had worked well and thought to himself to see if she'd dare keep something this big from him again next time. She didn't realize she'd overreacted. Zhang Roro was terrified she was truly finished. Although brother Tian was usually reliable, that was the Chen family. Zhang Roro didn't have many friends, there were no real friends in the circle. She didn't trust those people. After thinking it over, the only person she could think of was Qi Nian. So, before arriving at Zhuixiangju, she sent that message to Qi Nian. After receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang Roro wrote her bank card password in the memo. If something really happened to her, her family could live well off that money. With that, Tian Yong took Zhang Roro and pushed open the door to private room 302. Not long after, Qi Nian arrived at Zhuixiangju with Chu Rongshi. The interior of Zhuixiangju matched its name, rich in classical charm. The inside was all wooden decor. At the entrance hung an old-looking plaque inscribed in traditional characters, Zhuixiangju. It said this plaque has been passed down since the shop first opened in the Republic era. It's considered an antique and is the pride of Zhuixiangju. The plaque was commissioned from a well-known calligrapher and craftsman of the time. When Qi Nian heard their names, they sounded familiar. She secretly searched them on her phone and realized they were very famous. Famous enough to be the kind of names that show up in textbooks. Coming back to herself, the waiter enthusiastically offered to take them to a private room. Qin Yan thought for a moment and then whispered to Chu Rongshi, "Brother, could we go to the third floor?" Chu Rongshi lowered his eyes to glance at Qin Yan, whose doe-like eyes looked a bit eager. Finally, the two followed the waiter up to the third floor. Qin Yan glanced at the number of the private room they were in, 303. 302 should be right next door. After ordering, as the waiter was about to leave, Qin Yan finally mustered the courage, blushing, and asked softly, is 302 next door? Qin Yan's features were already delicately handsome, when expressionless he looked exactly like a noble, pretty doll. Now his pale face flushed, and the previously unapproachable air vanished in an instant. The waiter looked at Qin Yan and was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Chu Rongshi glanced over with a cool look that the waiter shivered in fright, immediately snapped back to his senses, and hurriedly apologized. Qin Yan didn't feel offended by the man's gaze, he smiled generously and said it was all right. This time the waiter didn't dare to hesitate, after all, the people beside that person gave off an overwhelmingly strong presence. The waiter said, "That laughter, 302 is not next door, it's across the way." So Qin Yan looked through the door toward the opposite side, and then froze. Places like Zhuoxiangju value privacy above all. If there are no barriers between private rooms, it's easy for people to see what's happening inside your room. Some guests are also quite particular about that. So the Zhuoxiangju building is shaped like a character, the middle section is like a small garden, tended by dedicated staff, both beautiful and protective of the guests' privacy. So now Qin Yan could only see the little garden outside, he couldn't see the opposite side at all. The waiter politely closed the door and left. At this moment Qin Yan propped his chin up, his arm on the table, his small face looking miserable, about as pitiful as someone could be. Chu Rongshi lowered his eyes, bent his wrist and slightly lifted it, pouring tea until the cup was full. He set the cup down and, with a slight push of his long fingers, silently pushed the teacup in front of Qin Yan. He poured himself another cup, took a sip, then asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Yan held the cup and drank the tea in front of him in one breath. Chu Rongshi's motion paused as he drank, he said nothing and poured him another cup. Qin Yan didn't notice those small details. Propping his chin on his hand, he sighed and said, "Brother, just now a friend told me she was at Zhuoxiangju." Qin Yan told Chu Rongshi about Zhang Ruru sending the message, "I was afraid she was really in danger, so I came to check." Chu Rongshi, "She's in 302. Qin Yan nodded. Chu Rongshi tapped the table with his finger, his gaze fixed on Qin Yan, and said, "This time I'll let it go. Next time, if you're alone, don't act rashly." Qin Yan felt a bit guilty under his brother's stare and lowered his head somewhat embarrassed, but he knew his brother cared about him, so he actually felt quite happy. He obediently nodded, afraid Chu Rongshi would be angry, and smiled ingratiatingly at him. "I know, I really didn't think it through then, but you're here, brother. If I were alone, I wouldn't have dared to come." Chu Rongshi watched him. Qin Yan immediately snapped to attention and gave a salute, "Understood. If there's a problem, call the police." Only then did Chu Rongshi look satisfied, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He said, "Don't worry too much either. Zhuoxiangju is well managed, no one will be doing anything here." Qin Yan thought so too, after all, the prices here are high, so they definitely have to protect their customers' safety. He nodded, sipping the tea his brother had poured for him. "I'll send a message later to ask, if that doesn't work, I'll go check." Qin Yan was indeed worried. Chu Rongshi didn't stop him, he knew the other person had always been like that, with a warm heart. Worrying aside, Qin Yan was indeed hungry, he still had to eat. The dishes at Zhuoxiangju tended to be on the lighter side, though there were some stronger flavored items, which obviously weren't suitable for someone recovering like Qin Yan. So they ordered mostly light dishes. But the taste was actually pretty good. Halfway through eating, Chu Tianheng started a video call. Qin Yan ate while tapping to answer. From the background, the other party was probably still in the car. As soon as the video connected, Chu Tianheng saw his younger brother's cheeks puffed up, like a little pig, constantly stuffing food into his mouth. Chu Tianheng couldn't help laughing and blurted out sincerely, "Qi Xiaoyan, why are you acting like a little pig, ha ha ha." Qin Yan immediately mumbled a complaint, "Brother, look at second brother." After speaking, he turned the screen to face Chu Rongshi opposite him. Chu Rongshi's reaction was an entirely different vibe. The other man was eating leisurely, and upon hearing him he lifted his eyes to look at Qin Yan's phone screen. Chu Tianheng copied Qin Yan. No way, big brother, I'm your brother too, you can't just always protect Qi Xiaoyan. Qin Yan, brother. Chu Tianheng also called out, big brother. The two of them, each speaking in turn, argued until Chu Rongsher had a headache, the latter rubbed his temple and the two immediately fell silent. Chu Tianheng, tsk tisk, whatever, I'm also your brother, I won't hold it against you. Qin Yan grumbled, someone who doesn't know would think you're being generous. Chu Tianheng pretended not to hear him and said, are you at Zhuixiangju? I haven't had dinner yet either. I'll come over in a bit. Qin Yan glanced at the table, but if you come over you'll only be eating leftovers, and don't you have to manage your figure? Chu Tianheng. In the end he said he wouldn't come, he didn't want to eat leftovers. Qin Yan put down his phone and couldn't help covering his mouth as he laughed out loud, he finally won once, second brother always bullies him. He had no idea that at this moment he was grinning like a little fox. After the meal, when the waiter came to clear the table, Qin Yan sent Zhang Ruru a message. There was no reply. Qin Yan frowned, feeling a little anxious. He instinctively glanced at Chu Rong, who pressed his brows slightly and said, call her. Qin Yan nodded and called her. The phone rang for a while, then was hung up. Qin Yan felt awful now, unless something had happened, why would Zhang Ruru hang up? Maybe it wasn't even Zhang Ruru who hung up. The more Qin Yan ruminated, the more scared he became. He clutched his phone and stood up. No, I have to go check. Chu Rongsher rose as well, pressing a hand to Qin Yan's shoulder. Looking into the other's anxious, doe-like eyes, his voice softened a little, call the waiter to come with you. Qin Yan hurriedly nodded. Private room 302. Zhang Ruru followed Tian Yong and knocked, then went in. They saw Chen Si leaning back in his chair, idly twirling a clear glass in his hand. When they entered, he didn't spare them even a glance. Tian Yong, young Master Chen, I. The other interrupted him, still not looking at them, sit. That attitude made them especially uncomfortable, but Tian Yong and Zhang Ruru could only sit down. They had expected to get straight to the point, but Chen Si instead began to talk about something unrelated. Chen Si looked at the glass in his hand. Did you know? A server just said this glass was made by some artist, entirely handmade, no wonder it doesn't look like an ordinary glass. Tian Yong forced a smile and went along with it, not really knowing what Chen Si was trying to say. Chen Si, I heard a single one is worth a pretty penny, but it's a shame. At that, he suddenly let go, the glass in his hand fell onto the carpet, bounced a few times, and finally shattered into pieces. Chen Si forced a smile, tugging at the corner of his mouth. After all, it was just something. Did you really think I'd take it to heart? Tell me, wasn't that waiter ridiculous? Saying that, he fixed his gaze straight on Tian Yong. Tian Yong had dealt with all kinds of people, so he could still manage a strained smile. Beside him, Zhang Ruru was so frightened she was trembling a little. Chen Si wasn't talking about a glass at all, he was clearly talking about her. Tian Yong, young Master Chen, it's our Ruru being childish, she knows she was wrong now. Chen Si impatiently raised his hand, cutting him off, don't tell me these irrelevant things. I don't care. But her fate looks pretty good, don't worry, the Chen family won't be missing out on your benefits. Chen Si, aren't you the one who makes money off her? A top-tier actress, even a top idol, if you want to be someone's manager, one word from me and tomorrow I can make it happen. Chen Si, Zhang Ruru is good, but can she compare to those people? Zhang Ruru jumped, terrified that her manager might agree, that was a top star, after all, what manager wouldn't be tempted? Unexpectedly, Tian Yong shook his head without hesitation, although these offers are indeed tempting, I'm not the kind of person who would sell out my own artist. Chen Si laughed, perhaps finding it amusing, then how about this, Zhang Ruru, half of the Chen family, all yours. How about it? If you agree, we can sign the contract right now. Zhang Ruru, holy crap. So crazy. If it weren't for the wrong atmosphere right now, Zhang Ruru would be counting how many hundreds of millions there were on her fingers. At that moment, Zhang Ruru's phone rang. Seeing who was calling, she kind of wanted to pick up. Chen Si, hang up. Tears in her eyes, Zhang Ruru could only hang up the call. Just as Chen Si was about to continue with his threats and bribery, someone knocked on the door, Sir, hello. Chen Si, get out. No sooner had he spoken than the door was pushed open from the outside. Zhang Ruo hadn't come to her senses when she saw Qin Yan standing between them. Qin Yan said softly, "Are you okay?" Zhang Ruo bit her handkerchief. "I almost ended up being forced to own half of the Chen family." Qin Yan, ? Chen Xi's face grew particularly ugly. Just as he was about to say something, he saw Chu Rong enter behind him. Chen Xi's expression shifted, he smiled and said, "President Chu, I'm discussing something with my girlfriend. It's not very appropriate for you to suddenly barge in with people, is it?" Chu Rongshi's expression didn't change, he sat down beside them. "I heard young Master Chen is here, so I came to pay my respects." Chen Xi, what kind of damned paying respects is this? Qin Yan, seeing Zhang Ruo was alright, breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but complain, getting sick and not properly treating it, messing with these crooked schemes, no wonder his brother's condition keeps getting worse. Chen Xi's face suddenly darkened. Qin Yan, sigh, he probably doesn't know that Zhang Ruo's grandfather is a famous master of traditional Chinese medicine. Her brother seems to have some congenital defect. Anyway it's a problem from birth. I remember Zhang Ruo's grandfather was good at treating that kind of thing, but he's behaving badly. Why doesn't he take the proper path and instead go down some crooked route? Chen Xi's originally sullen face immediately cleared, he pressed down on Qin Yan's shoulder with an excited look. "You mean it? You're not lying to me?" Qin Yan. Holy shit. Dizzy.jpg. Chapter 25, Killing with a Borrowed Knife. For a moment, Qin Yan went completely pale. Her mind went blank, even paler than her face. When she came to, her brother was beside her. Like a fledgling finding its nest, Qin Yan immediately buried her face in Chu Rongshi's arms, trying to avoid that truth. Actually he had suspected it before, but the feeling of that suspicion being confirmed was completely different from what he had imagined. He panicked and was terrified, afraid of being treated like a monster, so his first instinct was to seek out someone familiar for comfort. Fortunately, his brother didn't look at him like a monster, nor did he push him away. Instead, he patted his back and spoke in a softer voice than usual, "Don't be afraid." Qin Yan summoned his courage, lifted his head to look at his brother, and pressed his lips together. "Brother, you noticed a long time ago, didn't you?" Chu Rongshi, yes. Qin Yan, when? How long ago? Chu Rongshi was silent for a moment, then decided to tell the truth, back at the hospital. Seeing Qin Yan silent, he continued, "You mean Han Jie's father?" Qin Yan covered his face, "Don't say it." So every time he was munching on gossip, there were actually spectators. No wonder whenever he thought something in his head, someone would soon find out. He had previously thought it was just a coincidence. Qin Yan awkwardly dug his toe into the ground. "Boo-hoo, I'm so dumb." Chu Rongshi, "No, you've helped a lot of people, no one thinks you're stupid." Qin Yan looked at Chu Rongshi, it was the first time he directly met the other's eyes, the gaze was so steady it moved him. Chu Rongshi said, "You don't have to be anxious or afraid, we will always be behind you." Qin Yan suddenly felt a slight stinging in his eyes, this was probably the most moving thing anyone had ever said to him. If it had been before, possessing such an ability, whether good or bad, Qin Yan would have panicked 10 or 100 times more than he did now. But his mood now was much calmer. Because he knew he had a family. Chu Rongshi, unusually, made a joke, "From the looks of it now, it should be others who are afraid of you." Qin Yan looked embarrassed for a moment, then realized that it did seem to be the case. Every time he gossiped, he would scare people away. "So, help me out too." Chen Xi's voice was much clearer than before, and his gaze was unusually bright. Qin Yan for a moment couldn't accept such a change, he moved closer beside Chu Rongshi, the little social phobic still unable to recover. Chu Rongshi said to Chen Xi, "He can't help you. You should find someone who can." Chen Xi looked at Zhang Ruo. "Zhang Ruo." Chu Rongshi lowered his gaze and looked at the little lamb beside him, "Are we leaving now?" Qin Yan shook his head, he was a bit uneasy about Zhang Ruo, Chen Xi's previous demeanor simply did not seem like that of a good person. Also, with his brother around he wasn't afraid, staying here he could still watch the show. Chen Xi could be flexible, he immediately said to Zhang Ruo, "I'm truly sorry for what happened before, forgive me." As he spoke, he even dabbed at his eyes, crying with quite genuine feeling. If anyone had a loved one whose health was deteriorating and every doctor was powerless, it's inevitable they tried desperate measures. My previous actions were indeed inappropriate, please forgive me. Qi Nian's mouth twitched. Zhang Roro was kind-hearted, and hearing Chen Si speak so sincerely made her eyes well up. My grandfather really is a traditional Chinese doctor, but I never imagined he was so remarkable. I thought he was just an ordinary physician. If I'd known he wanted me to learn medicine from him back then, I wouldn't have run away. Zhang Roro, my grandfather is still sulking with me now, he won't pay me any attention. Tianyong snapped back to reality, feeling conflicted. No, even if you don't go into medicine, it wouldn't be that bad, right? Zhang Roro felt a bit embarrassed. Before I left I told him, if you try to persuade someone to study medicine, may heaven strike you down. A few people. What an unlucky kid. Zhang Roro still decided to call her grandfather, mainly because she didn't think Chen Si was a bad person. Although he had just said a lot of showy things, he hadn't threatened them, it was all inducement. That was half of the Chen family. Zhang Roro almost felt her heart sway. But she managed to calm down. After all, the idea of a Chuangshi ritual felt unreliable. If it failed and instead harmed the person, Chen Si would surely go mad. Although the other person wasn't a bad person, when they lost it, anything could happen. Zhang Ruru dialed her grandfather's number, and then the call was disconnected. She smiled awkwardly. It's too late today. I'll call tomorrow. Chen Si couldn't wait. Give me the phone, I'll call. Zhang Ruru handed the phone to him, but still muttered, my grandpa definitely won't pick up. He doesn't even answer my calls, so a stranger's number is even less likely. No sooner had she finished speaking than a strong, hearty voice came from Chen Si's phone. Who is it? Zhang Ruru. Sure enough, her real grandfather. Over there Chen Si had already gone to the corner to explain the situation to Grandpa Zhang. Here, Qi Nian saw Zhang Ruru looking quite embarrassed and comforted her. Your grandpa might be worried about some urgent patient. Zhang Ruru, thank you, I feel much better. Chen Si left quickly soon after. He seemed in a pretty good mood when he left, so Grandpa Zhang must have agreed. Once Chen Si left, Qi Nian and Chu Rongshi also followed. Zhang Ruru felt even less at ease. After all, Chen Si was pretty reckless. If he caused some kind of medical trouble it would be bad. Zhang Ruru called her grandfather several times, and he finally answered. Zhang Ruru breathed a sigh of relief. Worried she might accidentally make him angry again, she hurried to flatter him, and Grandfather Zhang's mood finally improved. Zhang Ruru, Grandpa, that Chen Si, the one who just came asking you to treat him, are you sure? It doesn't seem easy to cure. If it's not possible, don't agree, what if? Grandpa Zhang immediately grew angry, you brat. Do you really think your grandpa has been wasting his time all these years? And are you saying we should let someone die just because it's troublesome? Get out, I don't want to talk to you anymore, go be a celebrity. Zhang Ruru hung up, feeling a little ashamed. She was indeed afraid of bringing trouble to her family, but her grandpa obviously didn't see it that way, he just wanted to save another person. When she used to talk with her grandpa, she always thought he was old-fashioned and impossible to communicate with, but now she felt maybe she had been the one who was wrong. Zhang Ruru hurriedly called her grandfather again, then was stunned to find he'd blocked her. Tian Yong patted her shoulder. Qian Dao's film is almost finished shooting. I'll give you a few days off later so you can go back and visit. Zhang Ruru nodded, thanks, brother Tian. She paused, then added, I'll listen to you from now on. Tian Yong smiled with relief, then cleared his throat lightly, when you go back, take me with you, okay? My back keeps acting up. Zhang Ruru asked sincerely, are you sure? If you come back with me, won't my grandpa kick you out the door? Tian Yong. Makes sense, better if he goes by himself. In the next 2 days Chu Tianheng had to go to Eggplant TV to film a variety show, and Qi Nian would of course be going along. In the past 2 years, Eggplant TV's variety shows have been produced in an explosive manner. Besides the popular shows like the dating show every Saturday and the farming variety show every Friday, the thing Eggplant TV couldn't surpass was its flagship program Always With You, which had been running for 5 or 6 years. This show had 3 regular hosts, and each episode invited some guests. The 3 hosts were all very capable and especially witty, and with different, currently hottest celebrities appearing each episode, Always With You maintained consistently high popularity. Because there haven't been many hit TV dramas lately, this episode features celebrities who have been trending recently. Chu Tianheng, as a singer, happened to be promoting a new song, so his manager arranged for him to record You With Me every day. Qi Nian was taken backstage with Chu Tianheng and met the other guests for the recording. Besides Chu Tianheng, there were 4 other people, all starring in the upcoming TV drama, Chu Sha. 2 male actors and 2 female actors. When she saw Chu Tianheng, the leading actress smiled especially warmly. Her name was Cin Ran. Now in her 30s, she was considered very well maintained in an entertainment industry that often hides age. It was said that Exorcising Evil was a historical romance drama, and the heroine was supposed to be a naive 15-year-old girl. When the drama officially announced Cin Ran as the lead, she was widely ridiculed. How could someone in her 30s play a teenager? What would they have a real teenager play? Because of that, the book's fans staged collective protests, causing quite a commotion. Qi Nian had even seen the gossip about it on Weibo before. Looking at Cin Ran now, no wonder she dared to play a teenager. She does keep herself well, except her eyes don't quite look 15. Cin Ran showered Chu Tianheng with compliments as soon as she saw him. Before coming I heard Xiang Feng mention you, saying you're even more handsome in person than on TV. Xiang Feng wasn't exaggerating. Cin Ran and Chu Xiangfen were about the same age, in fact they debuted around the same time and worked on the same show. Over the years Chu Xiangfen had already become a serious actor, while Cin Ran was still stuck in idol dramas, but the two had always maintained a good relationship. Chu Tianheng exchanged a few polite words and didn't say much else. Cin Ran saw the situation and didn't say much, letting the makeup artist work on her face, while the male lead beside her, Zhou Jingduo, glanced at Chu Tianheng. The other man had always been lukewarm in popularity but had consistently gotten good projects, otherwise he wouldn't have landed the lead in Chu Sha. It was clear the company was deliberately promoting him. Qi Nian had always been very sensitive to people's looks. He felt Zhou Jingduo's gaze toward his brother carried a hint of hostility. Qi Nian quickly glanced at Zhou Jingduo and Cin Ran, then swiftly looked away. As a current top-tier celebrity, Chu Tianheng obviously received good treatment at Eggplant TV, even having a private makeup room. Because he was going on stage, his makeup had to be heavier than usual, otherwise the lights would wash it out and it would look like he hadn't worn any, so it took quite a bit of time. Qi Nian was a bit bored, told his second brother, and prepared to step out for some fresh air. Just as he walked out, he bumped into a slight girl. She was carrying a lot of things in her hands, all sorts of coffee and milk tea. The other person was walking too fast and didn't see Qi Nian, and just bumped straight into her. Qi Nian was pushed back a step by the impact. The girl was even more dramatic, as if she hadn't eaten, and nearly knocked herself over. Qi Nian reflexively reached out to steady the girl's arm, but the girl pulled her arm back, face pale, and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Qi Nian shook her head to indicate it was fine. Seeing that, the girl was about to keep walking, and Qi Nian hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll help you carry it. The other person had ordered more than 10 times as many milk teas and coffees, the already thin fingers bearing deep marks from gripping them. Qi Nian watched a little helplessly. The girl hesitated for a moment and thanked Qi Nian. Qi Nian carried more than half of the drinks and followed behind her. The girl stopped at Cin Ran's dressing room door, knocked, and then went in. Qi Nian lagged a step behind and was about to go in when he heard a loud shout, completely different from Cin Ran's gentle voice just now. The other person yelled, "Why did you take so long? The milk tea's almost cold, so slow, are you trying to make me thirsty to death?" After Cin Ran finished speaking, Qi Nian followed the girl inside. The girl kept her head down and gave no explanation, she probably was used to it. When Cin Ran saw Qi Nian, her expression changed, and she shot the girl a hateful glance. But she didn't know who Qi Nian was. Seeing that the girl had just been next to Chu Tianheng, she assumed she was his assistant and didn't pay it any mind. She turned to look at the mirror and said, "All right, give the milk tea out to the others." The girl breathed a sigh of relief, took the milk tea and left to hand it out to the other celebrities and hosts. Qi Nian wanted to follow, but was called back by Cin Ran. Cin Ran glanced at Qi Nian and asked, "What did you just hear?" Qi Nian, "What, did I hear everything?" Cin Ran frowned. She didn't believe the other hadn't understood her, but the assistant was just a small-time aide, she didn't take her seriously. Do you know what should be said and what shouldn't? Qi Nian didn't really want to talk to her. She wasn't his assistant either, so he gave a perfunctory nod and turned to leave. He moved a little slowly. The dressing room wasn't very soundproof, and from outside he could faintly hear his older brother's name. Recently Chu Tianheng's popularity has been pretty good. Staging a CP, even if they clear it up later there's not much loss. Qin Yan listened off and on and roughly guessed what it was, staging a CP, the entertainment industry's usual way to ride a trend. Sometimes both sides are willing, sometimes one side is forcing it. Xin Ran was obviously the latter. The other party always liked to play the heartthrob, claiming to secretly adore whoever the celebrity was, as long as their age matched, regardless of gender. And somehow people actually believed this. Qin Yan frowned. Back in Chu Tianheng's dressing room, the latter asked, "Where did you go? You were gone so long." After speaking, he turned to Qin Yan and then smiled, "No, who provoked you? You've almost got an oil can hanging from your mouth." Qin Yan glanced at his second brother and couldn't help but retort, "Isn't it because of you?" His second brother actually mocked him. Chu Tianheng raised an eyebrow, dragging his stool closer. "How is it because of me? What did you hear?" "Qin Yan, I heard Xin Ran wants to fake a CP with you." Chu Tianheng frowned, clicked his tongue, clearly not surprised. Today the one doing Chu Tianheng's makeup was his usual makeup artist, who said, "Things like this happen a lot in showbiz. Whether one party agrees or not, even if the two never meet, they can still be hyped up from afar." The makeup artist, clearly well experienced, went on and on about many things he'd seen before. There was even an artist who got paired up with a dog. Qin Yan. His expression was complicated, his view of the entertainment industry's lows freshly violated again. How can this be hyped? Makeup artist, hype what? Human dog unfinished business. You're human and I'm a dog, what is that? A sense of fate. Ultimate abusive romance. Two people or two dogs, what does that matter? Do they have a species barrier? Qin Yan. People in the entertainment industry were in an even more beautiful mental state than he was. Qin Yan propped his face with both hands, his delicate features slightly distorted, and sighed softly. Then his forehead was flicked. Under his younger brother's glare, Chu Tianheng withdrew his hand and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Later spend some money and take down the bot trending searches, we have plenty of cash anyway." Qin Yan fell silent for a moment. "Second brother, are you sure you're not losing money in the entertainment industry?" Chu Tianheng looked over at him softly. Qin Yan immediately cowered and covered his head like a small quail. Qin Yan saw the three hosts, 2 men and a woman, and was surprised to find that one of them was Yu Mingxiang. Actually it wasn't that surprising, after all, Yu Mingxiang was the top star of Eggplant TV, how could such a hit variety show not feature him? Xin Ran's public persona was the gentle big sister. She was Chu Xiangfeng's friend and was familiar with Yu Mingxiang. Upon seeing him she immediately covered her mouth and said, "Brother you've gotten even more handsome." Qin Yan. "Not a sister, can't you praise someone else? But social anxiety doesn't give you the right to laugh at others." Yu Mingxiang obviously didn't know Xin Ran's true nature and spoke to her enthusiastically. Qin Yan thought of Xiang Fengjie, glanced at Xin Ran, and cleared his throat loudly. He had been quietly trailing beside Chu Tianheng, when he suddenly coughed once and everyone's gaze turned to him. Xin Ran saw the familiar face and his expression faltered for a moment, then half-jokingly said, "Tianheng, your assistant doesn't seem very professional, probably because he's young." "What assistant?" Chu Tianheng wasn't willing to have his brother's identity seen through. He reached up and took the chance to ruffle his brother's soft little curls, saying, "This is my brother." For the sake of his second brother's face, Qin Yan restrained himself from pushing the other's hand away and smiled at Xin Ran, indeed seeing the other's expression change repeatedly. Clearly, he hadn't expected Qin Yan to be not an assistant but Chu Tianheng's brother. Having a top streaming celebrity as a younger brother might not be enough to cause worry, but don't forget that Chu Tianheng is not only a top star, he's also a member of the Chu family. Xin Ran's chest rose and fell a few times, clearly very emotional. The girl standing behind the other party, the assistant Qin Yan had run into before, also glanced at Qin Yan. Yu Mingxiang reacted first. He had heard his wife talk about Qin Yan and was very grateful to her, so he immediately said, "Xiao Yan, I didn't expect to meet you again. We really are fated." Qin Yan gave Yu Mingxiang a polite smile. After greeting him, Yu Mingxiang went to go over the script with several hosts. The guests on Every Day With You change each episode, and the tone varies, sometimes they add game segments. It really tests their ability to control the show. Fortunately the program isn't live. A 2-hour episode takes almost 2 days to shoot, so there's plenty of time and the pressure isn't that great. At this moment Yu Mingxiang was backstage on the phone with Chu Xiangfeng. "Yu Mingxiang, don't worry, I'll cue Xin Ran more and try to get her as much screen time as possible." Except for Chu Tianheng, the guests are all from her crew, and she's the lead, so she already has relatively more scenes. Chu Xiangfeng sighed, Sun Ran's popularity has declined, she's under a lot of pressure. She really cares about this drama, Chu Sha, no matter what, let's help as much as we can. Chu Xiangfeng had known Sun Ran for about 10 years, Yu Mingxiang had always known they were on good terms. The fact that the Chu Sha crew could come shoot had more or less something to do with him. But Yu Mingxiang himself had only an ordinary relationship with Sun Ran. For him to become a well-known host, he couldn't be naive, anyway, he felt Sun Ran wasn't as innocent as his wife claimed. But his wife had known Sun Ran longer than she had known him, so she simply didn't believe Yu Mingxiang. He was just thinking that when he noticed Qin Yan coming over to find him. Yu Mingxiang was a little surprised, he clearly hadn't expected the other to approach, since Qin Yan looked very introverted and hardly ever spoke. Yu Mingxiang greeted him warmly. Qin Yan didn't say anything either, he just let him get on with it. Yu Mingxiang was completely puzzled, but seeing Qin Yan so tense, he simply didn't ask, better not to make Qin Yan so nervous that he couldn't speak. So Yu Mingxiang sat on the sidelines and read the script, though his peripheral vision kept glancing at Qin Yan from time to time. To be honest, he was a little curious about what Qin Yan would say. Because of what happened before, his wife always said the other person had a somewhat special ability, Yu Mingxiang was a bit skeptical, but he really was quite grateful to that person. Qin Yan didn't know what Yu Mingxiang was thinking, he did have something he wanted to say. But damn it, his social anxiety flared up and he couldn't bring himself to speak. No, maybe he didn't have to say anything. Qin Yan stewed on it for a long time, and the atmosphere around grew increasingly strange. Yu Mingxiang's host's professional instincts were about to kick in, he wanted to speak to break the awkwardness. Then he heard Qin Yan finally speak. Qin Yan, brother, you definitely doesn't know. Yu Mingxiang, ? I don't understand what. Qin Yan activated a skill on her own for the first time and wasn't very skilled yet, she hesitated for a long moment before continuing, Sun Ran is not genuinely friends with Sister Xiang Feng at all. After hearing that, Yu Mingxiang looked at Qin Yan as if he were looking at a confidant. Before he had time to get excited, he heard Qin Yan say, Sun Ran has actually always been jealous of Sister Xiang Feng, because she also likes brother Yu. Yu Mingxiang. Qin Yan, she thinks that if it's not Xiang Fengjia, Yu Ji, brother Yu, is hers. Yu Mingxiang. No, why does her face have to be so bold? Also, am I some kind of pathetic person? Qin Yan continued, she thinks that with brother Yu, she'd definitely be more formidable than Sister Xiang Feng right now. What's in Best Actress? She wants to go abroad and enter Hollywood. Yu Mingxiang. I'm just a host, not Superman. Besides, with Sun Ran's inexplicable acting, daring to compare herself to my Xiang Feng, what a jinx. If those remarks only made Yu Mingxiang scoff, what followed changed his expression. Qin Yan, sigh, earlier Xiang Feng was photographed by paparazzi, and the subsequent rumors were actually spread by people sent by Sun Ran. She wanted to ruin Xiang Feng's reputation, hoping you could divorce Xiang Feng so she could pick up the pieces. Yu Mingxiang almost laughed himself angry. Qin Yan, the reason Sister Xiang Feng's first child was miscarried is also related to Sun Ran. She didn't want Sister Xiang Feng to carry Yu Ji's child. Not long after the two married, she gave Sister Xiang Feng a sachet that contained ingredients that induce miscarriage. Yu Mingxiang clenched his fists. All these years, he and Xiang Feng had believed the child was lost due to carelessness, even later the doctor said it might have been caused by the wife's congenital heart disease. They never imagined that Sun Ran had interfered. Even if the child couldn't have been saved, Sun Ran actually used his wife's trust like that. Just thinking about it made Yu Mingxiang feel a chill down his spine. He had always been emotionally steady, but now he could hardly control himself, looking at Qin Yan with agitation, is everything you said true? Qin Yan blinked and said innocently, I didn't say anything. Yu Mingxiang looked at Qin Yan intently, knowing the other wanted to warn him but clearly didn't want to expose more. He gratefully said, okay, you didn't say anything. Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. There had been a bigger scoop, but it seemed Yu Mingxiang was too agitated, so he decided not to say anything. With his objective achieved, he took his leave from Yu Mingxiang. After leaving, Qin Yan jumped up and down excitedly where he stood, this was the first time he'd been this slyly mischievous. Humph, that Sun Ran is so mean, someone that nasty deserves to be punished. Qi Nian knew his abilities were limited, which is why he sought out Yu Mingxiang. The man has an exalted position in the entertainment industry and is a seasoned fox. Xin Ran used to be Chu Xiangfeng's friend and he would occasionally lend a hand, but things are different now. Xin Ran is no longer his wife's friend, he's an enemy. With Yu Mingxiang's power, tripping Xin Ran up would be easy. Besides, this is Eggplant TV, Yu Mingxiang's territory. Thinking of this, Qi Nian couldn't help but grin wickedly. He really was bad. Hahaha, this is what you call using someone else's knife to do your killing. Ah, that's good. Probably Xin Ran won't be in the mood to ride his second brother's co-op anymore. However, Qi Nian scratched his head and decided to find an opportunity to get in touch with Xin Ran's poor little assistant. Sigh, thinking of that, Qi Nian's face turned bitter again. Social anxiety is so hard. As Qi Nian had guessed, during the recording, Yu Mingxiang displayed the professional poise of a host. He knew exactly how to make Xin Ran look foolish without showing any emotion, and Xin Ran didn't notice at all. She just felt exceptionally unlucky today. She had given her all for the variety show, only to be told by the director afterward that her segment was unfit and had to be cut. Not just the director, Xin Ran herself didn't want those clips released. But if they cut them, Xin Ran would be left with very little screen time, so they would have to do reshoots. She was completely exhausted, and still had to go around apologizing to the other actors, asking them to cooperate and record their parts again. After messing around for most of the day, another take still didn't turn out well. Either they keep these scenes, and Xin Ran would be screamed at for sure, or they don't keep them, and Xin Ran would have almost no screen time left. Xin Ran would rather choose the latter. There was no way to do another take, they'd been at it all day, and she had only recorded the first half. With the time getting late, they had no choice but to give up. Yu Mingxiang was also quite interesting. Maybe he guessed Qi Nian would be curious, so he even arranged two people to relay the situation to Qi Nian. These two clearly had a talent for storytelling, their imitation was vivid, even mimicking Xin Ran's expression at the time. Qi Nian pictured that expression on Xin Ran's face and immediately burst out laughing. He couldn't stop laughing at all. When Chu Tianheng returned to the production team and to the place they had arranged for them to stay, he found his younger brother sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his shoulders trembling, clearly amused by something. Chu Tianheng sat down beside him and rubbed Qi Nian's hair. "I'm really jealous of you." Qi Nian thought his second brother had it pretty rough too, so he added a rare bit of consolation. You worked hard, you worked hard." Chu Tianheng looked at Qi Nian suspiciously and asked, "Did you do something?" Chu Tianheng stroked his chin, thinking about how off Yu Mingxiang had seemed today, and about the time his younger brother disappeared earlier. He'd heard he went to look for Yu Mingxiang. TSK, this little social phobic, would go out of his way to find someone if there wasn't a reason. Qi Nian hadn't expected his second brother to be so clever. He hurriedly shook his head, his deer-like eyes looking innocent. "I didn't do anything." Chu Tianheng squinted. TSK, Qi Xiaonian, your conscience is pretty dark." Qi Nian muttered, "Learned it from you." Chu Tianheng wasn't ashamed and instead felt proud. "Right, learn more. If it's about having the darkest stomach, it's definitely Big Brother, you should learn from him." Qi Nian. But he was a little curious. "Second brother, how did you figure that out?" He had expected his second brother to launch into a lengthy, well-reasoned logical analysis, but instead heard him say, "Because I ruffled your hair today and you didn't glare at me, what does that mean?" Guilty conscience. Qi Nian. As expected, he couldn't have too many expectations of his second brother. On the other side, the moment Xin Ran entered the room she could no longer keep smiling, she scowled and slammed the chair at her feet back into place. Several assistants followed her, heads down, none of them daring to speak. "Xin Ran, where's my dinner? Do you want me to starve to death?" One of the assistants murmured. Xiao Chu went to buy it. Xiao Chu was the milk tea assistant Qi Nian met today. Of all the assistants, she was the one Xin Ran liked least, not for any other reason, but simply because her surname was Chu. That woman she hated had the surname Chu. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Chu knocked and came in. She hurriedly opened the meal, intending to put it in front of Xin Ran, but Xin Ran reached out and yanked her hair hard. Xiao Chu winced in pain, the hot soup and rice in her hands spilled everywhere, and her hand immediately burned bright red. Yet Xin Ran didn't let go. Clutching Xiao Chu's hair, she cursed, "You slut, did you do that on purpose? Why didn't you say he was Chu Tianheng's brother? Do you fucking want to kill me?" "Ha!" Xiao Chu's face flushed with pain. She clutched her head and kept saying, I don't know. Ran snorted coldly and shoved Xiao Chu hard. With a pong, Xiao Chu's head hit the table, leaving an immediate purple bruise on her forehead. Ran frowned. Do you know what you're supposed to say? Xiao Chu held her forehead, curled into a ball as if terrified, and trembled softly. I hit it by accident. Ran showed a satisfied look and tidied her hair in the mirror. Good that you know. If you dare tell anyone, you know what the consequences are. She glanced at the noodles scattered on the floor and frowned with disgust. Wasting food is wrong. You lot, watch her, eat, clean, finish. Ran was not at all afraid that Xiao Chu would tell. After all, she wasn't unaware of how timid the other person was. She had a method to test people, to know who would resist and who wouldn't. Like the other assistants, she would at most verbally insult him, but never lay a hand on him. These people are also very cold-hearted. As long as they're not harmed and Ran pays well, they'll work hard to keep their jobs. This is human nature. These few people's assistants had been following her, they had been there all along before the previous Xiao Chu left. So Ran felt very reassured. Thinking this, she glanced at Xiao Chu eating the noodles on the ground, spat out a curse of disgust, and turned to go rest. The other assistants, seeing this, were too lazy to keep watching. Seeing scenes like that too often would warp your mind. They weren't perverts like Ran, so they left as well. Only Xiao Chu remained in the room. She stopped chewing, grabbed the nearby trash can, and retched with disgust. When she lifted her head again, those vacant eyes now shone. If Ran were here, he would surely notice that this was not the numb Xiao Chu he remembered. Xiao Chu stood up, swept away the noodles on the floor, and cleaned everything up. Frowning, she thought it still wasn't enough. She exhaled, carried a bag of trash and opened the door, just as Zhou Jing, who was about to knock, raised his hand. He was the male lead of Chu Sha. Also one of Ran's current boyfriends, sort of. Xiao Chu immediately lowered her eyes and silently stepped aside to let Zhou Jing into the doorway. Zhou Jing had come looking for Ran. Today's shoot had gone poorly, and knowing Ran must be in a bad mood, he came to comfort her. Unexpectedly he bumped into Xiao Chu. Zhou Jing didn't have a deep impression of him, he only remembered that the other was Ran's assistant, mostly standing silently behind Ran like a piece of wood, easy to overlook. Zhou Jing only glanced at Xiao Chu and was about to go in to look for Ran, but his gaze landed on Xiao Chu's forehead. Zhou Jing, your forehead. Xiao Chu said quietly, I knocked it by accident. After saying that, the other person hurried off carrying the trash bag. Zhou Jing watched their back, always feeling that this Xiao Chu was strange, sullen and silent. He didn't know why Ran would hire such an assistant, it was pretty frightening. He had once asked Ran about it. After all, Xiao Chu's demeanor put people in a bad mood, but Ran only said that Xiao Chu was pitiful and didn't elaborate. At that time Zhou Jing thought Ran was quite kind, completely different from what the media reported. Ran debuted very early. Back then Zhou Jing was still a student, and she had always been his goddess. Now he could meet her and even be in a relationship with her. Zhou Jing felt so happy he was about to faint. Thinking that, Zhou Jing quickly walked across the living room and knocked on Ran's door. Maybe because of the lesson from the day before, when they filmed the next day Ran wasn't eager to perform herself. She stayed quiet the whole time, occasionally interacting with Zhou Jing with a very clear purpose. Since it was impossible to gain popularity through the variety show, she might as well quietly hype a CP. These days CP fans are unusually fierce, prime, plump leaks just waiting to be harvested. Plus, in Exorcism, Ran and Zhou Jing are still a pair, and if they openly hype a CP off-screen no one would think there's anything real between them. So if it's handled well, relying solely on CP fans could boost Exorcism's popularity. After all, there had been successful cases before. During the recording, Qi Nian was also in the audience, watching Ran glance at Zhou Jing from time to time, then quickly look away, even shyly covering her mouth to laugh. It felt like Ran was really trying hard to hype up the CP, but the performance came off as too forced. By contrast, some small details Zhou Jing showed from time to time felt pretty natural. But because Ran's acting was so poor, the interaction between the two had a weird, awkward vibe. At this moment Ran was wearing a princess dress, her hand resting on Zhou Jing's wrist as she smiled at him. The director couldn't help but interrupt, Teacher tone down the smile a bit. It looks too contrived, even a little greasy. The director, in order to spare Ran's face, hadn't actually made it very explicit. But Sinran didn't seem to know whether she understood the director. Instead she covered her mouth shyly and said, "Oh, I just want to laugh whenever I see him." The few people watching Sinran's deliberate performance fell into a bit of silence. Qin Yen sat watching from a distance, unable to stop his toes wriggling. Seeing that no amount of talking would change Sinran, and that the lead actress was determined to hype the CP that way, the director couldn't be bothered to remind her, let her do as she likes, it would just provide topics and heat for their show. Just that Sinran's team couldn't blame their production crew for it later. After watching the morning's excitement, it was time for lunch. The lunch provided by the production team was as sumptuous as ever. It wasn't that the production team was particularly generous. Yesterday Qin Yen heard from Yuming that Sinran's meal allowance had been reported as 3,000 per meal. The production team couldn't show favoritism, so they prepared extravagantly. With such lavish boxed meals, Sinran only took 2 bites, such a waste. Qin Yen shoveled seafood into her mouth while fuming inwardly. She turned and saw Zhou Jing acting furtive, holding a boxed meal from the crew in his arms. Qin Yen, because of social anxiety, always chose small corners where few people came by, so she didn't expect Zhou Jing to come over too. There was no assistant with him, just him alone, so Qin Yen went back to picking at her food, pretending not to notice. However, Zhou Jing was quite polite. He walked over and asked, "May I sit here to eat?" "This isn't my place, so why ask me?" Qin Yen grumbled inwardly, but still nodded. Zhou Jing immediately opened the boxed meal and started eating. He usually looked quite refined and solitary, but when he ate he wolfed it down. Qin Yen was even afraid he'd finish and come grab hers. After eating for a while, seeming a little embarrassed, Zhou Jing smiled and said, "I only had a boiled egg today, so I'm pretty hungry." Qin Yen looked at him sympathetically, held back for a long moment, and finally said, "Were you too busy?" "Zhou Jing, my manager said I'm too fat and told me not to eat." Qin Yen glanced at Zhou Jing, who had a relatively normal build. Maybe the scales they use in the entertainment industry are different. Zhou Jing hurriedly took 2 more bites, then suddenly stopped. "Qin Yen, ? From afar it seemed like footsteps could be heard. Zhou Jing pricked up his ears, flustered, "My assistant's here, oh no, he'll tattle to my manager." "Qin Yen, no, how did you hear that?" Just then, Zhou Jing immediately shoved the leftover boxed meal into Qin Yen's arms. Qin Yen looked at the extra box in his lap. Sure enough, Zhou Jing's assistant arrived. Zhou Jing turned his back to the assistant and gave Qin Yen a pleading look. Qin Yen finally decided to do a good deed for the day. Blushing, he said, "It's all mine." After he finished speaking, Zhou Jing's assistant looked at him as if he were a useless eater. Qin Yen. The socially anxious person wanted to crawl into the ground. Chapter 26. Sinran collapsed. Maybe out of a sense of shared burden, Zhou Jing inexplicably treated Qin Yen like a friend. "Zhou Jing, I think you're too kind. Others would only tell me to eat a little less, but I can't control myself. If I don't eat, I get into a bad mood." Qin Yen thought, can you be in a good mood without carbs? Zhou Jing continued, pouring out his heart to Qin Yen, "Actually, I don't want to enter the entertainment industry at all." Qin Yen gave him a puzzled look. Zhou Jing explained, "My mom pushed me into the entertainment industry. I didn't want to tell people, but you're my friend and not in the industry, so I can say it, my mom is Zhu Yan." Zhu Yan is a famous director who has made quite a few classic films. Qin Yen was a bit surprised. He had just watched a film by director Zhu Yan yesterday and hadn't expected that the person beside him would be Zhu Yan's son. Maybe it was the halo effect. Qin Yen was willing to talk to Zhou Jing more. He asked, "So was Chusha arranged for you by director Zhu Yan?" Zhou Jing nodded and said, "My mom said I'm still a newcomer, so I should start with a historical romance. Otherwise, given my acting, if I went straight to my mom's crew, I'd definitely get scolded." Qin Yen said dryly, "So director Zhu Yan is looking out for you?" "That's not the case at all." Zhou Jing immediately said indignantly, "That day I overheard my mom talking to my dad. She's afraid I'll ruin her film, so she'd rather use her connections to lay a path for me than have me act in her crew." Qin Yen. Even so, he felt director Zhu Yan hadn't done anything wrong. But there was no need to say that. Zhou Jing continued complaining, "I never wanted to get into showbiz, but my mom said I was a poor student, no brains, and out of all the professions, only the entertainment industry could tolerate me. She even said me being an actor now was beneath me, an insult to the word actor. If that didn't work, she'd shove me into a boy group to debut, make me an idol, after all, idols just need to be good looking. Oh, she said looks aren't even necessary anymore, I'm barely considered decent among idols. Qi Nian, Director Zhu, you really say things bluntly. Zhou Jing actually isn't completely dumb, hearing that he quickly said, I only told you this, don't go repeating it, or my mom will be roasted alive. Qi Nian nodded, reassuring him, but it seemed Zhou Jing really did care about his mother. Just as she thought that, Zhou Jing said, if my mom gets criticized, she'll definitely take it out on me when she gets home, she'd kill me. Don't let her calm public persona fool you, she's really volatile with me. Qi Nian didn't know whether to feel sorry for director Zhu Yan or for Zhou Jing. After speaking, Zhou Jing grinned silly and delightedly, but I guess joining the entertainment industry has its perks, I never thought my first drama would be with my goddess. Qi Nian was silent for a moment, then asked, your goddess is? Xin Ran. Staring, Zhou Jing nodded, his face dreamy as he said, she's so nice, she wouldn't be like others and bully me just because she knows I'm new. Qi Nian asked, does she know who your mom is? Zhou Jing shook his head, she doesn't know, so I said she's different from others. Qi Nian looked at Zhou Jing with sympathy, did Xin Ran really not know? He believed it now, Zhou Jing was genuinely stupid. No wonder Xin Ran had flirtations with so many people, yet only confirmed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Zhou Jing. A man fallen in love. Qi Nian didn't know whether he should warn him. Besides, the most important thing right now wasn't Zhou Jing. Qi Nian found Xiao Chu under a tree, he was still wearing a black zip-up jacket, sitting on a stone under the tree, looking at his phone. When Qi Nian approached, Xiao Chu looked up and put his phone away, and Qi Nian immediately saw the purplish bruises on his forehead. Qi Nian frowned, your head. Xiao Chu lowered his head and said softly, I accidentally fell. Normally, how could someone fall and hit there? Qi Nian frowned, feeling that Xiao Chu's situation was worse than he had imagined. In the end Qi Nian still couldn't help but speak. Xiao Chu was startled for a moment. You said you'd help me? Qi Nian nodded, pursed his lips and said, I know your forehead is because of Xin Ran, and, you also have injuries on your body, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chu immediately looked at Qi Nian, her gaze sharp for an instant, but she quickly withdrew it and said softly, no, I'm not hurt. This was the first time Qi Nian had taken the initiative to do something like this. He hadn't expected her to refuse, and for a moment didn't know how to proceed, so he could only say awkwardly, don't be afraid, I have a way. Maybe it was because Qi Nian's gaze was so sincere from time to time, Xiao Chu smiled, when she smiled, all the previous gloom vanished and she seemed to brighten up. But she quickly wiped the smile off her face. I'm not the one who needs help. Qi Nian didn't understand the sentence, before he could react, Xiao Chu had already left. He didn't know why Xiao Chu refused, it didn't seem like fear of Xin Ran's retaliation, it looked like she had some purpose. Qi Nian naturally liked watching drama, but he didn't enjoy prying into others' private affairs, usually the gossip in his head was triggered automatically by the people he met. There are two possibilities, either that person was harmed or that person did the harming. Xiao Chu clearly didn't fit either of those categories. Qi Nian only knew that Xiao Chu had suffered abuse from Xin Ran. But why did he refuse my help? Qi Nian couldn't make sense of it. Unfortunately, the 2 days of filming ended quickly, and he left the show with Chu Tianheng. A few days later, he saw a piece of sensational news on Weibo that rocked the entertainment circle. A few days earlier. That day, Xin Ran was in a bad mood because the episode of Every Day With You that she had participated in had aired. However, the way the episode was presented on air was completely different from what Xin Ran had imagined. Because in the first half she performed particularly poorly, even a little foolishly, and to prevent attracting criticism, the production team edited out her footage as requested. So she hardly appeared in the first half. Tian Tian Uni was very popular, and when it aired there was constant discussion in the square. Because there were almost no shots of Xin Ran in the first half, Xin Ran's fans were unhappy and loudly accused the production team in the square of being heartless, deliberately cutting out her scenes. Xin Ran of course knew this wasn't the production team's fault, but she wasn't about to miss such a perfect chance to play the wounded dove. So she posted on Weibo, thanking her fans for their concern and saying she was fine. Obviously, once the Weibo went up, the fans, as if injected with adrenaline, felt even more heartache for their sister. Xin Ran has been in the industry a long time, and early in her career one of her TV dramas became a huge hit, that show is still regarded as a classic, so over the years her fan base has remained very solid. Fans are tightly united and formidable in battle. When they start insulting someone, no one can match them. The first half of Every Day With You had only been on for a short time, yet it still trended. Fans were all defending their sister fiercely. Sinran was pleased when she saw the trending topic. Even though she had little screen time on the show, she could still gain attention. Moreover, she appears much more in the second half, and with her interactions with Zhou Jing, it was just the chance to boost her popularity. She had it all figured out, but in the end the situation was completely different from what she imagined. She thought the scene she created was very sweet, but the audience criticized it in all sorts of ways. In the square people were even saying how greasy Sinran had become. Really, I never thought a female celebrity could make such a greasy expression. Hahaha, as expected, whether male or female, you should never make a face you think looks good, most of the time it's trying too hard. Indeed, time is a butcher's knife, killing everyone equally. Who even remembers that back then Sinran debuted together with Chu Xiangfeng? They started on the same starting line. Chu Xiangfeng went into films and became Best Actress, a deservedly strong performer. Sinran is still stuck in idol dramas, even having to pair up with newcomers to stir buzz. TSK. What's wrong with newcomers? I actually think this male actor is great. That look is like a little puppy, I'm into him. Yeah, I think so too, but unfortunately Sinran is too greasy, otherwise I could ship them. Now, sorry, I just can't get behind it. Don't compare them. Sinran can't be compared to Chu Xiangfeng anymore. With a clang, Sinran smashed her phone with force. Her pretty face contorted fiercely as she swore, that bitch Chu Xiangfeng, why would she say I'm no match for her? She's just a slut who climbed up by using men. After speaking, Sinran glared coldly at Xiao Chu, then suddenly raised her hand and slapped Xiao Chu's face, muttering like a madwoman, Chu Xiangfeng. Chu Xiangfeng, why don't you just die? Then she lifted her high-heeled foot and kicked hard at Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu was instantly kicked to the ground, clutching her stomach in pain with a grimace. Her face had swollen and reddened, and there were blood marks left by Sinran's nails. Xiao Chu trembled in fear, muttering, I'm not Chu Xiangfeng, I'm not. Before her words finished, she was hit again by Sinran as if being vented upon. After hitting her a few more times, Xiao Chu finally couldn't take it anymore. She exploded uncontrollably. How can you do this? I'm a person too. Aren't you afraid I'll tell others? Saying that, Xiao Chu looked up at Sinran with a face full of tears. She was clearly forcing herself to hold on, her body was still shaking. That remark provoked Sinran again. She kicked and struck her hard. After a few blows, Sinran seemed tired. She flipped her hair, her beautiful face like that of a venomous viper. Looking at the frightened, silent Xiao Chu, she sneered, afraid? The last Xiao Chu threatened me the same way. Xiao Chu's fingers slowly clenched, she didn't say anything. Sinran continued, do you know where she is now? Hahaha, she's on a hospital bed, and in her next life she'll only be able to spend it on a hospital bed too. Sinran wasn't at all afraid Xiao Chu would speak out. The people she hired were chosen for a purpose. At first they'd treat the target well, then they'd test the limits bit by bit, from verbal abuse, to shoving, and finally to beating. If the incident blew up at an earlier stage, Sinran would give the other party a large sum, and they'd choose to let the matter drop. Those who endured all the way to being beaten and still didn't dare resist were cowards, they simply didn't have the nerve to fight back. It's a pity that in all these years, she only ever ran into these two. The previous Xiao Chu, and this current Xiao Chu. Sinran sighed as she spoke. Who told her she dared resist, dared lay a hand on me? I accidentally pushed her down the stairs. I was startled myself at the time. Later, Xiao Chu had her legs ruined and spent the rest of her life bedridden, but so what? She couldn't prove it was me. In the end it was ruled an accident. My fans are even dumber, they thought I was the one being framed and came to comfort me. Sigh. I accidentally tormented my fans a bit, and guess what? They became even more loyal to me, ha ha ha. Sinran finished and folded her arms, her gaze drifting to Xiao Chu. You go and tell them. See who will believe you. Oh, even if someone does believe you, so what? Do you know what my fans will do? They'll dig up your identity, your address, they'll send death threats to your parents. She admired the pretty manicure on her hand and sighed, at most I'll face a little suspicion, while the rest of your life you and your loved ones will live in fear, spending your life in an abyss. I'm still my big star, and you can only be a stinking bug in the gutter. Huh, the world is just that unfair. Xiao Chu felt her whole body go cold. She hugged her trembling self and looked at Sinran in terror. Sinran was very pleased with the expression in her eyes. You better behave yourself. Don't worry, I'll still pay this medical bill and properly fix the wounds on your face, they make me nauseous to look at. Having said that, she pulled a few red banknotes from her designer bag and threw them onto Xiao Chu. Under Sinran's gaze, Xiao Chu picked up the bills on the floor, stood up, and limped out of the room with her head lowered. Seeing that she was still as obedient as before, Sinran relaxed, glanced at the phone on the floor, and called over another assistant, "Buy me a new phone immediately, and call the publicity department now. What's going on over there? Can't they control the online public opinion? Do I keep them around just to do nothing?" On this side, Sinran's several assistants hurriedly sprang into action, while Xiao Chu, after leaving Sinran's residence, hailed a car and went straight home. She opened the door, took out her voice recorder, removed the memory card, imported it into the computer, and clicked play. The recent conversation echoed clearly through the room. Xiao Chu dragged the audio file into a folder that also contained various videos, recordings, and the injury assessment. She exhaled and compressed the files, sending the package to a certain person. Xiao Chu's eyes lit up as she sent a message to the other party. News Department Chu Chang, Editor-in-Chief, I have not failed the mission. That night, the lights on the entire floor of the Masses Daily stayed on, everyone worked overtime, producing a news piece that felt as if every word bled. The article ran to 1,000 words, already the result of the Masses Daily editor's efforts to use concise language. From start to finish, the piece presented Sinran's evil deeds without a trace of subjectivity, the victims' ordeals were laid out plainly, truly every word like a cry from the heart. The accompanying photos, the wounds on Xiao Chu and Chu Chang, were particularly glaring, their ordeal sent chills down one's spine. Being grabbed by the hair by Sinran, slammed into walls headfirst, kicked with high heels, forced to eat noodles off the floor, this was simply not treating an assistant like a human being. It's hard to imagine that something like this could happen in modern society. Because it was so shocking, once the news article was released the entire entertainment industry was shaken. I went to bed too late yesterday, Sinran is still asleep now, so she has no idea what's happened. She was woken by a call from her manager. Sinran was abruptly awakened and was in a bad mood. She mumbled as soon as she picked up, I told you, I need my beauty sleep in the morning. Don't bother me. Normally Sinran's manager would sweet-talk and coax this ancestor, but today he wasn't in the mood. He immediately yelled, you still have the nerve to sleep. Sinran was shouted into a daze. When she learned what had happened, she panicked completely and lost her earlier swagger. Brother, what do we do now? Please help me, it's all that bitch Xiao Chu's fault. Brother, you. Help you? How am I supposed to help? The manager almost laughed in anger. Brands are all scrambling to distance themselves from you, afraid of being affected by you. Now get ready to pay astronomical breach of contract fees. After saying that, the manager immediately hung up, the other party had clearly already made their decision. Sinran was completely panicked, wearing pajamas and barefoot, shouting, that bitch Xiao Chu, where is she? Tell her to get out here. Unsurprisingly, there was no response, her assistants must have already heard the news, why would they come over now? Sinran trembled as she called around for help, and unsurprisingly no one answered her calls. When someone finally did pick up, they ended up cursing her out, what terrible luck, because you used to be close, netizens are attacking me too. Are you fucking stupid or what? Sinran shook with anger, wanting to scream back, but the other person just hung up. Suddenly remembering something, Sinran wiped away her tears hard and hurriedly dialed Zhou Jing's number. Sinran spoke in a sobbing voice, sounding unbearably pitiful, Zhou Jing, please help me, or I'm really done for. Those weren't done by me, believe me, it's all Xiao Chu making things up. I really didn't expect that after all I'd done for her, she'd be so ungrateful. Zhou Jing sighed. Sinran's heart tightened as she heard him say, the recordings and videos aren't fabricated. You're simply vicious. Zhou Jing, I can't help you. Maybe only the law can clear you of the crimes on your record. Sinran stared blankly at the call she had just hung up, feeling for the first time the terror of the girl she had beaten, insulted, and threatened. Soon someone posted photos online of Sinran being taken away by the police, her hair disheveled, her makeup gone, looking nothing like the goddess she usually appeared to be. TSK, you really do see everything if you live long enough, the first goddess in history to go to jail. Don't even call her a goddess, what a damn jinx, she didn't even treat people like people. Speaking of which, this really is Tsinran, I almost didn't recognize her without makeup. My sister is definitely being framed. Who did Tsinran mess with? The superfan upstairs of someone really has had enough. The police are here, and you tell me she's being framed? Some fans are just laughable. Fine if they lack moral sense, but did your sister eat her brains too? The people upstairs are really harsh. This uproar was truly intense. Celebrities across the entertainment industry stepped in, claiming they had great relationships with their assistants. Some stars who had previously promoted that they and their assistants were friends even used the opportunity to boost their image and gained a lot of new fans. Meanwhile, those previously exposed for treating their assistants like servants were viciously criticized, and some netizens tagged the authorities, urging a thorough investigation into these people. These celebrities didn't dare show their faces or speak up from start to finish, afraid that if they did they'd be torn apart by criticism. Because of this incident, some celebrities who had previously treated their assistants poorly restrained themselves, fearing the fire might spread to them. Life for assistants suddenly became much easier. Bloggers on major platforms quickly posted videos outlining the whole chain of events. Some even dug up past reports of Tsinran abusing assistants, reports that had been covered by media long ago but were quickly suppressed and didn't make much of a splash. For a while, netizens speculated wildly about who might be behind Tsinran, otherwise how could they be so brazen? Other netizens were concerned about how the former assistant, Xiao Chu, who was pushed down the stairs, is doing now. Chu Xiangfen looked at the news online, feeling upset, not only because he had misjudged people, but also because he was pained that after being close to Tsinran for so long, he hadn't noticed earlier that she was abusing her assistant. If he had discovered it sooner, perhaps the tragedy could have been avoided. Yu Mingxiang could naturally guess what his wife was thinking, so as soon as the news broke he called. He didn't criticize her for misjudging people, instead he comforted her. After all, Chu Xiangfen was also a victim. He also told her about what he had learned from Qin Yan, which he had originally planned to keep secret, but there was no need to hide it now. Chu Xiangfen was silent for a long time after listening, then said, "He helped me again. No matter what happens in the future, we should remember this favor." Yu Mingxiang, of course. If he ever needs anything in the future, we will certainly do our duty. Qin Yan had no idea the couple were talking about him. He put on a mask and a hat, planning to go out. This outfit made the socially anxious person feel very safe. The hat was still his second brother's. His second brother had a lot of hats, after all, they are a staple for celebrities. Qin Yan had arranged to meet Chu Chang. When they left the show earlier they had exchanged WeChat contacts. When the online news broke, Qin Yan guessed what had happened and messaged Chu Chang, who arranged to meet him today. Qin Yan was originally supposed to attend a red carpet event with his second brother today. As a top star, his brother's schedule was extremely full with almost no rest, but because he had promised Chu Chang, Qin Yan didn't go. Besides, his nominal role as assistant was basically useless anyway. Qin Yan paid the taxi driver and when he got out he saw Chu Chang standing at the hospital entrance. Qin Yan almost didn't recognize her. Chu Chang didn't wear the black zip-up outfit today, instead she wore a goose-yellow dress, and passers-by coming and going would glance at her from time to time because her arms and legs were blue and purple, and there were scratch marks on her face from fingernails. Facing the scars on the other's body head-on, Qin Yan felt deeply shocked, only then realizing how much suffering the other had endured. But Chu Chang clearly didn't mind these things, she showed no discomfort at the glances from passers-by. When Qin Yan saw her, he immediately smiled and waved. Completely different from his previously perpetually gloomy demeanor, his face was full of vibrant cheerfulness, even the scar on his face was less jarring, making him look exactly like a recent college graduate entering society. Seeing that those who had been looking at Chu Chang were now looking at him, Qin Yan quickly lowered his head and walked up to her. Chu Chang adjusted Qin Yan's hat and smiled, "Aren't you hot being covered up so thoroughly?" Qin Yan, "Not hot. Actually it was quite hot, but this made him feel safer." "All right." Chu Chang shrugged and said, "Let's go, don't keep Yaya waiting and make her worry." Chuya, she was Tsinran's former assistant, the girl who was pushed down the stairs by that person. According to Chu Chang, at the time she received a plea for help from Chuya's family, Chu Chang had only just joined the People's Daily as an intern. She was fearless and green, so she went straight to the editor-in-chief and said she was willing to go undercover with Tsinran to get evidence of Tsinran abusing Chuya. Back then Chu Chang didn't think it was a difficult task, she even thought going undercover was cool, that she would be a hero helping Chuya. In school she used to say, "Girls help girls," every day, and she never expected it to actually come true right after graduation. Once she got close to Tsin-Ran, she realized how hard undercover work was. She had to endure, make Tsin-Ran feel she was easy to control. Saying that, Chu Chang said embarrassedly, "There were several times I really wanted to fight back, but once I thought about all the time I'd already spent for nothing, I could only endure it." Chu Chang, that's right. At the time I wasn't thinking about Chuya waiting for me to seek justice, I was thinking I couldn't let all that time be wasted. Qi Nian looked at her with sincere admiration and said, "You're amazing. You're a real hero." Chu Chang was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly and showed Qi Nian the scars on her body. "These are the medals of a hero." She finished speaking, then quietly told Qi Nian, "Let me tell you, the night I left I even went to the hospital to have the doctor check my face. Sigh, I'm not that ugly, don't want to end up disfigured. Luckily, the doctor said there won't be any scars. And also, our editor-in-chief officially made me permanent," Chu Chang said happily. "I also got a bonus, 10,000. I'll treat you to a meal later." Qi Nian did not refuse, nodding and saying, "Okay, thank you." He really admired Chu Chang, and thinking about some people in the entertainment industry, take Tsin-Ran for example, who would spend 3,000 on a single meal, he felt a surge of indignation on Chu Chang's behalf. Chu Chang chuckled, sly as a fox, as if scheming something. Qi Nian followed Chu Chang to see Chuya. Chuya was also a frail girl, in her 20s, a blossom of youth, but now had to go through rehabilitation again and again in order to stand up once more. She was sweating profusely from the exertion, but perhaps because she knew there was hope of standing again, she wore a smile and greeted the two when she saw Chu Chang and Qi Nian. After a few words, Chuya resumed her rehabilitation. Chu Chang said, "Tsin-Ran will pay a large compensation, so Yaya's family won't have such a heavy burden." Qi Nian said, "Thanks to you." Chu Chang smiled and said nothing. The two of them went to eat together at a hot pot restaurant near the hospital. While eating hot pot, Chu Chang finally brought up her purpose again, "So, let's keep in touch from now on, okay?" Qi Nian blinked, a little puzzled by what the other person meant. Chu Chang rubbed her hands together and chuckled, "Aren't you in the entertainment industry?" Qi Nian took a bite of meat and shook her head, "I'm not in the entertainment industry. I still have to go back to class." Chu Chang waved her hand, "But you still have your brother, right? Your brother is in the entertainment industry, isn't he? Oh, and you're from a wealthy family too," so many buffs stacked up. Chu Chang saw Qi Nian's puzzled face and explained, "Do you know what the entertainment industry is? It's a gathering place for gossip, and then there are the wealthy families, their secrets are many. This is basically paradise for us reporters. Someone like you who crosses over into different fields is so convenient. So Comrade Qi, I'm already counting on you. If there's any big news, you must tell me. My future performance depends on you." As she spoke, Chu Chang poured herself a cup of cola and raised the glass, "I'll take cola instead of wine." "Thank you." Qi Nian. "I didn't agree to that." Chu Chang finished her cola and sighed, "It's a pity I'm not a gossip reporter. Our people's daily is too serious, we can only report proper things. Otherwise, after lurking around Tsin-Ran for so long, I would have picked up quite a few scoops. There's no use anyway, I'll share it with you." After Chu Chang spoke, she began murmuring, leaving Qi Nian looking shocked and impressed. After Chu Chang finished, she poked Qi Nian, "Tell me what you know, let's exchange information." Qi Nian thought reciprocity was better, so he also started murmuring. "Wait." With the uncanny intuition of a reporter, Chu Chang caught something. "Are you saying that the eldest son of the Jiang family, Jiang Yi, out of jealousy, deliberately lost his own brother Jiang Ji?" Qi Nian was stunned for a moment. He had actually said it casually, mainly because he couldn't think of anything else right now, and didn't expect Chu Chang to be particularly attentive to it. "You mean?" Chu Chang nodded with a smile, "As expected, being friends with you was the best choice. You know, our People's Daily has a section specifically for finding people." Qi Nian shook his head upon hearing that. "No, that won't work. If the Jiang family wanted to look, they'd be making a big show of it already. I heard from my family that Jiang Yi's father would be too ashamed to search, he wouldn't do it." Chu Chang, I know, wealthy families care about face, but that doesn't mean there's no way. Mrs. Jiang would probably want to find him, most mothers aren't that cruel." If they can't search publicly, surely I can look privately, right? The more Chu Chang thought about it, the more she felt it was doable. Although the editor-in-chief had given her time off, she was the sort who couldn't sit still. She was at the age of a newborn calf, unafraid of tigers, not scared of anything. At worst she would quit. After all, she had no mortgage or car loan, any random job could support her. If it really doesn't work out, she could become a gossip reporter. The gossip she knew about would be a shame not to air. Chu Chang had already decided to do it, and Qin Yan no longer tried to persuade her. After all, what Chu Chang was doing would reunite mother and son, which was a good thing. And he quite disliked Jiang Yi. So when Chu Chang asked him for Madame Zhang's contact information, Qin Yan said he would ask his family for it later. Chu Chang patted his shoulder. Thanks. From now on you're my sworn younger brother, I'm your sworn older sister. Qin Yan, suddenly promoted to sister. Fine. He obediently called out, Sister Chang, which delighted Chu Chang. She was an only child and had never had a younger brother. After finishing hot pot, Chu Chang hurriedly left, saying she had to go and make a request to the editor-in-chief. Chu Chang was full of confidence. With my silver tongue, I can definitely persuade our editor-in-chief. Qin Yan cheered her on. After saying goodbye to Chu Chang, Qin Yan was about to leave. As someone with social anxiety, he wasn't keen on shopping, when Ning Min sent a message in the "A Loving Family" group. Ning Min, I bought clothes for you all while shopping today. Ning Min, picture. Chu Zhen, thanks, wife. Chu Rongshi, thanks, mom. Qin Yan, thanks, auntie. Chu Tianheng, thanks, mom. Chu Tianyan, is there one for me? Is there one for me? Ning Min, I do, I'll send it to you by courier. Chu Tianyan, yay, thanks, mom, kisses. Ning Min, kisses. Ning Min, at Qin Yan, Nian, do you want auntie to deliver one to you and your second brother? Qin Yan glanced at the distance between here and home and found it was actually quite close. Qin Yan, no need, auntie, I'll come back to get it. I'm not with my second brother today. Ning Min, that's good then, just stay at home tonight. Qin Yan, okay. Qin Yan searched for nearby subways and found one a kilometer away. He wasn't in a hurry, so he planned to take the subway back. He really didn't want to take a taxi. The driver that morning had been too talkative, chatting with him the whole time. His mild social anxiety left him feeling off. So he'd rather take the subway. He opened the navigation and walked in the direction of the arrow with his head down. As he was walking, a black car pulled up beside him, the window rolled down, and Qin Yan's eyes lit up. It was his brother. A moment later, Qin Yan was sitting next to his brother, while the uncle driving up front drove quietly and steadily. Qin Yan became chatty with his brother and said happily, Bro, what are you doing passing by here? What a coincidence. Chu Rongshi said, a senior stayed late at the office yesterday and had a sudden heart attack, so I went to the hospital to see him. Qin Yan's smile stiffened. He felt it wasn't quite appropriate to be smiling right now. Chu Rongshi seemed to have seen his dilemma and said, he's fine, just needs to rest for a while. Qin Yan nodded along naturally. That's good. No wonder it's such a coincidence, I'm here visiting someone too. Oh, I also made a friend, a reporter. She's amazing. Qin Yan chattered on, and seeing Chu Rongshi listening quietly and attentively, knowing the other person didn't find him annoying, he grew even happier. After talking for a while, he inevitably felt a bit thirsty. Qin Yan just felt his throat a little dry when Chu Rongshi took a new bottle of mineral water from beside him, his long, pretty fingers twisting off the cap and handing it to Qin Yan. Qin Yan immediately thanked him cheerfully, then held the bottle and took small sips. He bowed his head obediently. A head of small curls looked especially soft, making him seem even more well-behaved. Chu Rongshi's gaze softened slightly. Qin Yan finished his water and asked, Brother, are you going back to the company? Chu Rongshi withdrew his gaze and said, It's the weekend, so I'm off today. Oh, right. Qin Yan glanced at his phone, feeling a bit dazed. Having gotten used to following his second brother, he no longer felt that aware of the arrival of weekends. But I heard his brother came home with him, and Qin Yan was quite happy. When the two got home, Ning Min took out the clothes she had bought. Here, you both try them on. Rongshi, don't wear a suit all the time, aren't you hot? Chu Rongshi, it's required for work. Ning Min, all right, if it's required for work, then wear something else after work. The two of them took the clothes. Qin Yen glanced at his own, then at his brother's, a small question mark appearing on his face. Ning Min urged, "Don't just stand there, go try it on." Ning Min had a good eye. She had bought a solid-colored short-sleeved shirt, white, and when Qin Yen wore it, her face looked even more obedient. When Chu Rongshi changed and came out, Qin Yen was stunned for a moment. It was clearly the same clothes, but his brother looked so graceful and handsome in them. Wait, the same clothes? Ning Min smiled brightly, pretty good, I bought matching brother outfits in different colors. Nice, right? Except for the color, everything else was as he wished. The one Chu Rongshi wore was deep teal, the finely crafted shirt on him made it feel even more expensive. Too bad your second brother isn't here. Come, stand together and take a picture. Ning Min gestured to invite them. Qin Yen blinked her doe eyes and looked toward his brother. Chu Rongshi behaved naturally, walked over and stood beside Qin Yen. Seeing his demeanor calm down a lot, Qin Yen obediently stood by his brother and looked at the camera. Ning Min happily took a few shots and posted them in the family chat. Ning Min, if you want the photos, look in the group chat. No, I have to post one on Moments. Chu Rongshi responded with a sound. Qin Yen stood beside him and watched as he opened the family group. Later movements of Qin Yen couldn't be seen, because his brother left with the phone. Qin Yen thought for a moment, then took out his own phone, opened the group chat, and quietly saved the photo. This was still the first time he had taken a photo with his brother. Qin Yen stared at his brother for a while, dazed. It's so beautiful you can't even feel jealous. Qin Yen puffed out his cheeks. The next day, Qin Yen had planned to go back to his second brother's place. After all, his second brother still hadn't given him the internship certificate, so he couldn't just run off. But unexpectedly he received a call from Zhou Jing. Qin Yen put his things down, put on the new clothes Ning Min had bought, and went out. He found Zhou Jing in the private room of the bar. Zhou Jing was still a small nobody in the entertainment industry, so no paparazzi wanted to follow him and there was no worry about being photographed. When he opened the private room, Qin Yen smelled a strong reek of alcohol. For a moment, Qin Yen thought Zhou Jing was bathing in alcohol. Of course such an absurd thing couldn't have happened. Zhou Jing hadn't bathed in booze, he had just drunk a bit too much. But he wasn't completely drunk, at least he could recognize Qin Yen. Wu, you're finally here. I was going to look for friends, but I found out I have no friends. Wu. Hearing this, Zhou Jing broke down a bit more and cried even harder. Qin Yen was silent for a long moment, then comforted him, don't be sad. Zhou Jing took another swig of wine. Qin Yen, is it because of Sun Ran? Zhou Jing immediately let out a sharp shriek, I worked so hard filming for 2 months, and it's all for nothing. Qin Yen caught the blind spot, I remember Exorcism has over 50 episodes in total, you filmed for 2 months. Zhou Jing nodded, yeah, it went really smoothly. I think I'm very talented. Qin Yen. I think it not being aired might not be a bad thing. Zhou Jing cried again, I'm so sad, my goddess has collapsed. Has she collapsed? She's been blown to ashes. Qin Yen looked on sympathetically. Zhou Jing took a deep breath and said sadly, actually, there's something I haven't confessed to you, Sun Ran, is my girlfriend. It's okay. You didn't need to confess, anyone with eyes could see it. Zhou Jing, I'm so sad. I didn't expect her to be so bad, but I know she likes me. Qin Yen looked puzzled, why would you have that illusion? Zhou Jing, confident, because after she got into trouble, the first thing she did was come to me for help. She loves me, but I can't help her, she did something bad, boo-hoo. Qin Yen. He couldn't help but complain, love. That kind of love. Love while stepping on 8 boats. So Zhou Jing likes an octopus spirit? Zhou Jing froze, even forgetting to cry. Qin Yen noticed he had heard, but wasn't nervous and kept ranting. Let me count who she was ambiguous with while dating Zhou Jing. Oh, her company's CEO, my god, over 50 and balding, Sun Ran hasn't had it easy, and that producer before. When Qin Yen counted the 6th, Zhou Jing finally couldn't hold it and burst into tears with a wow. Qin Yen pulls out a big cleaver to sever your worldly desires. JPG. Chapter 27 The Outlaw. Zhou Jing finally broke down and cried uncontrollably. Maybe it was the alcohol, clutching Qin Yen and wailing. Qin Yan still had a shred of friendship left and didn't push him away outright. He called Zhou Jing's assistant and had someone come pick him up. After sending Zhou Jing off, Qin Yan had no idea what happened to him afterward. The next morning he got up early again. His second brother was going to shoot a fashion magazine cover and left before dawn, so Qin Yan could only clutch his pillow half asleep and doze off in the car. Her head bobbed little by little, the little curls bounced in the air from inertia. Chu Tianheng found it amusing, reached out and tugged at Qin Yan's little curls, but it didn't wake her. He laughed until his body trembled, took out his phone, recorded it and sent the video to the group. But his family weren't as lacking in affection as he was, especially Ning Min. Seeing Qin Yan so exhausted filled her with unbearably strong concern. The whole family scolded Chu Tianheng in the group chat, and Chu Tianheng rubbed his nose. He reached out and gently patted Qin Yan, who opened his bewildered deer-like eyes. "Are we there?" Chu Tianheng mustered what little brotherly affection he had left and folded down Qin Yan's seat so he could lie down and sleep. Qin Yan's big round deer eyes were half open and listless as he murmured softly, "Thanks, second brother." After speaking, he lay back on the reclined seat and fell asleep. Chu Tianheng covered him with a blanket again, then took another photo and posted it in the family group. Only then did the family feel satisfied. Qin Yan hadn't slept long before it was time to get up. When they set off it was still a bit dark, but now the sky had fully brightened. Qin Yan sat up with a head of messy little curls, and a stifled laugh came from beside them. When he turned his head, he saw his second brother holding up his phone. "Come on, look at the camera." Qin Yan immediately turned his head the other way, facing the car window. He hurriedly straightened his frazzled little curls and stormed out of the car. As soon as the car door opened, several staff members enthusiastically came over to meet her. Qin Yan's face tightened, and with a whoosh she hurriedly withdrew back into the car. "Staff member, ? What was that thing that just slipped back in?" There wasn't time to think further before Chu Tianheng stepped out of the car wearing sunglasses. Unlike his goofy act in front of Qin Yan, with the sunglasses on and a blank expression he actually looked pretty intimidating. Qin Yan huddled among the assistants, wearing a mask to make herself less noticeable. Today the studio didn't just have Chu Tianheng, there was another male actor, and the rest were models hired by the magazine. But that actor was shooting the inner fold. Chu Tianheng didn't need to work with him, so there was no need to interact. But she didn't expect that as soon as she entered the magazine building, she'd see a man being surrounded by a crowd nearby. "Is that Zhu Qing?" Qin Yan murmured to herself, then, curious, leaned on the crowd as a barrier to get a better look. Qin Yan has been binge-watching The Net is Wide, a crime drama series. Zhu Qing plays the second male lead, the brains of the main cast, an elite lawyer. Zhu Qing's acting is pretty good, and with all the veteran actors in The Net is Wide, the show feels very immersive. Qin Yan stayed up late watching it yesterday. He really likes the role Zhu Qing plays. He didn't expect to see the actor in person today. So Qin Yan is especially curious about Zhu Qing, but being socially anxious, even if he's curious, he only dares to look secretly. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qing was looking over too, but of course not at Qin Yan. He was looking at Chu Tianheng. "Hello," Zhu Qing came over to greet him proactively. He hadn't had time to put on makeup yet, his face looked a bit pale, but he seemed energetic, even a little excited. From a distance he looked fine, but up close Qin Yan noticed that Zhu Qing was very different from the elite lawyer. But being different was normal. After all, the elite lawyer was just a role the other person played, not the real person. Judging by this, Zhu Qing's acting was pretty good. Zhu Qing greeted everyone very enthusiastically, not only saying hello to Chu Tianheng but also to others. His expression shifted, and he put on a serious look. "My name is Yan Pan, currently employed at XX law firm." Yan Pan is the elite lawyer played by Zhu Qing. The other person was now imitating Yan Pan's mannerisms and was even reciting the lines from Yan Pan's first meeting with the main cast. Zhu Qing looked like he enjoyed performing. That might be good for an actor, but the problem was he wasn't at a commercial gig right now, and the crowd weren't his fans. Suddenly putting on a show like that made everyone a bit awkward. Even Qin Yan, an audience member who liked Yan Pan, began wiggling his toes in discomfort. Zhu Qing's assistant awkwardly reminded him from the side, but Zhu Qing acted as if he hadn't heard and continued, "Do you want me to sign autographs for you?" After speaking, she took out a card, wrote her name on it, and handed it to Chu Tianheng. Chu Tianheng was speechless, almost wanted to ask if she was out of her mind, but he was well-mannered. He accepted the card and smiled, "Thanks. A friend of mine happens to want your autograph." You watched the net is wide too, right? Zhu Qing excitedly patted Chu Tianheng's shoulder. I acted well, didn't I? Chu Tianheng dodged her hand, his smile faint. You did well. The crew is still waiting, I'll go ahead. The group left, and when Qin Yan turned to look, he saw Zhu Qing awkwardly withdrawing his hand, muttering something that sounded like scolding based on his expression. Qin Yan frowned, glanced at the other's abnormal state of mind, and his face darkened. Since the dressing room was full of their own people, Chu Tianheng turned to his brother, who looked unhappy, leaned back in his chair with a smile, and asked, What's this about? Qin Yan cupped his face and complained displeasedly, I can't stand watching the net is wide anymore. He guesses that as soon as the TV show comes on, he'll think of Zhu Cheng's face. Chu Tianheng paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, his own younger brother was just too adorable. What he didn't know was that Qin Yan was truly upset and in pain, he had only watched half of that show, if only he'd stayed up last night to see the finale. When shooting a fashion magazine, both the makeup and the outfits are decided in advance back then, and the makeup artist is provided by the magazine. It wasn't long before the magazine's makeup artist arrived. As an outsider, Chu Tianheng reverted to his aloof demeanor, and Qin Yan quietly found a corner to look at her phone. Chu Chang had just sent a message saying she had contacted Madame Jiang. It was unclear what Chu Chang had said, but Madame Jiang agreed to meet her. Actually there was nothing much to say. For a mother, finding her lost child had almost become an obsession, she wouldn't let go of any sliver of hope. Chu Chang and Madame Jiang had arranged to meet at a cafe. When the lady arrived she was wearing a hat and sunglasses, and even after sitting down she showed no intention of taking them off. She was clearly afraid of being recognized by someone she knew. Madame Jiang had nearly gone mad recently, no, she had been mad ever since the day her youngest son Jiang Ji went missing. It's just that she had another child, so she held herself together, refusing to break down, and kept going like this for so many years. Over the years she had tried to find Jiang Ji, but without any information, the difficulty of locating a child goes without saying. Mrs. Jiang thought this was the worst thing that could hurt her, until she learned that Jiang Yi had deliberately lost his younger brother out of jealousy. Madame Jiang felt a chill run down her back, she was in pain, she was desperate. If it had been anyone else, she could have vented her anger, but of all people, it was her other son who did this. The moment her husband gave up searching for their youngest son, Madame Jiang completely fell apart. She hadn't seen Jiang Yi in a long time. Her heart was tormented, both of them were her children and she couldn't decide between them, so she had to keep her distance to avoid completely losing her mind. Her husband didn't intend to look for her Gigi, so she would find her herself. Madame Jiang had already made up her mind, and thus she chose to meet Chu Chang. By coincidence, Madame Jiang knew of Chu Chang, she'd seen the name in the masses daily. The other party had suffered so much and endured it all to get justice for a girl. So Madame Jiang was willing to trust Chu Chang, no matter what her motives were, as long as she could find her Gigi. The two of them sat in the corner of the cafe, there weren't many people here. Mrs. Jiang opened her bag and took out a file, these are Gigi's childhood photos, his blood type, photos of the clothes he was wearing before he went missing, it's all in here. Reporter Chu, please, I'm begging you. When Chu Chang was telling Qin Yan about these things, she couldn't help but sigh, I feel like I saw Yaya's parents again. When I met them, they were just like this too, as if I were that one straw that saved their lives. Chu Chang, it feels heavy in my heart. There are no parents who don't love their children. Qin Yan looked at the message sent by Chu Chang and was momentarily stunned. Aren't there parents who don't love their children? Before transmigrating, he was born in an orphanage, he didn't know if anyone had ever looked for him. Qin Yan never thought about it, nor did he dare to think about it carefully. Afraid to give herself hope, yet afraid of disappointment. Suddenly feeling a bit stifled in the makeup room, Qin Yan told second brother and stepped out of the dressing room. Outside, the crew were hurriedly setting up the set, they were going to film here soon. Qin Yan, not wanting to get in the way, moved along the edge toward a corner. She walked all the way to the large balcony and, to her surprise, saw Zhu Cheng on the phone there. When the latter heard the commotion, he hurriedly hung up the phone, his guilt written all over his face. But the other person was a good actor and soon composed himself. This time Zhu Cheng was no longer as excited as before, his emotions steadied. He only cast a contemptuous glance at Qin Yan, saw he didn't recognize him and assumed he was just ordinary staff, then left coldly. Qin Yan's mouth twitched, but it was fine that no one was on the balcony. After Zhu Qing walked away, he sent a message to the person he'd just called. Zhu Qing, someone suddenly came over just now, when will the goods be available? Someone, did he hear anything? Zhu Qing, don't worry, I'm very alert. He didn't get close before I hung up. That's good. Same place, tomorrow night. Zhu Qing, okay. Zhu Qing, oh, and contact those people from last time for me. Who do you want to go after this time? Zhu Qing, that Chu Tianheng, he's just someone who lives off his looks, thinking he's so superior. Recently, the net is wide has been a hit. Although Zhu Qing is only the second male lead, his role stands out. With the rest of the cast being seasoned, older actors, and him young and good-looking, he has become exceptionally prominent for a time. Zhu Qing's acting is already good, and with his fans hyping him up, he effectively became the rising star of the domestic entertainment scene. Lately his popularity has been at its peak, his fans the most active, so any negative voices have naturally been suppressed. All Zhu Qing saw were praises of him. Lately he's been attending all kinds of events, signing so many variety show endorsements he can hardly keep up, wherever he goes people fawn over him, it was really hard for Zhu Qing not to get a big head. But today he ran into Chu Tianheng. To be honest, Chu Tianheng's attitude was perfectly normal, yet in Zhu Qing's eyes, not fawning over him was the same as disrespect. On top of that, Chu Tianheng is indeed more popular than him, which made Zhu Qing feel even more unfair. So what if Chu Tianheng is more popular? He's just an idol, and there's a ceiling to that. Unlike him, he has a bright future ahead. Idols really do have an upper limit, there aren't many entertainment stages domestically, so naturally their exposure opportunities are limited. Otherwise, why do so many idols later switch to acting? After weighing things, Zhu Qing had already made up his mind. Qi Nian felt emo for a little while, then saw the family group messages while he was sleeping in the car. His phone had been on silent before, and later Chu Chang's messages had pushed the group chat notifications down, so Qi Nian really hadn't noticed. He was a little curious, wondering what they had said, felt like they talked a lot. With nothing to do, Qi Nian scrolled the messages to the top and saw a video of his second brother grabbing a tuft of his hair and filming him dozing off. Qi Nian's cheeks puffed up at once, how could he do that? Didn't he know hair is a precious thing? Qi Nian huffed in annoyance, then looked at the messages below. Ning Min, Chu Zhen, and Chu Rongshi, along with Chu Tianyan who was far abroad, took turns condemning Chu Tianheng's immoral behavior. Qi Nian couldn't help but laugh. His second brother, perhaps scared by their words, reclined his chair for him, thoughtfully covered him with a blanket, and even posted a photo in the group, only then did the family's barrage of reprimands die down. Now Qi Nian's beautiful deer-like eyes narrowed as he smiled, his family was just too wonderful. Family, yeah, he has a family now too, so why still emo? Qi Nian felt like he was being melodramatic. He scratched his cheek sheepishly and sent a message in the group. Qi Nian, thanks, uncles and aunties, thanks bro, thanks sis, PS, except second bro. When he returned from the balcony, Chu Tianheng had already changed clothes and finished doing his makeup. No wonder he's the go-to makeup artist for fashion magazines, the makeup really brought out second brother's best features, Qi Nian didn't even dare claim his own strengths anymore. But when he opened his mouth, it was still the familiar second brother. What do you mean, other than second brother, Chu Tianheng's brows tightened, he'd clearly seen the message in the group chat, then he raised his hand, as if trying to reach for his younger brother. But the assistant shouted and stopped him, Brother Chu, don't. You can't mess with this outfit, it'll wrinkle so easily, and the makeup artist just said you can't make too many expressions right now or the makeup will have to be redone. It took so long to do, please don't. Chu Tianheng, shut up. Glancing at his brother gloating, Chu Tianheng forced a smile that wasn't quite a smile, just you wait. Qi Nian wasn't afraid of him, besides, his second brother couldn't lay a hand on him right now anyway. Then the intense filming began, and Qi Nian finally saw what it looked like when dozens of people swarmed around one person. He also moved a few stools along. Chu Tianheng looked quite relaxed, but in reality it wasn't easy, he had to keep adjusting his posture and expression, and sometimes a single photo took a long time to get right, which meant his second brother had to hold that pose for ages. And today wasn't just one makeup look, after finishing one set of photos, they had to redo his makeup and change clothes, running around like crazy. When it came to work, Chu Tianheng's temper was much more restrained, as long as it was a work requirement, he followed it without fail. At noon, for lunch, the other side only hurriedly picked at a couple of bites, just enough not to faint from hunger. Seeing everyone picking at their food made Qin Yan a bit embarrassed, so he went to eat in the corner. They kept shooting all day, straight through the evening, and only then did the group finally get into the car to go back. "Second brother, do you want something to eat?" Qin Yan said, handing his second brother the small snack he had just pocketed from the magazine office. "Good boy." Chu Tianheng was very satisfied, took Qin Yan's snack, and reached out to ruffle his little brother's curls. Qin Yan fixed his hair. "I'm not going to argue with you." But Chu Tianheng pushed his luck, pointing at his own shoulder. "Hey, it's so sore, give your brother a shoulder rub." Qin Yan. In the end he humored him, giving 2 perfunctory squeezes. "This person is hard to find," Chu Chang said as she flipped through the files. Although she said that, her eyes were bright, she clearly enjoyed this kind of challenging work. She handed the files to Qin Yan. "It's fine, none of this is private. I wouldn't show you anything confidential, I'm still professional like that." Qin Yan nodded and skimmed the materials. Most of it was photos of Xiao Jiangji, in most of them she sat very obediently. She must have been a good child when she was young. Chu Chang said, judging from the childhood photos, Jiangji should have grown up to be pretty, but there are no obvious distinguishing features, which makes it harder to find. "Analyze it for me, will you?" Qin Yan didn't know why Chu Chang thought she could analyze things. He thought for a moment and decided to ask Ning Min for help. He then learned some details from Ning Min. After Jiangji disappeared, the Jiang family once put notices in the paper and contacted TV stations, but there was no news. Oh, back then the internet wasn't well developed, so it was all print media and TV. Indeed, print media used to be so powerful, now they've been battered by new media. We're an official newspaper, so we're a bit better off, some have already closed down. But we've kept up with the times and have accounts online too. Chu Chang couldn't help adding a few offhand remarks. They put notices in newspapers and were on TV and still didn't find him. Jiangji is probably no longer in Q province, Chu Chang guessed. There are no nearby orphanages either. If Jiangji is still alive, he's most likely been adopted. Qin Yan felt uneasy, he wouldn't. Chu Chang, I hope not, and besides, Jiangji is a boy, people used to favor boys, if it were a girl, it might be dangerous. Chu Chang said, I'm planning to go to the nearby villages and look around. Back then the villages were backward and isolated, missing person notices in newspapers and on TV hardly reached them. Qin Yan frowned. You alone? Chu Chang, don't worry, our editor-in-chief was very generous this time and assigned a photographer to me, the 2 of us together. Qin Yan relaxed. Chu Chang lowered her head and started scrolling her phone again, then paused for a moment. Nian, someone's stirring up trouble. Qin Yan took Chu Chang's phone and saw the trending topic pinned on Weibo. Hashtag. Qin Yan frowned, tapped the entry, and found that a paparazzo had posted a video. Zhu Cheng was enthusiastically saying something to Chu Tianheng, who looked cold and even dodged when the other reached to put an arm around him. One is a top idol, the other recently very popular, and they instantly shot to the trending list. The comments were full of criticism, all sympathizing with Zhu Cheng. Chu Tianheng's fans hadn't arrived at the scene yet, so the backlash was overwhelmingly one-sided. Qin Yan refreshed, and the comments instantly increased by over 1,000. He frowned, this is obviously astroturfing. Chu Chang nodded, that's why I said someone's stirring things up. Who was stirring things up was self-evident. Chu Tianheng's fans rushed over at the news and started berating the haters, turning the forum into a bloodbath. But Zhu Cheng was still newly popular, his foundation shallow, and before long he was shouted down by Chu Tianheng's fans and forced to go silent. Slowly there were some more rational comments. He's not even at the scene, judging Chu Tianheng as cold just from one gif is a bit unreasonable, right? I don't think Chu Tianheng would do that. If it were before, I might have believed it, but now my view of him has changed. I also think it's a misunderstanding. TSK, those people just now all said the same things, clearly astroturfers, low-level ones at that. Just when everyone thought the matter would fizzle out, Zhu Cheng actually posted on Weibo. Qin Yan clicked it open and was instantly overwhelmed by the brewing tea. On the surface it claimed to be a misunderstanding, but between the lines it was all but confirming that Chu Tianheng had indeed snubbed him. In an instant, Zhu Cheng's fans were like they'd been injected with adrenaline, immediately charging forward to defend their brother. Some played the victim, tearfully accusing Chu Tianheng of bullying newcomers because he's famous. Come on, your brother has been acting for 7 or 8 years, still a newcomer. Perpetually obscure yet somehow always new. Who doesn't know that person is notorious for being rude, yet their fans are still whitewashing him? Qi Nian looked around and frowned. Chu Chang comforted him, that's how the entertainment industry is, even a dog can't avoid being criticized. But Chuang Chang's move was really disgusting. There's probably an agent benefiting from it too. Now that Tianwang Huihui has fast-forwarded to the ending, they can ride your brother's residual heat. Chu Chang was philosophical, it can't be helped. Sometimes a celebrity's bad image just comes from things like this. What can you even explain? There's nothing to explain, and the fuss won't last long anyway. Qi Nian knowing was one thing, being annoyed was another. He thought indignantly, Zhu Cheng is so annoying. And his fans, they don't even realize they're worshipping a legalist. Chu Chang looked at Qi Nian a little surprised, ignoring everything else, her eyes bright as she looked at him. What do you mean by legalist? Come on, tell me about it, our mass daily cares about this. Public figures must abide by the law. Qi Nian almost forgot that whenever he got excited, people could hear his thoughts. But Chu Chang was clearly more concerned about the news, which made Qi Nian breathe a sigh of relief. Qi Nian, weren't you going to look for Jiang Ji? Chu Chang, sigh, this is a long game, while looking for people you have to pay attention to results too. Besides, are you willing to just stand by and watch these outlaws wreak havoc on the world? Qi Nian. No, I'm not. Chapter 28 Don't be afraid. The Chinese people's aversion to drugs is ingrained in their bones. After learning that Zhu Cheng had touched something he shouldn't have, Qi Nian's disgust for him reached the extreme. Of course, it's possible the other party was forced into contact with those things, so Qi Nian's disgust had a subjective element. Maybe he felt that Zhu Cheng's actions simply didn't look like those of a good person. Hey, if you get hung up on this, I'll start to doubt whether you're even Chinese. Chu Chang crossed her arms and looked at Qi Nian, saying it on purpose. No Chinese person would be willing to be spoken about like that, so Qi Nian immediately stopped hesitating and told Chu Chang what he knew. I was originally going to call the police, Qi Nian said. If it really happened, a urine test would reveal it. Chu Chang laughed at Qi Nian's naivety. You really think it's that easy? These people are very cunning. If you suddenly call the police, you might alert them. Chu Chang analyzed for him, look, I just checked Zhu Cheng's family background, it's an ordinary family, if he didn't lie in previous interviews. I tend to believe he didn't lie. Nowadays the entertainment industry loves crafting wealthy heir personas, right? If his family weren't ordinary, if they had even some money, they'd put up that kind of persona. You think people from ordinary families can get their hands on this kind of thing? I think someone around him might have other channels, Chu Chang said, frowning as she spoke. Although she liked making big news, that didn't mean she liked this kind of thing. Qi Nian thought Chu Chang had a point. So we have to find a way to get evidence, otherwise catching Zhu Cheng won't mean much. Those who actually supply the stuff will definitely harm the ones they love, although some act willingly. Qi Nian believed there were certainly those who were forced. Qi Nian felt a little troubled, but how do I get proof? Right now it felt like he was at a dead end. Qi Nian thought he'd been a bit naive before. Although the police in China are strict about these matters, they wouldn't just believe him without evidence, would they? Besides, Qi Nian couldn't possibly tell the police how he had learned any of this. Although Zhu Cheng usually does show an unusually high level of excitement, that doesn't prove anything, maybe that's just her personality. How about I go undercover again? Chu Chang said something shocking. Qi Nian immediately shot down the idea, no, it's too dangerous. This is completely different from Sun Rant's level of risk. What if Chu Chang accidentally got discovered? Qi Nian didn't even dare to imagine it. Chu Chang, I was just saying it casually, I'm such an unlucky person. Qi Nian, seeing she truly didn't intend to go undercover, relaxed, I think we should start with the people around him. Chu Chang snapped her fingers, if we could get some of his hair and send it for testing, wouldn't that give us evidence? Qi Nian, puzzled, hair will work. Chu Chang gave him a look. Of course I can say that, but the testing is rather expensive. Qi Nian rummaged through his little fund and winced, I'll pay for the test. That'll do. Chu Chang relaxed and clapped her hands. We'll split up. I'll look into Zhu Cheng's social connections, you see if you can find an opportunity to contact him. Qi Nian nodded, and the two of them left separately. The only opportunity to meet Zhu Qing, Qin Yan thought for a moment, was through his second brother. After all, Zhu Qing was a celebrity and not so easy to approach. You want to see Zhu Qing? Chu Tianheng said, eyes skeptical as he looked at Qin Yan. He leaned back onto the sofa at a leisurely pace, sipping the red wine in small mouthfuls. What are you plotting now? Qin Yan knew his acting skills weren't great, so he didn't put on a show. He kept his head down and pretended to be withdrawn, speaking softly, I'm just asking, have you had any events with him recently? Tisk. Chu Tianheng frowned in disgust. I'm not looking down on you. Chu Tianheng, but you hate Zhu Qing, don't you? And now you want to see him. After speaking, seeing Qin Yan silent, Chu Tianheng reached out and pinched his brother's chin. Not to be rude, but you don't look like a fan. Qin Yan angrily slapped Chu Tianheng's hand away and mumbled, I have something to do. Chu Tianheng, what's the matter? Qin Yan, I'll tell you later. Chu Tianheng, you tell me now. Qin Yan, you let me meet him first. Meeting privately is one thing, but even just at some event or something. If you arrange a private meeting, as long as the other person isn't a fool, they'll have doubts. Chu Tianheng laughed, you're making demands, I'm not that easy to deal with. If you don't say it, do you really think I'll help you? Qin Yan. He huffed angrily, I said it, isn't that enough? Chu Tianheng put on a pose of listening attentively. Qin Yan held it in for a long time, then said, that Zhu Qing was putting you down, right? I was so angry I wanted to wait until I saw him and put a sack over his head and beat him up. He said it indignantly, his cheeks involuntarily puffing out, thinking he looked fierce. It seems he really does dislike Zhu Qing. Chu Tianheng laughed out loud at this and finished the last sip of red wine. He set the glass down, draped his arm over Qin Yan's shoulder, and looked moved, brother, I'm truly so touched. Hope flashed in Qin Yan's eyes, he looked up at Chu Tianheng imploringly, you agreed? Chu Tianheng smiled, moved all you want, do you think I would believe your words? Qin Yan. He said angrily, fine, I'll find someone else. Right, why should he hang himself on his second brother's crooked tree? He had other connections. Thinking this, Qin Yan suddenly felt confident, shook off Chu Tianheng's hand, stood up full of self-assurance, and intended to leave. In the end, Chu Tianheng stopped him, no. You've piqued my curiosity, I have to know, what are you going to do? Qin Yan indicated he wasn't going to say. Oh. Chu Tianheng smiled. Little Qin Yan, do you think you're the only one who can tattle? Chu Tianheng leisurely opened his phone contacts and swiped through them one by one, tell me, should I tell your parents? Or your eldest brother? Or maybe all three of them together? Qin Yan, why is his second brother getting more and more like a dog? Seeing Qin Yan obediently sit back down, Chu Tianheng was very pleased, folding his arms and saying, speak. What's wrong with Zhu Qing that you have to go to such lengths? Qin Yan looked at him, you noticed it just now. It's not that I noticed. Chu Tianheng tapped his own face and smiled, you wear your feelings on your face. Chu Tianheng, let me guess, if it's just gossip, you wouldn't go this far. It seems you're not trying to help him either. Oh, maybe he did something illegal or against the rules, and you want to get close to him to gather evidence. Qin Yan. Why is everyone so hard to fool? Qin Yan felt a bit frustrated. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Chu Tianheng's expression turned serious. He said, if that's really the case, do you think I'd be comfortable letting you do those things? Qin Yan felt a little moved, second brother. Chu Tianheng continued, you are not alone, you still have family. Qin Yan, although, it kind of feels like an insult. Chu Tianheng. He almost laughed with anger, reached out and poked Qin Yan's forehead, speak up, or I'll tattletale. Qin Yan clutched his forehead in grievance. Seeing Chu Tianheng still reaching out to poke him, he hurriedly said, I said it, isn't saying it enough? Chu Tianheng withdrew his hand with an expression of pity. No backbone at all. Qin Yan. Despite his annoyance, Qin Yan obediently told him everything, including the plan he discussed with Chu Chang. Chu Tianheng listened, his brows knitting until they seemed tied in a knot. I'm not saying anything else, but you two really have guts. Qin Yan knew he was in the wrong and drew his head back. Chu Tianheng, don't worry about these matters for now. I'll have someone look into Zhu Qing. Qin Yan wanted to say something, but Chu Tianheng threatened him, I'm going to complain. Big brother will beat you to death if he finds out. Qi Nian was displeased. Nonsense, big brother would never hit me. Big brother is perfectly nice, okay? But at the moment Qi Nian really couldn't help much, so he kept repeating his instructions. Once Chu Tianheng found anything, tell him. Worrying is one thing, curiosity is another. Chu Tianheng replied nonchalantly. It must be said, Chu Tianheng was indeed much more efficient. The next day he had Zhu Qing thoroughly searched. Qi Nian opened his mouth wide, looking at the thick stack in front of him, so many. Chu Tianheng looked like he hadn't rested well, he yawned and took a few things away. These aren't important, look at this. With what Chu Tianheng took away removed, there was indeed much less. What remained were some key pieces of information, including the people Zhu Qing most frequently interacted with, and that she often went to a private KTV. It seemed she had a particular fondness for that KTV, she went there every now and then. If you say there haven't been any incidents in these past few years, no one would believe it. Chu Tianheng discovered something interesting. This KTV belongs to someone named Lei Yu, and coincidentally, Zhu Cheng's agent also has the surname Lei. Qi Nian, what is the relationship between Zhu Cheng's agent and Lei Yu? Chu Tianheng, they're biological brothers. Qi Nian guessed, could the person providing the stuff be Lei Yu? Otherwise, why is every event held at Lei Yu's KTV? Chu Tianheng shook his head, not that he didn't know, but that he wasn't sure. The other party did indeed have some suspicion about them. Qi Nian flipped through the files a bit more. Lei Yu got into a prestigious university at first, but he was persuaded to leave before finishing. He never had a proper job afterward, yet his KTV is in such a prime location and must be worth a lot. Where did he get the money? Viewed this way, Lei Yu looked very suspicious. Qi Nian was looking at the files when Chu Chang's call came through. She sounded excited. Nian Nian, I found someone we need to keep a close eye on. Qi Nian reflexively said, Lei Yu. Who is Lei Yu? Chu Chang was taken aback, then said, no, you didn't share the information you found with me right away, I'm so disappointed. Qi Nian nervously rubbed his nose, he really had just forgotten for a moment, hadn't he? After an explanation, Chu Chang reluctantly forgave her and said she'd come over right away, then they exchanged information. Chu Chang pulled out a small blackboard and, with a serious air, pasted up a few people's names. Ahem, no photos, so we'll just have to make do. She circled the name of a girl called Wu Meng and said, at the moment I'm inclined to look for a breakthrough through her. Qi Nian raised his hand. Chu Chang tilted his chin, signaling him to speak. Qi Nian said, I think Lei Yu and Zhu Cheng's manager also need close attention, they might be the ones who provided that thing. Chu Chang nodded in agreement at the remark, then raised his hand to circle the two names. Qi Nian turned his head to look at Chu Tianheng, whose face was full of dark lines, and nudged him, second brother, don't you have anything to say? Chu Tianheng looked at the two of them who were being so earnest and could only ask one sentence, so why use Wu Meng as the breakthrough? Chu Chang praised, that's a good question. She told them what she knew, although Wu Meng is Zhu Cheng's girlfriend, in fact she was deceived by Zhu Cheng. Under the guise of dating, after getting together with Wu Meng he took nude photos of her, threatened her, and called in his cronies too. When Chu Chang reached the end of her words, she found herself at a loss and couldn't continue. Chu Tianheng, this Zhu Cheng really has all 5 poisons. Qi Nian frowned in disgust, and at the same time felt very sorry for that girl. Chu Chang, at present, around Zhu Cheng, this is the only breakthrough. Qi Nian asked, what should we do? Chu Chang, find a way to make Zhu Cheng voluntarily go to the hospital for a checkup. Chu Tianheng touched his chin, you mean? Chu Chang, mm. Qi Nian looked puzzled, what riddle are you two playing, can't you just say it outright? Chu Tianheng mocked him, how can you be so stupid? Qi Nian. Chu Chang laughed loudly, then explained, if you think you've been infected, what's your first reaction? Qi Nian instinctively said, of course go to the hospital. After he finished speaking, he immediately understood what Chu Chang meant. I suppose Zhu Cheng is very afraid of catching some disease, right? Wu Meng is, after all, a girl, for Chu Chang, also a girl, going to see her was clearly the best choice. On the busy street, a girl with long hair walked alone along the roadside. The girl's face looked a little unwell, she thought about the WeChat message she had just received. That person had just contacted her again, asking her to come see him. Thinking about what she was about to face, Wu Meng felt a chill run through her whole body. Those past events were like a nightmare, even when she woke, she couldn't shake the fear. Wu Meng instinctively didn't want to reply, as if that would buy her a few moments to catch her breath. But her phone vibrated. Wu Meng didn't want to look because she knew who had sent it, yet she also didn't dare not to. Her fingers trembled as she tapped open her phone. When she saw the video sent by the other party, her fingers nearly twisted with force. The words sent by the other party were unbearable. Wu Meng felt her mind go blank and her fingers subconsciously replied to the message. No, she couldn't send those things out. Wu Meng was on the verge of collapse. She crouched down and let her tears soak her clothes. A kind passerby came over to ask her what was wrong. Seeing Wu Meng ignore them, they had no choice but to leave. Really, can't I get away from this? Is she destined to live in darkness for the rest of her life? No, why her? Why does it have to be her? It clearly wasn't her fault, so why must she bear this? What should I do? What should I do? If those people disappeared, would everything be okay? Yes, let them disappear, that way she can remain the clean, pure version of herself. They deserve to die, all of them. Wu Meng wiped her tears numbly and walked into a shop that sold rat poison. The shopkeeper asked, "Are you buying rat poison?" Wu Meng nodded. Yes, there are mice at home. It's too filthy. Seeing she was a delicate, weak-looking girl, the shopkeeper didn't suspect anything. This place wasn't a proper pharmacy anyway, otherwise she wouldn't be able to buy rat poison. Wu Meng bought several bags of rat poison. The shopkeeper took the money, looking quite pleased, buying so many. Wu Meng, yes, there are too many rats at home. The shopkeeper nodded and casually warned, be careful when you use it, it can poison people. Wu Meng smiled, nodded, and turned to leave. No sooner had she left than a voice came from behind, Wu Meng. Wu Meng turned around and saw a girl she didn't recognize. She frowned and said, I don't know you. The girl's gaze fell on the bag she was carrying. Wu Meng instinctively hid the bag behind her and asked warily, what do you want to do? I'm not doing anything. The other person said, I just want to tell you, not to punish yourself for other people's mistakes. They don't deserve it. Wu Meng's expression grew even more wary, she tightened her face and said, I don't know what you're talking about. With that, she turned to walk away. My name is Chu Chang. Chu Chang blocked her, saying softly, I can help you. Trust me, no one will ever know what happened. Wu Meng looked at Chu Chang, loosening her grip on the bag a little, why should I trust you? Chu Chang forced herself to appear gentler, can you give me a little more time? When Wu Meng saw Qin Yan, she wanted to leave, and Qin Yan hurriedly stood up, so nervous he stammered, I'm not a bad person. In the end Wu Meng still didn't leave, but she remained very wary in her gaze toward Qin Yan. She silently decided that the moment those two said those things, she would leave immediately. She no longer trusted them now, no one could help her. Those people, among them were many rich kids, apart from killing them, she had no other way. Might as well make those truly filthy things disappear completely. Do you know him? Chu Chang asked suddenly. Wu Meng frowned, not understanding why the other would ask that. Chu Chang, his name is Qin Yan. Wu Meng. Qin Yan looked at Wu Meng's bewildered expression and secretly scraped the ground with her toes. Chu Chang continued, oh, he might not be very famous. Let me put it another way, his uncle, well, calling him uncle, is about the same as calling him a father. The other party is Chu Zhen, his aunt is Ning Min, the eldest brother is Chu Rongshi, the second brother is Chu Tianheng. Oh, and his connections with movie queen Chu Xiangtian and famous host Yu Ming are also pretty good. Some aren't from the entertainment industry, but you can still find their names online. You can look them up and then decide whether to believe us. Qin Yan straightened her back instinctively at what Chu Chang said. So. I'm that impressive? All right, the impressive ones are his family. Wu Meng actually took out her phone to check, then her expression softened. Such an impressive family might really be able to help her. But should she trust them after all? What if it's a scam? Thinking that, Wu Meng grew a bit wary again. Seeing this, Chu Chang raised the banner again, do you know why I wanted to find you? Wu Meng looked at Chu Chang. Chu Chang sighed, to be honest, we actually need your help. After saying that, Chu Chang glanced at Qin Yan. The latter immediately put on a pained expression, acting like someone in need of help, sitting beside them like a little lamb that could be blown away by a gust of wind, about as pitiful as one could get. To be honest, Wu Meng thought she had misheard. No way, your family is that powerful and you come to me for help. I'm the one who wants to kill people. Maybe because the whole thing was so absurd, Wu Meng suddenly wasn't as on guard. Chu Chang continued to sigh and play the victim. Actually, you and he are both victims. Wu Meng's expression changed immediately when she looked at Qin Yan. To be honest, if it were someone else she might not have believed it, but, she glanced at Qin Yan's handsome face and felt a momentary wavering. Yeah. Where do those people even have a bottom line? Wu Meng looked at Qin Yan with a pale face. You, don't be afraid. Is there anything you need me to help with? Qin Yan, who had been forcing herself to act, felt her eyes sting at those words. Clearly Wu Meng had gone through those things, yet she would still instinctively help others who had been hurt. Even if it was just because of a single sentence. Wu Meng's kindness only made people like Zhu Qing seem more detestable. Seeing Qin Yanjun cry, Wu Meng hurriedly handed him a tissue to wipe his tears, and for a moment she believed Chu Chang's words even more. Wu Meng, I'm willing to help you. Anyway, she was already mired in the mire and had nothing left to fear. She had already planned to kill those people, so now she wasn't afraid of anything. Chu Chang sighed. Actually, we already have a plan now, you just need to cooperate with us. Maybe when people realize they are needed, it sparks a will to survive. At that moment Wu Meng became unusually resolute. Alright, I'll cooperate with you. Zhu Qing sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, glanced at the time, and frowned. Just as he was about to make a call, there was a knock at the door. Zhu Qing smiled, wearing a bathrobe, and got up to open it. Come in. Zhu Qing was pleased that Wu Meng was so obedient this time, a rare smile appearing on his face. He reached out to touch Wu Meng's face, but the other person instinctively dodged. Zhu Qing swore under his breath, pinching Wu Meng's face. What are you pretending for? Want me to help you remember your ways? After saying that, seeing Wu Meng no longer resist, he let go. Don't worry, it's not urgent yet, be good, we'll wait for the others to come. Wu Meng turned pale, clutching the phone's case tightly, and said in a low voice, I'm going to take a shower. Zhu Qing didn't expect her to be so obedient this time. Thinking she'd finally come to her senses, he smiled and said, that's more like it, go ahead. After saying that, Zhu Qing, still in his robe, went to watch TV. After watching TV for a while, he turned and saw a woman with her head down, pouring something into her hand. Zhu Qing felt something was off and walked over to look. When the other person heard the noise, she hurried to put the thing away. Zhu Qing immediately reached out and snatched it, discovering it was a bottle of medicine. He frowned and said, what medicine is this? Huh? Are you trying to drug me? Wu Meng shook her head, her eyes panic-stricken. No, it's not. She fearfully reached for the bag beside her. Zhu Qing narrowed his eyes and was a step faster, opening Wu Meng's bag. Inside was a piece of paper. Zhu Qing unfolded it, and after seeing what was written, his head spun and he exploded like a maniac, cursing, are you damn crazy? Why didn't you tell me, huh? When did you catch this? Tell me, when? Wu Meng shook her head fearfully. I don't know what's going on. Zhu Cheng's face changed drastically, thinking perhaps it was someone else. He tore out the door in his robe like a madman. Hospital. I need to go to the hospital. Meanwhile, a certain police station received an anonymous tip. Chapter 29 Escaping the Darkness. Zhu Qing recklessly ran to the hospital and demanded the doctor examine him, emotionally insisting that he might have been infected. But at least he remembered he was a public figure and wore a mask. Who did this to me? I'm going to call the police. This is malicious transmission of an STD. Zhu Qing grit his teeth and sent a message in the group chat to question them. They were all his drinking buddies in the group chat. Once this news went out, it hit like a bomb dropped into water, leaving everyone stunned. Fuck, who the hell got infected and didn't say anything? God damn it, who did this? Don't let me find out. I'm already on my way to the hospital, I don't even know how to explain this to my wife. If she finds out, it's really over. My wife has found out and now wants a divorce. What these people didn't know was that while they were rushing to the hospital, the police had already begun watching them covertly. Following the lead of Zhu Qing, the police discovered it was exactly the drug trafficking case they'd been investigating recently, and for a time they paid even more attention to Zhu Qing. Over there, Zhu Qing was still emotionally demanding that the doctor give him a blocker. When he turned, several plainclothes officers walked up to him and restrained him. After Zhu Cheng was apprehended, he initially kept protesting loudly, until the police produced test results. Zhu Cheng had no choice but to admit he was forced, and stubbornly claimed he didn't know where those things came from. The police sneered, "Fine, tell us, who gave you these things?" Zhu Cheng lowered her head, "It's my manager." As the complainants, Qin Yan and Chu Chang also went to the police station to give statements. The police said they would handle Wu Meng's case and protect the victims to the greatest extent possible. People's police are naturally trustworthy. When Qin Yan and Chu Chang left the station, they saw the car outside. Qin Yan looked at the familiar car, blinked, and tentatively walked over. The car window rolled down, and Qin Yan couldn't help widening her deer-like eyes. "Brother." In the car, Chu Rongshi spoke first, telling the driver to take Chu Chang home. Chu Chang immediately gave her address, then sat quietly beside him, playing the part of a statue. "Help, why does Qin Yan's elder brother have such a strong presence?" "Brother, why did you come over?" Qin Yan didn't know what Chu Chang was thinking and turned to look at his brother. He said softly, "You knew." Chu Rongshi said, "You did very well, but I'll say it again, everything is premised on ensuring your own safety." Qin Yan chuckled, "So we asked Uncle Policeman for help." Chu Rongshi slightly disagreed. "At the beginning, there was no need for you to step forward personally. Except for yourself, no one is worth trusting." Qin Yan wasn't intimidated by his brother's serious expression and subtly shifted the point, "So, bro, are you not worth trusting either?" Chu Rongshi looked at the boy who was usually like a little lamb. In some matters, however, that boy was unusually stubborn. Qin Yan looked back at his brother with an innocent expression. Chu Rongshi felt a bit helpless. This was the first time he'd been beaten. "Well, about his brother." Chu Chang couldn't help but speak up. "I think there's something wrong with what you said. I'm very trustworthy too, right, Nian Nian?" Saying that, Chu Chang proudly tilted her chin up at Qin Yan Yang. Qin Yan quickly nodded, "Right, Sister Chang is a good person." Chu Chang immediately handed back the "good person" card. "You are a good person too." The two of them exchanged a glance and decided it was better not to hurt each other. The car stopped at the entrance of Chu Chang's residential complex. She waved reluctantly, watching the car drive away. Qin Yan withdrew his hand and looked at his older brother, puffing his cheeks. "I didn't expect second brother would actually report it." "It's not him who said anything." Chu Rongshi explained to Chu Tianheng. "He went to investigate someone, and his movements were so conspicuous it was hard not to be noticed." Qin Yan, "Then I wrongly blamed second brother, but it's fine, he deserves it." After speaking, she worried again, "Brother, since you've noticed, it won't be found out by others, will it?" Chu Rongshi reassured him, "I've already arranged for people to clean up the mess." "That's good." Qin Yan yawned. He hadn't slept well the past couple of days, worried about not catching those guys. Now suddenly relaxed, he couldn't help feeling a bit exhausted. Chu Rongshi told him to sleep. "I'll wake you when it's time." Qin Yan nodded and closed his eyes peacefully. After a moment, Chu Rongshi felt his left shoulder grow a little heavy. He turned his head slightly and saw the little curly-haired boy resting his head on his shoulder, sleeping with a sweet expression. Chu Rongshi set aside the document he had been planning to read and closed his eyes. Qin Yan was roused awake, his eyelids were unbearably heavy. He forced them open, a red imprint from being pressed marked his right cheek, making his originally delicate little face look even more adorably innocent. Seeing his brother get out of the car, Qin Yan's head was still a bit fuzzy. Instinctively he followed him, clinging to Chu Rongshi's back and gripping his clothes as he stepped down. Chu Rongshi paused, raised his hand, and ruffled Qin Yan's hair. "Go back to sleep." Qin Yan opened his mouth wide and yawned, then obediently nodded. After a while he realized this wasn't his second brother's place, but his own home. But he was too tired to care or ask. Bleary-eyed he washed his face and went back to his room to sleep. When he woke again, the sun was already slanting toward the west and the house was quiet. Qin Yan rubbed his eyes and walked out the door. Ning Min and Chu Zhen were sitting in the living room watching TV. Hearing the movement, they turned their heads. "Nian Nian is awake. Are you hungry? Dinner's heating up in the kitchen, do you want to eat now?" Qin Yan nodded, "Thank you, Auntie." Beside them, Chu Zhen glanced at Qin Yan from the corner of his eye, then affectedly gave a loud cough to remind Qin Yan he was there. Qin Yan hastily added, "Thanks, Uncle too." Chu Zhen was finally satisfied. Ning Min had gone to the kitchen to have the nanny prepare dinner, so it was just the two of them now. One socially anxious, one inarticulate. The scene grew extremely quiet for a while. In the end Chuzhen couldn't stand it any longer, he cleared his throat lightly, breaking the silence. Do kids nowadays all like watching cartoons? Qi Nian was a bit puzzled, thinking his uncle probably meant anime, right? He nodded. Chuzhen seemed to have finally found a way into the conversation. He pulled out the remote and said, come on, let uncle find that cartoon for you. Qi Nian thought Chuzhen meant anime, but instead the man squinted, put on reading glasses, fiddled with the remote for a long time, and eventually stopped on a channel featuring a pig with a hairdryer. Chuzhen was very pleased. Yes, this is it. You young people all like watching this. Qi Nian. He couldn't very well refuse Chuzhen's feelings, so he smiled and said, like watching it. When Ning Min came over, she saw that the war drama that had been playing on her TV had been switched to a children's show. An adult and a child sat there, intently watching a pink hairdryer pig on the screen. Chuzhen, I need to understand what young people like, so I'll have topics to talk about later. Qi Nian, help. I don't know what to say, so I'll pretend to be watching the cartoon. Actually, the more I watch, the more fun it is. Ning Min. After she appeared, the atmosphere relaxed considerably, the two of them seemed to have found their savior. The others had already eaten dinner, so Qi Nian was the only one having dinner. But even though he was alone, the spread was abundant, there were even 3 dishes and a soup, and Qi Nian was a little worried he wouldn't be able to finish it. Ning Min smiled at his words and said, it's fine, your big brother will be back soon, you can all eat together. Before he finished speaking, Chu Rongsher entered accompanied by the playful music from the TV. He glanced at the television. Qi Nian hurried to the kitchen, scooped a full bowl of rice, placed it on the table and said, brother, come eat quickly. Actually, Chu Rongsher had just eaten outside, but when he met Qi Nian's bright eyes, he still sat down beside him. Glancing at the mound-like bowl of rice, Chu Rongsher said, I'll have the other bowl. Qi Nian responded and swapped the rice over to him. Chu Rongsher picked up the remote on the table, about to change the channel, but was stopped by Chuzhen. Hey. Don't change it, your brother likes watching this. Qi Nian. I didn't say that. But Chu Rongsher was a very tolerant person and didn't show a puzzled expression. Of course, he didn't change the channel either. As if for someone Qi Nian's age, liking a pink hairdryer pig wasn't strange. Qi Nian picked up a bite of food, mixed it with rice, and ate a big mouthful to show his indignation. He didn't notice that Chu Rongsher showed a very faint smile. After the meal, Qi Nian said, it's too late today. I'll go to my second brother's place tomorrow. I'll tell him in a bit. Chu Rongsher changed into a tracksuit and came downstairs from upstairs. Hearing that, he said, you don't have to go with him. Qi Nian was taken aback for a moment and asked why. Then Ning Min ruffled his hair, the motion familiar but much gentler than his second brother's. Nian, did you forget? School starts in a few days. Qi Nian only then remembered that he was still a college student. It was all because he'd been too busy recently, he'd completely forgotten. He accepted this happily, no more being forced to face strangers every day. When Chu Rongsher showed up he was in a tracksuit and went to the gym. Qi Nian sighed, my brother is way too disciplined, isn't he? He had no idea he was the reason his brother had to eat 2 dinners. Luckily Chu Rongsher hadn't eaten much earlier, otherwise he might not have been able to eat at all. Qi Nian was in an especially good mood, he no longer had to face strangers every day, this was practically a social anxiety sufferer's dream. He thought it over and concluded university life only required knowing a few people in his dorm, he would barely interact with others. Aside from the counselor, Counselor Zhang, he'd met him before, so he wasn't exactly a stranger. Moreover, Qi Nian wasn't going to stay in the dorm anymore, so, there would be absolutely no need to deal with interacting with others. That was just perfect. Qi Nian lay happily in the pitch-dark room, holding her phone, posting on Moments. Qi Nian, ha. Hands on hips laughing, doing the Yanga dance. Because she was forced to meet people every day, Qi Nian was no longer lonely, before long she had received quite a few comments. Lu Zhe, what's got you so happy? Scattering flowers. Chu Xiangfen, rubs your cheek. Yu Mingxiang, don't you dare. Chu Tianheng, no public displays of affection upstairs. Chu Chan, the sticker stole it, sticker bandit. Ning Min, auntie, kiss. Chu Zhen, uncle, kiss. Chu Tianyan, sister kiss. Chu Rongshi, liked the post. Qi Nian looked at the long string of messages and suddenly felt a bit sad. I'm no longer the socially anxious person I used to be. Actually, socializing isn't that hard, yeah right. That night, a certain forum suddenly exploded with activity. Insider news, a top-tier male celebrity with a two-character name, drug use, orgies, using nude photos to blackmail and threaten his girlfriend, truly possesses all 5 poisons. OP, as the title says, he has once again pushed the low point of the entertainment industry. Commenter on Floor 5, can anyone decode this? Floor 5, a message with no beginning or end, and some people actually believe it. No way. And, someone took my brother away, did we not agree not to do that? Floor 7, as a spectator enjoying the drama, I'm not afraid, I'm moving into this thread. Floor 200, seriously? After all this time no one has decoded it yet. Post 201, emergency, emergency, I'm dying here. I'll sleep and come back to check. Post 202, Riddler 4000 plus. Post 203, everyone, let's disperse, another attention seeker. Post 204, I have a friend who has a terminal illness. Before he dies he must know who this person is. OP, could you fulfill this small wish for him? Post 953, no way, there are still people in this thread. Is nobody sleeping? Post 954, OP, give everyone a hint, that two-character celebrity has a hit drama airing recently, also a frequent on trending searches. Post 955, holy crap, OP, you finally showed up. Post 955, I think it's Zhu Cheng. Post 957, did the person above eat shit or what? So foul-mouthed. Our Zhu Cheng obeys the law, okay? Post 958, hahaha, you're giving Zhu Cheng way too much credit. Don't forget, the OP said a top-tier influencer. Post 959, Tisk TSK, wasn't there someone last time claiming it was a popular young star, but it turned out to be a no-name has-been from the 19th tier who can't be found anywhere. Post 1358, I'm going to sleep. The OP is just baiting. Post 1359, holy shit, who knows? It's Saturday and I still have to work today. OP, you did this to me. Post 1350, OP, I'm not baiting, I just couldn't hold it in and wanted to spill something. Wait for the official announcement for details, I can't say much more. Post 1351, why does this feel so real? Does anyone know who it is? Post 1352, OP's info is too vague, I can name a dozen people who fit. Post 1353, you actually keep people company in chat. I don't buy it. Although this thread attracted quite a few people in a small circle, among the many netizens the numbers were negligible and it didn't draw much attention. Zhu Cheng's fans diligently work every day doing data tasks to generate heat for their brother. It looked like the net has eyes had 6 episodes left before the finale, so it should have aired for another week. But the site suddenly released all 6 episodes at once. While fans celebrated, there were also quite a few other voices. That earlier thread was bumped back to the top. Post number 3558, normally, with a hit show the platform would be milking it for cash, so how come AppleNet didn't pull any of those tacky moves this time? Didn't anyone notice? Post 3535, isn't this pretty good? Do people upstairs actually like being treated as leaks to be harvested? Post 3570, who's so bored that they bumped the thread again? Post 2917, I think it's not without reason. As everyone knows, AppleNet has the shadiest moves, before they did early access pay-per-view, and direct passes to the finale, basically any way to squeeze money. So for them to release the ending so freely this time, and release 6 episodes at once, it's obviously suspicious. Post 2985, I have some connections, I'll go and make inquiries. Post 2919, lightly pat the perky butt. Post 3532, I'm back. Insider news, a certain actor has collapsed, it won't be long before an official announcement. It's serious, the net is wide and retribution may be taken down. I have a friend who works on the crew, I just called him and he was furious. Everyone hurry and watch the show, it might be gone soon. Post 3533, really? No way, what a thunderbolt on a clear day. It was so hard to find a drama I like this much, I was planning to watch it during my time off. No, I'll finish watching it first. Post 3535, by the way, this drama is basically full of veteran actors. I still trust the character of veteran actors. Who do you think this rotten apple is? Post 3535, what are you upstairs implying, huh? You're spreading rumors. Post 3535, fans of a certain someone, don't get too excited. Did we say any names? Post 3537, exactly, why didn't anyone say anything back when your brother Ted Chu Tianheng? TSK, the green tea vibe is hitting the screen so hard I'm nearly fainting from the smell. Sigh, those veteran actors really have it rough. From now on, production crews should do more background checks when casting. Zhu Cheng's fans saw these comments and nearly went mad. They ran to the studio's Weibo and demanded the studio step in and clarify. How can they just let his brother be smeared like this? What good are they to me if they don't do anything? Under pressure, the studio finally issued a clarification statement. The fans immediately felt as if pardoned, joyfully resharing the statement and saying the studio had cleared things up, so those people should stop spreading rumors. As a result, they hadn't been happy for long before the police had already detained the person involved and issued an official statement on their Weibo. The fans instantly went crazy. Fans of other celebrities who had previously been dragged down by Zhu Cheng's pink army suddenly celebrated nationwide. Especially Chu Tianheng's fans were going wild on Weibo with giveaways, practically wearing "My Big Joy" on their faces. One of Chu Tianheng's well-known rich fans was offering prizes worth tens of thousands with a single draw, instantly attracting some passers-by. Other fans commented, "No wonder my brother treats Chu Cheng so bluntly, he must know something. Look at what Chu Cheng has done, you can't find anyone dirtier than him. If it were me, I'd probably do a full Thomas spin on the spot to dodge him. I won't let that filthy thing touch me." Makes sense, everyone knows Tianheng's family situation, maybe they've heard some rumors. I told you, he must have his reasons for doing that. There are still fans next door who haven't unfollowed. Really speechless, have they lost their minds? Hashtag Chu Tianheng was right hashtag soon trended, and a large number of netizens followed suit and apologized. Some couldn't help but go check out Chu Tianheng's Weibo, and as they looked, they found he was actually quite handsome, his singing genuinely good, completely different from some idols hyped up by capital. Just having real talent alone already puts him ahead of many in the domestic entertainment industry. And he doesn't need any backing, he is the biggest backing. Think about other idols whose fans keep courting sponsors, we don't need to do that. We can just lie back and win, getting the best resources effortlessly. Just thinking about it feels great. Hearing you say that, I finally figured out why I never stopped being a fan. I used to switch crushes every 2 or 3 months, but now I've been into Chu Tianheng for a whole year, that's loyalty for me. I didn't understand before, but now I get it. Those other idols were such disappointments. Their big fans were always pushing us to boost the numbers, only with good stats could they land good endorsements. But with Chu Tianheng, we don't need any of that at all. Yushi stands up straight. TSK, resource kids are getting full of themselves. So what if he's a resource kid? Can you say you didn't rely on your parents at all? And Chu Tianheng deserves it, he's not worse than some idols who can't sing or dance at all, right? Besides, his talent is definitely top tier, isn't it? Whether people stomped their feet or not, Chu Tianheng did gain quite a few fans from this. As for whether a studio pushed this along, the fans had no way of knowing. The online sentiment changed day by day. At first Qin Yan still paid attention and joined the trending giveaways, but as always his luck was terrible, he didn't win anything. Later he noticed the online wins were all blowing in favor of his second brother, so Qin Yan stopped following it. Today he was heading out to meet Wu Meng. He wasn't going alone, Chu Chong was coming along. The police handled Wu Meng's matter very well, from beginning to end they never disclosed her information. Zhu Cheng and those scoundrels were punished and are now in a complete mess, with no time at all to trouble Wu Meng. Of course, they wouldn't dare to look for trouble either. Just a few days apart, Wu Meng's state was completely different from before, there was finally a hint of a smile on her face, not the completely expressionless look she had earlier. Qin Yan felt a little embarrassed. Before, I actually guessed it. Wu Meng said, holding the cup. Thank you all. In any case, you helped me get out of the mire. I thought my life would be like that forever, but now I have a new beginning. Thank you. Wu Meng spoke, stood up and bowed to them. Qin Yan and Chu Chong were startled and hurried to support her, but she slipped past them. She bent firmly and bowed to them at a 19-degree angle. After a moment, Wu Meng straightened and sat down again, her smile a little more relaxed. I really must thank you, otherwise there won't be another chance. Qi Nian and Chu Chang exchanged a glance. Chu Chang said, you're going to leave here. Wu Meng nodded, admitting, yes, I'm still not that strong. The memories here are mostly painful for me. Besides, my parents are getting old and live in a small county town. I'm planning to go back and live with them. You should be happy for me, I'm going back to take the civil service exam, Wu Meng said. Being a teacher wouldn't be bad either. Chu Chang, since you've decided, we're happy for you. Qi Nian also said, being a teacher is great, a guaranteed job. Wu Meng and Chu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Qi Nian couldn't help laughing either and asked, what are you laughing at? Chu Chang mocked, people always say teachers nurture students selflessly, like devoted gardeners, and you go and say, iron rice bowl. Qi Nian rubbed his nose. Fine, he was a bit vulgar, but that's just how he was. Wu Meng said goodbye to the two of them. She walked from under the eaves that had shielded her from the sun into the sunlight, and slowly walked away. A breeze ruffled her skirt, carrying the warmth of the sun. She had escaped the darkness and hoped that from then on her world would be filled only with sunlight, Qi Nian thought silently. Chapter 30 Very green on his head. In the blink of an eye, the TV drama directed by director Qian Lai was about to wrap filming. At first Chu Tianheng only went to the crew to do a cameo, but then director Qian Lai discovered he wasn't taking any money, so he immediately gave Chu Tianheng the storylines for several unimportant roles. As we kept adding more, Chu Tianheng's role suddenly grew, and he ended up becoming a supporting character with quite a lot of screen time. So naturally, Chu Tianheng also received an invitation to the wrap party. The crew were all acquaintances, some had a pretty good relationship with Qi Nian, and somehow Qi Nian ended up going along too. The wrap party's dishes were unusually plentiful, and because everyone knew each other, Qi Nian felt fairly at ease the whole time. Before leaving, Zhang Ruru said she was going back to her hometown for a visit. First, Chen Si had taken her brother to see her grandfather for treatment, and Zhang Ruru couldn't shake her worry. Second, she hadn't seen her grandfather in a long time and wanted to go back and visit. Zhang Ruru's parents had long since moved to the city. Because of their jobs they couldn't stay in the old home all the time and wanted to bring the elders to live with them, but Grandpa Zhang was particularly stubborn and refused to leave his native soil. Actually, Zhang Ruru couldn't quite understand it. She didn't have a good impression of that village. If it weren't for her grandfather being there, she wouldn't want to go back at all. Zhang Ruru, for reasons she couldn't explain, even went so far as to ask Qi Nian if he wanted to go with her. Qi Nian neither refused nor agreed. He said he'd go back and see if he had time, since school was about to start. Zhang Ruru just asked once, then said, all right, I'll leave tomorrow morning. If you want to go, tell me. Qi Nian originally didn't want to go, after all, social anxiety. It's best not to leave the house even if there's nothing to do at home. But then she heard that Ning Min had been feeling unwell in the head for the past couple of days. When Qi Nian asked, the other said it was an old ailment. Ning Min leaned back listlessly and said, I've been to the hospital quite a few times, but it didn't help. Qi Nian thought of Grandpa Zhang's excellent medical skills and maybe he could help, but Ning Min already had a headache and naturally couldn't endure the journey to such a remote place with him. Qi Nian still thought it would be better to ask first. That night, Qi Nian sent a message to Zhang Ruru, and the two agreed on a meeting place for the next day. Zhang Ruru seemed very happy, perhaps because Qi Nian had helped her solve problems before. With Qi Nian by her side, she felt reassured. The next day, Qi Nian set out early and met Zhang Ruru at the station. Zhang Ruru's hometown was quite remote, the two had to take a high-speed train for 5 hours, then transfer to a regular train, and finally take a taxi. No wonder Zhang Ruru left in the morning. By the time they arrived, it was already getting dark. Although this place was secluded, the state had done a good job with construction. The main roads were paved with asphalt, and only the smaller paths were dirt, though those were fairly even. Qi Nian followed Zhang Ruru and stopped at an iron gate less than 2 meters wide. He knocked on the gate. After a short while they heard movement from inside. Zhang Ruru, familiar with the routine, bent down and peered through a small hole in the gate. She was about to call for her grandfather when she saw who had come. She let out a shriek, as if she'd seen a ghost. Qi Nian was bewildered, he didn't know what was wrong with her. Qi Nian soon understood. The iron gate opened and a man came out. If it wasn't Chen Si, then who else could it be? Both of them almost forgot that Chen Si had brought his brother here for treatment. His brother's illness wasn't easy to cure, and nursing his body would take time, so he couldn't possibly leave so soon. Zhang Roro was startled and jumped up, instinctively blurting out, "What are you doing here?" At that moment Grandpa Zhang came out of the doorway. The houses here in the countryside are small bungalows. At a glance you can see the clean, spacious concrete yard. Grandpa Zhang came out and, from a distance, saw his granddaughter. Before he could say anything, he heard her words. Grandpa Zhang was a thin old man in his 70s. Because he didn't do much farm work, he looked quite sturdy, his back straighter than most rural elders. Being a doctor himself made him look a bit younger than his peers. At this moment Grandpa Zhang put on a fierce face, pointing at Zhang Ruru and snapping, "How do you speak to your uncle like that?" "My uncle?" Zhang Ruru's expression was honestly freakish now, her eyes widened as she stared at Chen Si. Qin Yan felt that Zhang Ruru's expression looked exactly as if she'd been struck by lightning. Soon, the two of them understood what had happened. Grandpa Zhang had actually taken Chen Si as his disciple. Qin Yan and Zhang Roro both looked at Chen Si, then at Grandpa Zhang, their expressions and movements unusually in sync. Grandpa Zhang was quite pleased, proudly boasting, "I didn't expect that in my old age I'd find a suitable seedling. Although Xiao Si is a bit older, he's clever and learns fast, much better than you girl." Chen Si sat obediently beside Grandpa Zhang, pouring him tea, a demeanor completely different from the madman before. They all believed he had become a different person. Qin Yan and Zhang Ruru felt very conflicted. But judging by how Chen Si looks now, Grandpa Zhang's treatment must have been quite effective. Sure enough, they soon saw Chen Tong. He had a face almost identical to Chen Si's, but his expression was very gentle, a completely different temperament that made them easy to tell apart at a glance. If Qin Yan had seen Chen Tong before, she would have noticed he was nothing like the sickly person he used to be. Although he was still somewhat thin, at least he no longer looked like he might die at any moment. Chen Si and Chen Tong truly admired Grandpa Zhang. This old man had no illustrious reputation, if not for a twist of fate, they might never have known each other. However, Grandpa Zhang's fame and medical skill were in a completely different category. His medical skill was superb. After examining Chen Tong back then, he calmly said it could be treated. When Chen Si heard that, his eyes filled with tears. He had heard too many bad things over these years. Grandpa Zhang said it with little expression, like an ordinary doctor, but Chen Si nearly cried. In the end he did hold Chen Tong and cry. Strangely, it was Chen Tong who comforted him instead. Later, Chen Si apprenticed under Grandpa Zhang to learn medicine. He didn't actually like medicine very much, but he had thought it through. Grandpa Zhang's skill was excellent but he was already 70. There were some things he had to learn himself to feel at ease. Anyway, I have to accompany his brother for treatment, it's just a bit more hardship. And Zhang Ruru was already numb to it, who could understand? Chen Si used to be her boyfriend, although later she realized he was using her, that didn't mean she could accept her ex becoming an uncle. Qin Yan quietly comforted her, "I understand." They exchanged a look, and Zhang Ruru looked at Qin Yan as if he were family. But soon Zhang Ruru betrayed him. Chen Si handed her a box and said, "At least call me uncle. This is a gift for meeting." Looking at the glittering jewel inside the box, Zhang Ruru immediately found it not so hard to accept and promptly said, "Uncle." Qin Yan. Zhang Ruru bit a handkerchief and wept, "I don't want to either, but he gave so much." Turning her head, Qin Yan had also received a gift. Compared to Zhang Ruru's it was no less. He widened his eyes in surprise, "I get a gift too." Chen Si said sincerely, "A thank you gift, please do accept it." Qin Yan immediately understood and happily accepted it. While Chen Si went to find Chen Tong, the two little penny pinchers peeked and gathered together, their eyes almost turning into the shape of gold ingots. Zhang Ruru happily put her things away, and only then did it dawn on her. Excitedly she grabbed Qin Yan, "Nian Yan. Chen Si is my uncle now." Qin Yan saw her sudden joy, thought for a moment and said, "Congratulations." Zhang Ruru threw her head back and laughed loudly, "Isn't that relationship much more stable than a boyfriend or something? TSK, doesn't that mean I'll be able to strut around?" Qin Yan nodded idiotically, "Yeah." Although that was the case, it still felt weird. Anyway, Zhang Ruru had already convinced herself, happily clutching the gift and about to leave. Qin Yan hurriedly stopped her, don't go, take me to see your grandpa." Shy around strangers, he still preferred being accompanied by someone familiar, it made him more comfortable. "Aya, my grandpa is your grandpa, what's the big deal? Let's go." Zhang Roro immediately led Qin Yan to her grandfather's pharmacy and knocked on the door. With Zhang Roro accompanying her, Qin Yan felt more at ease and told her about Ning Min's condition. Grandpa Zhang pondered for a moment, then wrote a prescription and instructed Zhang Roro, "Go, you studied with me for a while before. Follow this prescription when you prepare the medicine. If you don't know something, ask your uncle." Zhang Roro acknowledged and went to prepare the medicine. As Grandpa Zhang said, after finishing these few doses the symptoms would ease. Qin Yan breathed a sigh of relief, it didn't seem to be a major problem. He's the sort of person who likes to let his imagination run wild. Whenever someone nearby feels even slightly off, he starts overthinking. Grandpa Zhang's house was very spacious, with plenty of rooms, so Qin Yan slept in a guest room that night. Back in the room, he only then remembered to let his family know he was safe, so he posted in the family group chat. After chatting in the group for a bit, Qin Yan noticed his brother had sent him a private message. Qin Yan immediately sat up, curious, and opened it, only to find it was Chu Rongshi asking him when he'd be coming back. "Qin Yan, probably in the next couple of days. Aren't I starting school soon? Zhang Ruru doesn't have many days off either, it will be quick." Chu Rongshi, you've been on the road all day, go to bed early." Qin Yan, okay. Qin Yan, little pig covers with blanket and says good night. JPG. Chu Rongshi, good night. There isn't much entertainment in the countryside. Qin Yan heard from Zhang Ruru that at this time of year there are some mushrooms on the mountains here that taste especially good, people often go up to pick and eat them. But because every household has its own hill, the mushrooms are never all picked. Zhang Ruru said, "Didn't it rain a few days ago? There will definitely be new ones coming out on the mountain, they're so delicious. Do you want to come along?" These few things, besides her grandfather, were Zhang Ruru's only attachments to this little mountain village. Qin Yan was also a foodie, the two hit it off immediately and decided to go up the mountain to take a look. Going up the mountain meant passing through the village, some grandmothers, aunts, and uncles smiled and greeted them as they went by. "Oh my, the big star is back. Juro is getting more and more attractive. Is this your boyfriend?" "Huh. No, but this young man is good-looking too. Does he have a girlfriend?" Most of it was good-natured teasing, but for Qin Yan it was pure hell. Socially anxious, he said nothing and kept his head down, following Zhang Ruru as they walked, while laughter from the villagers came from behind. Because Grandpa Zhang was skilled in medicine, who didn't have a headache or fever in their family, everyone respected him, and that warmth extended to Zhang Ruru, who was also greeted enthusiastically. However, there were inevitably those who spoke sourly. A woman nearby looked utterly disgusted. Her surname was Zhao, and everyone called her sister-in-law Zhao. Sister-in-law Zhao muttered at this moment, just like her mother, all fox-like seduction, what kind of star is she, doing publicity-seeking business, doesn't she feel ashamed? Sister-in-law Zhao had always been at odds with Zhang Ruru's mother, but unfortunately Zhang Ruru's family moved away long ago, so she had no outlet for her grudge. Every time Zhang Ruru returned afterward, she would say a couple of things behind her back, which led Zhang Ruru to have a particularly bad impression of this little mountain village for a while. Even though most people here are very simple and honest, sister-in-law Zhao had left too deep an impression on her. After sister-in-law Zhao said that, everyone fell silent for a moment. Those who couldn't stand it spoke up, "Don't you feel guilty saying that? Last time your grandson had a high fever in the middle of the night, if it hadn't been for old Zhang." Sister-in-law Zhao fell silent at that, but she didn't feel she owed Grandpa Zhang any gratitude, she hadn't gone unpaid, after all. There was no point in arguing now, so she could only stamp her foot in anger and leave. Thinking of Zhang Ruru having gone into the mountain just now with a boy, her eyes darted about as she schemed how to ruin Zhang Ruru's reputation. Her perspective was so narrow, she believed that once someone's reputation was tarnished, it was the end of the world. Zhang Ruru and Qin Yan still didn't know they had been targeted. The two of them climbed the mountain and indeed found some mushrooms, because others had already picked there weren't many left, but scattered here and there they managed to gather quite a few in the end. Zhang Ruru shared with Qin Yan, "This is really delicious. Whether stir-fried or made into soup, it's especially fresh. Around here we say, if it tastes good you wouldn't trade it for meat." Qin Yan kept swallowing, absolutely drooling. "Zhang Ruru, pick a little more, I'll bring some back for you." Qin Yan nodded, The two of them finally descended the mountain with aching legs, reluctantly leaving, mishandling mushrooms could cause poisoning, and they didn't dare take the risk, so Grandpa Zhang cooked dinner. Grandpa Zhang had lived alone for many years and was a pretty good cook. And mushrooms hardly require any fancy cooking techniques to turn out especially fragrant. Qi Nian ate with his mouth watering all over. He was absolutely satisfied. However, her good mood abruptly ended in the afternoon when a kind aunt came to the door. Zhang Ruru had originally thought she was there to see Grandpa for a medical issue, but the aunt waved her hand and said, "No, no, I'm here to see you." Zhang Ruru was stunned. "To see me?" The aunt looked at her and saw she didn't know, hurriedly saying, "Are you Zhao aunties?" Hearing this, Zhang Ruru's brows instinctively knit, and she nodded. My aunt sighed. All these years, that nasty habit of hers just won't change. When Qi Nian heard his aunt say that, his heart gave a jolt. Sure enough, his aunt went on to say that because Zhang Ruru had taken him up the mountain today to pick mushrooms, that Mrs. Zhao started spreading rumors everywhere, saying that Zhang Ruru and Qi Nian. His aunt stopped there, as if she couldn't go on, only that Mrs. Zhao's way of speaking was always very unpleasant. Zhang Ruru almost flipped over with anger when she heard that. She had nothing to hide, but it's hard not to be upset when others talk nonsense, so she immediately said, "Is she sick or what?" "Auntie, you can't say it like that." Zhang Ruru rolled up her sleeves. "No, I have to go find her." Qi Nian couldn't let her go alone, and immediately said, "I'll go with you." The two of them strode angrily toward Sister Zhao's house, quickly drawing the attention of others. Everyone in the village who wasn't busy followed along, curious. Although people have more forms of entertainment now, gossiping is still human nature. Sister-in-law Zhao's door was open, and Zhang Ruru and Qi Nian walked straight in. A middle-aged man was digging in the courtyard. Hearing the noise, he looked at them strangely. The middle-aged man worked with his head down all day, and since Zhang Ruru rarely came back, he hadn't recognized her and thought she had come to the wrong place. Seeing Zhang Ruru about to speak in anger, Qi Nian, afraid his tone would be bad and would directly annoy others, spoke first. "Uncle, we're looking for Aunt Zhao." "Who's looking for me?" A slightly sharp voice came from inside the room, and just after the words, Sister Zhao walked out the door. Seeing them, a bit guilty crossed her face, then she smiled. "Ruru, what are you doing here? Come in, Auntie will pour you some tea." "What have you been saying around the village?" Zhang Ruru wouldn't fall for it and directly demanded. "What nonsense?" Sister Zhao's eyes flickered. "I didn't say anything." Zhang Ruru sneered. "Are you pretending you don't know whether you said it or not?" She pointed to the crowd outside the door. "Everyone's here. Want me to ask them what you said?" Seeing she'd been exposed, Sister Zhao stopped pretending and muttered, "I wasn't making it up. Didn't you go to the mountains with that kid? You were gone so long, and I wasn't the only one who saw it." Qi Nian frowned. "We were just going to pick mushrooms." He was already good-looking, now his little face was flushed red with anger, looking completely non-threatening. Sister Zhao put her hands on her hips and said, "You mean it, do you?" "Qi Nian, you." At this moment Mrs. Zhao's husband came to his senses and understood what had happened. He knew his wife's nasty habit all too well, and his face immediately fell. Over the years, how many people had she offended by that gossiping habit? The man had a lot of respect for Zhang Ruru's grandfather. The old man had saved his life before and later treated his grandson's illness. How could he tolerate his own wife slandering others like that? The man was not very good with words. Embarrassed, he apologized on Mrs. Zhao's behalf. Mrs. Zhao remained silent on the side. As the saying goes, don't strike the smiling face. She had encountered this kind of situation before, and once her husband apologized, the matter was considered settled. But she somewhat looked down on the man's behavior, cowardly as anything. Even if she refused to apologize, what could that little girl do to her? However, this time she guessed wrong. Qi Nian clenched her jaw and looked at the woman, who showed no sign of remorse, and said, "Uncle, the one who should apologize isn't you, it's her." Zhang Ruru also said, "Besides, those words weren't even yours. Whoever said them should apologize." "This." The man awkwardly glanced at his wife and patted her. "Did you hear that? Go apologize to her." Sister-in-law Zhang immediately protested, "I'm not at fault. You good for nothing, how can you let someone treat your wife like this? What use is it that I married you?" The man had often been scolded to his face before, but that had been in private. Being berated like this, in public, in front of so many villagers, his expression immediately soured, but he held back. It was your fault to begin with, that's enough. What do you mean, that's enough? Sister-in-law Zhao's voice grew even sharper as she shouted, you'll just let me be bullied like this? I worked hard to give birth to Dayliai and provide your family with descendants. I'm the one who's done you a favor, and you treat me like this all for an outsider. Someone couldn't stand it and muttered, it's just about having a son, right? What era is this, still talking about carrying on the family line? So old-fashioned. Although there are still people like Sister Zhao nowadays, most people aren't as backward-minded as before, and some weren't willing to listen to what she said. Especially those families with only daughters, who used to be mocked a lot. Now that people's thinking has changed, they don't see daughters as inferior to sons, so they were even less inclined to listen to Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao would go at them like an ordinary cockfight, hands on her hips, hurling insults one by one, full-on combat mode. Zhang Ru couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, apologize to us right now. Sister-in-law Zhao snorted, why should I apologize? Did I say anything wrong? Not doing proper work, just like your mother. You. Seeing Zhang Ru about to cry from anger, Qin Yan lowered his head and avoided looking at sister-in-law Zhao, saying, why would you think to spread those things? Could it be that, have you done such a thing? Sister-in-law Zhao's expression immediately changed, and she cursed, what the hell are you talking about? Her husband frowned too, feeling that the remark was a bit excessive. Qin Yan kept her head down, not looking at them, that made her less nervous. He seemed to sigh, ah, how pitiful, don't you realize your son doesn't look like you at all? Zhao's sister-in-law's husband changed color, almost immediately realizing whom Qin Yan was talking about. Come to think of it, his son really didn't resemble him at all. He had suspected it before, but Zhao's sister-in-law wailed for a long time and insisted on going back to her parents' home. Besides, appearances alone can't prove anything, so the matter was dropped. Later, their son became less and less like him. Zhao's wife's husband's eyes bulged as he stared at her. She, feeling guilty under his gaze, sat down on the ground and began to wail, cursing so foully it was unbearable to listen to. The villagers looked at Zhao's wife's behavior and couldn't help whispering, this can't be real, right? That big thunder of hers, kind of reminds me of the one in the neighboring village. Once Qin Yan got into the zone, she wasn't so nervous, she completely shut out the outside world and excitedly munched on the gossip. Oh my, no wonder she's so good at arranging others' lives, turns out she's really done this before. Eek, this person doesn't even know they've been cuckolded, how pitiful, raising someone else's child to adulthood and even helping someone else's son raise grandchildren, yikes. For some reason, although Qin Yan's voice wasn't loud, it reached everyone's ears clearly, and everyone looked at Brother Zhao with pity. Brother Zhao felt blood rush to his head and was close to losing his mind. He grabbed sister-in-law Zhao's arm hard and demanded answers. She had already lost the earlier bravado and could only hiccup and cry. Qin Yan said at just the right moment, at this point we definitely have to do a paternity test, otherwise are we supposed to leave things unclear like this? In the end, amid the villagers' shouting and commotion, Sister Zhao's husband dragged their bewildered son off to get a paternity test. Sister Zhao's whole body went weak. It's over, it's over. Why did she have to be so mouthy and provoke that fiend?